beginning. To once again feel the wind upon my flesh, to hear the sounds of birds, the soft laughter of life, instead of the hissing flames as they consumed mortal flesh. The cursed agony of those cursed into the flames where you burn forever, your flesh never adjusting to the pain of the fire's insatiable hunger. Each time the fires touch you, it is as if your flesh is feeling its fiery tongue for the first time. How long had it been that I have had to burn? How long ago was it that that fool angel had failed me? I have been free of the flames for nearly 1,200 years, though I have burned and been tormented for over 1,000. I have wandered the world not quite dead, yet not truly alive. All the pleasures of humanity denied me. I hunger, yet food does nothing to appease it. I thirst, yet no amount of water can quench it. I do not age. I cannot get sick or die. No matter how much I pray for death, it eludes me. It flees from me as if I might infect it with the life it takes away. Is this some added torment or a second part of hell that I must endure? I lust and I crave a man's love so deeply, yet no man I take into my bed can satisfy me. My lust seems to devour and burn like the fires that tormented me for so long. I wonder where that fool is now. Does he wonder the world of men who are lost and tormented as me? Has he suffered as I have suffered? He who let the dark ones take me. I know I paid the price for taking my life. The foolish girl I was all those centuries ago. But if Ma'alik would not have forgotten me in his lust as I pleaded to the Great One, then I would not have perished. I think of my father. How did he leave this world? Does he wander cursed like me, or has he found peace? Alas, only Ma'alik would know these things. I know of my mother, for I heard her screams as the flames touched her. Forgive me, for just the memory of it chills me. Ma'alik has eluded me all these centuries. I have searched for him. How I have longed to see his beautiful face, his flawless brown skin that seemed to glow as if he held some inner light that every other being on earth lacks. His eyes, black as night, yet you could see your very soul in them. His scent, the sweet smell of a newborn babe. Yes, I have never forgotten him. Ma'alik, the liar. Ma'alik, the foul one, who lusted over an Egyptian princess, a girl who had barely reached womanhood, and let her die. Yes, I wanted him. I wanted to rip his heart from his chest and let it burn as I have burned. To smell it as his flesh curled and cooked until it was nothing but a blackened lump that still seemed to beat, but still fed him pain and torment. I have heard rumors of him over the centuries. I have heard legends of a beautiful demon that fought in wars beside men, who slaughtered priests and seduced women and murdered. Are all of these legends true? Some I doubt, but I can never be sure. For the longest time, I had lost his trail. People no longer gossiped in taverns about a strange demon that walked about, claiming to be an angel. There had been no more sightings of him. I had given up hope of even finding him until I found a book, one written by one of Ma'alik's lovers. It was a poor fool of an unremarkable woman named Sandra. I had to know if that book was true, for it spoke correctly of my death all those years ago. Did it accurately chronicle that wretch's life as well? If it did, then he still loved me. He has been tormented by me, the Egyptian girl who died in his arms ages ago in my father's garden. So I find myself here, this night, standing before the author's door. It seems she has done well from writing Ma'alik's story, for she lived in the rich neighborhood of Manhattan, Her home was the size of a small palace. Security guarded her home. The mortals patrolled, pretending to keep watch as they walked around lost in their minds. I wonder how she will take my presence this late at night. Will she think I'm a crazed fan? She will probably think I am mad, but I will make her listen. If she knew Ma'alik as well as she claimed, then she will see the same ageless, tormented mortal that I am, that Ma'alik was. Sandra. Sandra sat in her study while her husband slept in their room alone. She was lost in some world she created, some kind of fantasy that would be her next book. She hoped it would sell as much or better than Ma'alik the Fallen. It had been 2 years since she had published that book. 2 years since her dear friend Melissa had passed, and 2 years since she had last seen Ma'alik. She had visited Melissa's grave today, as she did every week, while never forgetting to place fresh flowers upon her grave. She could not help but weep every time she visited her old friend. She would sit and talk to her for hours as she remembered Ma'alik and the times the three of them spent together. For though Ma'alik the Fallen had sold well, no one believed her when she told them it was a true story. The media buzzed about her losing her mind. The religious community accepted her with the same grace as they would anyone who was crazy. They accepted her with the same exaggerated kindness they give to mentals who might pose a threat to them. Sandra wondered where Ma'alik was now. It pained her that even her husband doubted her. This being her second marriage, she wondered if it would end like her first, for she seemed to be repeating history. Her husband always slept alone, cold and starving for her attention. But she couldn't help it. She needed to write. She needed to get lost in her worlds where she was God. It was her escape from this life. She lived and suffered with the characters she created. She got lost in their adventures as they fought fearsome creatures and journeyed across forbidden lands. She couldn't pull herself away. Her real life wasn't bad. She was richer than she could dream of being. Ma'alik's story sold all around the world. She had traveled to meet fans in different countries. She met with foreign leaders who loved the book. There was even a buzz about a movie. But she felt guilty. Where was Ma'alik? He could prove to the world that she wasn't mad. He could share in the glory that was rightfully his. Most of all, she just missed him. He confirmed in her that there was a God, a heaven, an ultimate resting place for those who had strived to do good. He gave her life a little more meaning than the mundane existence she was used to living. She longed to be in his presence, for he seemed to take away every bit of pain. Damn, Ma'alik, where are you? It is almost like he disappeared from the earth. Did he finally find the peace he sought? Was he forgiven, and after all these centuries able to dance again in his creator's garden? Sandra sighed and sipped her cold coffee as she stared down at page 482 of her new novel, on which she was stuck. Her head hurt, and she knew she couldn't write any more tonight. Maybe she would go to Heaven's Perch, like she had done almost every other night. She would sit there, hoping Ma'alik would appear like he did the first time they met, 2 years ago. He used to call her Beautiful One. How I longed for him so. A soft knock on her study door brought her back from her memories. Was it 3 a.m. already? She asked herself as she looked down at her watch. It was barely past 1 a.m. Her butler was early. Normally, he didn't disturb her. Come in, she said wearily. The door creaked open and an old black man entered. His hair was all gray with only a few patches of black sprinkled in. His eyes were kind and soft. He was a good man who just drank too much, but he never let it interfere with his work. He was honest and had no family. All he had was her. I'm sorry to disturb you, madam, he said. Sandra could tell he was nervous, but this was unusual for him. It's okay, Bradley, what is it? She asked. Bradley sighed. There's a strange young woman downstairs, and she claims to know Ma'alik personally, he answered. He looked at Sandra questionably, but she ignored his look. She couldn't breathe for a moment. Could she really know him, or was she just another crazed fan? Lord knows she ran into a lot of them. However, none ever showed up at her house, and the fact that Bradley was spooked made her heart start to pound against her chest. "Shall I call the police, madam? She could be one of those crazies like at your book signing," Bradley said, acknowledging that her book had a cult following. They called themselves the Watchers. They tried to kidnap her at one of her appearances and question her about Ma'alik as if she knew where he was. "No, I will see her myself, Bradley, but radio security and have them stand by just in case." Bradley nodded. Clearly he thought seeing her was a bad idea, but he left to go to radio security. Sandra left her study and slowly walked to the guest area where all guests were escorted. Her heart beat as if it sought to escape from her chest. She entered the guest waiting room and finally caught her breath. Before her stood a beautiful young girl. She seemed Middle Eastern, maybe African. Her skin was the color of honey. Her long hair looked like flawless ebony silk. She had eyes the shape of almonds, a deep brown that defied mortal beauty. Every feature in her face was perfectly shaped. Her slender body seemed hard and strong. She wore faded blue jeans, a long black shirt covered by a heavy jacket. She had a white scarf, like Muslim women wear to cover their hair, except hers only covered the top of her head, leaving the ends of her beautiful ebony hair to fall perfectly down her slender back. "Are you Sandra Landell, the writer of Ma'alik, the Fallen?" the girl asked. Her voice was like a fading melody in Sandra's ears. She seemed almost familiar, like Sandra had seen her before or had known her. Something about this girl seemed different. Her beautiful, soft brown skin seemed cold, as if life barely touched her. Her young eyes seemed timeless, too old and had seen too much pain and suffering for one so young. "Yes, do I know you? I swear I have seen you before," Sandra asked. She could hear several of her security coming into the guest area of her house. The girl smiled. Her beauty filled the room. Yet again, something seemed not quite alive about her. "Is she sick?" Sandra thought to herself. "Maybe you truly have spoken with that fool Ma'alik, since you described me quite well in your book," the girl said. She paused to let her words sink in. Sandra went pale as those words hit her. This girl? Could it truly be Semia reborn? Sandra was dizzy. Sandra's security entered. Several armed men with their weapons drawn and pointed at the girl. "Yes, Sandra, I am Semia, and I seek Ma'alik," she said with the same beautiful smile that never left her face. Sandra sat in her study across from Semia, sipping fresh coffee that Bradley had brought her. Most of her security went back to their patrols around her property after she explained to them all was well. Yet 2 of them still lingered in the hall outside of her study. It frustrated her that they did not listen to her, but she figured Bradley asked them to stay. Meanwhile, her husband slept soundly. Sandra swore he could sleep through a tornado. Semia stared at Sandra as if studying her. "Do you want some coffee or something to drink?" Sandra asked. There was a longing in Semia's eyes that surprised Sandra, almost as if Semia desired more than anything to drink something. "No, it would do me no good. It would not fulfill my thirst. I would just be tormenting myself," Semia replied. Sandra was curious. This girl certainly looked like Semia as Ma'alik described her. If it truly was her, she couldn't really call her a girl, for she was older than anyone who walked the earth, save for Ma'alik. Or were there other angels and immortals like Semia? Sandra hoped immortal was a good way to describe her, for she had no idea what Semia should be considered. Yet she had so many questions to ask her. Sandra felt the same odd excitement she felt when Ma'alik began to tell her his story back at the monastery after they had met at Heaven's Perch. Sandra stood up, walked over to a shelf, and pulled her old twin tape recorders from a drawer. These were the same ones she had used with Ma'alik. Her heart raced as she touched them. I hope I'm not fooling myself, she thought. She longed so badly to have some connection again with Ma'alik that she truly hoped this was Semia. She believed this girl, if just to appease her longing. She blew the dust off the old recorders, popped in 2 new tapes, and sat back down in front of Semia, who never took her eyes from Sandra. Sandra turned her webcam to face Semia and activated it, so it would record everything on video as well as audio. Finally, Sandra turned back to Semia and hit the record button. Sandra smiled at the familiar sound of the tapes clicking. What would fulfill your thirst, Semia? And why does it torment you? Sandra asked. Semia was silent for a moment. Is this how you did it with Malik? Semia asked. Sandra nodded. Semia took a deep breath. I guess you want my story then, Semia asked. Before Sandra could answer, Semia continued. Unlike Ma'alik, I was born here on Earth. I was human, a princess of Egypt. I died, Sandra, because Ma'alik failed me. Because of his lust, I burned in the fires of hell for over 1,000 years. I do not know how I got my body back, for it should have rotted to dust, but my body seems to be alive, but not completely. I can taste food, drink, but no matter how much I eat or how much I drink, I am still starved. My body is still parched. It seems I exchanged the fires of hell for an existence that mocks life here. Let me show you. Semia picked up a sharp letter opener from Sandra's desk. Sandra leaned away. Semia slowly placed the sharp point in the center of her open palm and thrust down hard. The blade went through her hand and came out the other side. Sandra yelped in dismay. Semia smiled and winced softly as she withdrew the blade. Blood splattered on Sandra's pants. But she was so transfixed as she watched the wound close quickly until there was not even a trace of the wound that should have been there. There was not even a scar or a drop of blood. Sandra gulped. I believe you now, Semia, she said in a shaky voice. Semia smiled and said, Good. Now let me begin my story in Egypt. And after I tell it to you, then can you tell me where I might find Ma'alik? Sandra nodded, even though she had no idea where to find Ma'alik. Even if Sandra did know, she doubted she would tell Semia. Semia seemed to have ill will towards Ma'alik, but Sandra wanted desperately to hear Semia's story. Semia took a deep breath, almost as if it pained her to remember her life before Ma'alik. Then she turned to Sandra and began. Egypt. Well, Sandra, I did not seek you out to tell my story, but I guess as Ma'alik found there is healing in its telling. Maybe I might regain some humanity that I have lost so that I might finally rest and once again see my father. Or maybe Ma'alik will come for me and this time take me with him. Semia stopped for a moment, as if searching for where to begin. Egypt was beautiful, Sandra. There is no place like it. I have traveled the earth over and again in my search for the cursed one and have not found a place that can compare. My father was Pharaoh Tamen. He was a strong man, a good man who thought more for the sake of Egypt than of his daughter. My father sacrificed all for Egypt. He married a woman he did not love just so his people would have peace. He and my mother never shared a bed together. They slept on separate ends of the palace, each taking others into their beds to avoid each other's touch. There was no love, just politics for the welfare of our country. Maybe I was just a foolish girl, for I did not want to share this fate. I dreamed of love, of marrying for love. I remember the boy I loved, Sandra. A love we kept in secret. He was a prince. His father and mine were boyhood friends. Each ruled a distant part of their beloved Egypt. I remember the last time I saw my love. The moon was high, the sky was black, as if the brightness of the moon outshined the stars. He was to meet me in the servants' stables where we could lay in the hay unnoticed like commoners for the night and gaze at the stars, lost in them together. I wore one of my favorite nightgowns, for I had plans to give myself to him that night. Would he like me? I thought. I prayed that he would not reject me. My gown was ebony black with a gold trim on it. I bathed in roses that night, thinking only of his beautiful face. Oh, I wonder what became of him. My Isa. He was named after the prophet known today as Jesus. My heart raced as I suddenly snuck out of my window that night, hoping not to alert the guards. I ran down the halls, ducking into shadows and holding my breath as guard patrols walked by me. I prayed they couldn't hear my heart beating, for it seemed that it beat loud enough to wake the whole palace. After the guard had long passed, I would race out again from the shadows and out of the palace. I hurried through back streets that commoners took, hearing the shouts and grunts of drunken men as they cheered and fought in taverns. I could smell their sweat and stench as I ran by. Strangely, I felt alive, not caring about the danger these common men might pose to me. My mind was just on my Isa, for in my young heart I would do anything for him. I would forsake my kingdom and travel from haystack to haystack like the poorest commoner just to be in his arms, to be in his presence, to smell his scent. Without him, Egypt didn't exist. I reached the stables breathing hard, more from excitement than from being winded. My eyes shone as bright as the moon as I searched for him. But I could not find him. Would he not show? I thought. Just to think of that pained me. I went to a fresh haystack and sat waiting for him. My eyes searching everywhere, hoping to find him lurking somewhere in the shadows, teasing me as he always does. Long moments passed, and still I did not see him. Isa, I whispered, hoping he would come out. But no one responded. Tears swelled in my eyes and began to fall unwillingly down my cheeks. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Why do you cry so, my love? A voice sounded. It was as if the heavens spoke. Isa, I said softly. My heart seemed as if it would explode. He stepped into the moonlight, smiling. His brown eyes glittered in the pale light. His head was bald except for a long braided tail that went from the back of his head to the small of his back. His brown skin was beautiful and corded with muscle. He smelled of oils that made his dark flesh glow. Yes, my love, he replied. He then came and sat next to me, wrapping his arms around me. The world would be at peace now. My Isa had come. I sighed deeply. The scorn I had for him being late long forgotten. We lay back upon the hay, staring at the night sky. I listened to the beat of his heart as I lay on his chest. My body trembled as he ran his fingers through my hair. I could swear for long moments our hearts beat as one. Tomorrow I plan to ask your father for your hand. I want you to be my wife, Isa said, while softly kissing my hand. I smiled and rested my hand upon his chest. He sighed deeply. The gods should add your face to the constellations, Semia, Isa began. I laughed and responded, Really? Why should they do me such an honor? He stared, lost in the sky. There is not a face more beautiful than yours. There is not one more worthy of admiration. Your constellation will be a hope to mankind, a symbol to those that suffer the most. All can look up and see, despite the darkness in their lives. They can see that beauty still remains in the world. I did not know how to respond, for I didn't know someone could feel so deeply about me. I was touched. I leaned forward and kissed his lips softly. I felt his body respond with such passion that I felt overwhelmed. He kissed me back fiercely. I wanted him to have me then. I wanted to be his, but he pushed me back gently. We must wait, my love. He spoke softly and kissed me again. Come, we best get you back, he said as he stood up. I was confused. I felt rejected, as if he had denied me. I love you, Semia, but I want the gods' blessings before I take you in my bed. He hugged me gently. His body felt warm against mine. Then he turned from me and disappeared into the night. I walked slowly back to the palace and to my room. I didn't bother to avoid the guards. I stared at the sky that Isa loved so dearly while a dark feeling boiled in my stomach. Something felt wrong. I awoke the next morning. My heart seemed to be on fire, as if the great Ra himself clutched it and burned it with passion. I knew today would be wonderful. I knew today my love would petition my father for my hand. My father couldn't refuse. Who could refuse to unite the two most powerful kingdoms of Egypt? That has always been my father's dream, and that dream I shared with him. My father, Pharaoh Taman, was a warrior beloved by his people. He was always the first to join in battle with the enemy. The men loved him. They would follow him into the abyss if that was where he waged his next war. My father vowed he would die with his men in the field. He shared drink with noble and common soldiers alike. Surely my father would see the worth in Prince Isa. Surely he would agree to the marriage. Isa's father was a different matter. He was more of a scholar. He shied away from battle and left the fighting to my father. Faharik was a shrewd intellect. His strategies have helped my father overcome impossible battles and come out victorious. Together, they would be unstoppable. My servants dressed me quickly and washed my face. I ran from my room and rushed to the throne room. I heard voices shouting. I heard Isa's voice. I stopped just outside of the throne room to listen. My heart seemed to beat in my throat. Isa spoke strongly and confidently. Pharaoh, surely there can be no better match. Not only can we unite Egypt, but we can stand up to that pale tyrant to the north. Together we would be unstoppable. Not to mention that I have loved Semia since I first saw her 12 years back at the Feast of Ra. When Isa spoke of Semia, he said her name as a lover does when he speaks softly into her ear, as though remembering some distant memory of a stolen moment they once shared. Pharaoh Taman's face softened as he listened to Isa's proposal. Taman always liked Isa, for Isa was a warrior after Taman's own heart. The fact that Isa loved his daughter so deeply surprised and honored Taman. But Taman knew he couldn't grant this to Isa. The prince did not know that he and Faharik would ally with the men from the north. Sadly, even Egypt united couldn't defeat the forces that the north could muster against them. Taman had heard no word from the Nubian tribes to the south, those ebony-skinned demon worshippers. Without them, Egypt stood alone, and though Egypt was a great nation, our army was outnumbered 10-1. We would be defeated just by the sheer numbers of the north. Taman shook his head sadly, hating to have to crush this boy's heart. Prince Isa, you do not know how much your love and passion for my Semia lightens my heart. But sadly it can never be. Semia is promised to the Pale Emperor of the North to ensure the peace and safety of Egypt, Pharaoh Taman said with a heavy sigh, as if it pained him to give his daughter away to some pale brute so far from his beloved Egypt. My heart seemed to stop. The very warmth in me gave way to some icy chill that shook my body. My father would give me away to a brute that already had several wives. He was a brute who had beaten one of his wives to death in front of the others for refusing to share his bed at the same time with two of his other wives. He left her body to rot in his wife's chambers as a reminder of what happens to those who refuse to obey him. I shed icy tears of sorrow that ran down my cheeks. I would forever remember Isa's face. It still haunts me to this day, over 2,000 years later. Have you ever seen a man's heart break in his face? It is a pale, dumbfounded look as his heart drowns in pain. I could see his heart die in his eyes. He was speechless, for he was so sure of himself, so sure that he would be granted my hand, that he wasn't prepared for this. Then that look of pain in his eyes turned to rage as Issa spoke in a loud voice. You would give your daughter to that brute. I will not have it. I love her so that I will fight you for her. Of all things, Pharaoh, I never thought you a coward willing to sell your own flesh and blood to a brute that will probably kill her, instead of fighting him with all of Egypt's might at your back. Tamin's face darkened with rage. Issa and his guard put their hands on their sword hilts. Pharaoh Tamin's soldiers looked to their pharaoh, awaiting orders. The room was tense. I was afraid my father would order his men to slaughter Issa and his guard, for no one had ever spoken to Tamin in such a manner. Tamin inhaled deeply and calmed himself. Boy, if not for the love I have for your father, I would kill you and all of your men where you stand. Leave. Leave now before I change my mind. Tamin's voice was tight with rage. I knew then that I would never marry Issa. My hopes for him were destroyed in just those brief moments. Issa looked as if he was going to respond. Then he thought better of it. Without a word, he turned and left the throne room. He left my life forever, his guards close behind him. You know, Sandra, from Ma'alik's account, what happened next, Semia said sadly. I went to my father's garden that night, and that is where I met Ma'alik, and where I took my life. But before I speak of the darkness and of the fires that have tormented me, please give me a while, for these are all painful things to remember. Sandra smiled, noticing how frail Semia looked. It was as if telling her story had weakened her. Sandra stopped her recording. Of course, Semia. I am honored that you have come to me. You know Ma'alik loves you, and he tortures himself constantly for that night. Semia nodded weakly, but a fire burned in her eyes. Sandra rang Bradley, who quickly came into her study. Take Semia to a guest room and make sure she has whatever she needs, Sandra ordered. Bradley eyed her for a moment, as if to ask, Are you sure? And then gently led Semia away. Sandra watched the girl as she left. She looked depleted. Maybe a good night's rest would do her well. Sandra looked at her clock and sighed. It was nearly 6 a.m. Her husband would be up soon. I have to call my publisher, she thought. Her mind flashed to Semia's story as she walked into her room. She kicked off her shoes, not bothering to undress, and crawled into bed next to her husband. Where are you, Ma'alik? She thought, as sleep came over her. Semia. Ah, Sandra, you are indeed a beautiful one. No wonder Malik came to you and trusted you. I only wonder where I can find him. For we have unfinished business, he and I. It has been long since I have lain in a bed alone. It has been a while since I have slept. For with sleep, the hellfire returns the pain. Semia shivered. To feel yourself die, to listen to the snapping of your own neck, that bone-chilling cold as you pass from flesh to spirit, only to watch your body twitch in its death throes. Sleep is not something I cherish. For above all, I fear the fire, the screams, the pain. To feel your flesh blacken and fall off your bones. To smell it cook. I would rather die over and over again than to suffer through that again. What could I say to him? How could I make him suffer as I have? To burn for centuries, to have the dark ones make you hang yourself over and over again as the flames consume you. To relive your last moments of life for all eternity. To feel your heart stop and burn in your chest. Its last beat, a desperate beat for death. Yes, I suffered because of his weakness. Now that his creator, his Lord, has freed me from the flames and cursed me with a mockery of life. Yes, that foul angel will suffer. Sadly, he wouldn't even fight me. The weak fool would just weep and take the pain. He would gladly suffer for me. And I would gladly watch. Semia smiled as she closed her eyes, and for once, the nightmares didn't hurt. She dreamed of Ma'alik burning in her stead while her laughter mocked him. Sandra sat alone in her bed, her heart heavy. She sighed while looking at the empty space beside her. Though she had a lot to do, she worried about her husband. He seemed as distant as ever. They never talked anymore. She couldn't remember the last time they made love. It scared her. It reminded her so much of her last marriage. Back then, she almost expected Ralph to come out and admit he was having an affair. She truly loved him, but she was more afraid of not being held at night. She just wanted to turn around and know someone was there. God, I am pathetic, she said out loud. Was she that selfish that she only cared about her own feelings and thoughts and forgot about her husband? You care more about the characters in your books, that, by the way, don't sell, than you do about me or anybody else. She remembered those words of her ex-husband and still felt the sting from the truth in them. She knew she was losing Ralph. She neglected him like she neglected everyone. She only paid attention to her work. Her attention was on her writing. She lived in her own world and shunned the one that mattered most. I won't lose him, she told herself, and made a promise to spend more time with him. She would make him feel needed and wanted, instead of keeping him as a trophy to go along with her life. She couldn't lose him. She couldn't go through it again. She sighed deeply and gently touched Ralph's side of the bed. She missed him. She wished it was him that she touched and not the empty sheet that still held the imprint of his body, where he slept alone. She leaned over to her dresser and pressed a button on the phone. Yes, Mrs. Landell, her assistant's voice came back. Sandra smiled a little, thinking about her proudly flamboyant assistant, Marcus. Can you get my agent on the line? She asked. Certainly. And by the way, your husband left a message for you at the office, Marcus replied. Sandra's heart skipped. Not again, she thought, as she tried to catch her breath. Marcus clicked off and a new voice came on. Sandra, I haven't heard from you in a while. How have you been? Her agent asked. Sandra took a couple of deep breaths to slow the rapid beating of her heart. I've been good, Gail. I have a new project that I need you to begin marketing. Gail was silent for a moment. Really? Have you finished your fantasy already? Gail asked. Sandra sighed. No, but I am writing the sequel to Ma'alik the Fallen, and I need you to start a little buzz about it on the web. You know, put out a press release. Sandra could almost hear the smile spread on her old agent's face. Really? When did you start this? What is it called? And when will it be ready? Gail asked, excitedly. Sandra smiled despite the fear of her husband's message. I just started it, Gail. I'll have it done in 6 months. I'm going to call it Semia the Damned One. Sandra took a deep breath. Wonderful, Sandra. Your fans will be as excited as I am. What is it about, may I ask? You will be the first to read it, Gail. I promise. Sandra could hear Gail sigh after her reply. Thanks, Sandra. I'm on it as we speak, posting it on Twitter. I'll call you back tonight to let you know how big of a response we get. Thanks, Gail, Sandra said and hung up. She sighed again. I might as well wake Semia and get started, she thought as she walked to her bathroom to wash her face with her thoughts still lingering on her husband's message. Kurt sat in a hotel room. His eyes were heavy. He wanted to sleep so badly but couldn't. He was onto something. He was close to finding him. He knew it. He could feel it in his bones. He has tracked every paranormal creature known to man and some unknown. He only had one last one to conquer. He had seen vampires, tracked them to their lairs, watched them live and move from a distance. He recorded their names, their hunting grounds. He had seen things that haunt his dreams, things that most people just ignore. Those people are fools who are fooled by the mundane. They write off the things that lurk in the shadows as myth, things that only freaks and crazed people think about. Kurt took another deep drink of whiskey from his half-empty bottle. The Watchers needed this one. They had been tracking him for centuries. They wanted to talk to him as he once talked to that nobody author, for never had they seen an angel. In all the centuries the Watchers have been around, of all the demons and psychics they currently watched and tracked, never has an angel been documented. The possibilities of what he could tell them about God, about religion, about the very meaning of life. Not only was finding Ma'alik very important, but Ma'alik was also very dangerous. Undoubtedly, if the world were to somehow believe he was an angel, the chaos that would ensue would tear apart world religions, the faiths that billions believed in. It would leave them stranded, hopelessly lost, to know that their whole lives were lived in a lie. The wars would unravel everything. Kurt shuddered just thinking about it. He had devoted his whole life to tracking and chronicling these beings and creatures, working with other Watchers to keep them contained. He worked to make people believe they were myths, mere fantasies of crazed and creative minds. Every government in the world funded the Watchers, yet only a few people outside of the Watchers knew of their existence. Besides the myth of the death and resurrection of Jesus, the Watchers were one of the world's best-kept secrets. Kurt stared at the well-worn copy of Ma'alik the Fallen in his hands. He had scoured over every page countless times and gone over every inch of information. He checked the Watchers' histories, which was far different from the public's history as they knew it, and corresponded every event at every location in the book. Almost all of it matched. So either Sandra was a Watcher, which he doubted, and had read the histories to write a story that matched them, or she really sat with a celestial being that was born in the heavens and has prayed at God's throne. What powers could this being possess? According to the book, he was cursed by God and could not die. Even vampires could die. How can we silence a being that cannot die? What kind of everlasting fear can we put in him to make him keep quiet? Never has a being been so elusive. We will find him, though, Kurt thought, as he rubbed his eyes and was about to take another deep drink of his whiskey. Suddenly, a message popped up on his laptop. He almost thought about ignoring it, but his gut told him not to. He was one of the few African Americans to be part of the Watchers, and the only one to excel and advance so far in rank. He had learned throughout his 37 years to listen to his gut. It had never led him astray. He rubbed his tired eyes once again and clicked on the message. It was a link from one of the Watchers who monitored Sandra. For they didn't know all that she knew about Ma'alik. They didn't know exactly what Ma'alik had told her. They couldn't make her disappear. She was too famous now for that. There would be too many questions asked, especially since some amateur Watcher wannabes had tried to kidnap her. He shook his head in frustration. Kurt clicked on the link, and it led him to the Ma'alik the Fallen fan page, which had a new article posted. It was an update on the author's next novel. Kurt's heart raced. He began to sweat a little. The update announced the sequel to Ma'alik the Fallen. But not only that, it also chronicled Semia's life. The woman that tormented Ma'alik all these centuries. Could she be wandering around, searching for Ma'alik as he was searching for her? If she was, what did she look like? Was she a demon, something undead, or was she alive and simply cursed like Ma'alik? According to the story, she went to hell to burn for killing herself. Could there be an angel who knew the secrets of heaven and a scorned bitch from hell that knew the secrets of hell? Kurt shivered again. He needed them both, Ma'alik and Semia. That is, if Semia was real and not just some play toy for Sandra to make more money off of Ma'alik's story. If Semia was real, he felt bad for Ma'alik. Kurt knew firsthand what a woman from hell could be like, remembering his ex-wife suddenly. He had to call this in. He had to get more watchers on Sandra, and to give everyone Semia's description out of the only source they had. Her only record was the book of Ma'alik the Fallen. Should we wait, though? He thought, in case this book brings Ma'alik out of wherever he was to contact Sandra. Kurt wiped the sweat from his brow and called headquarters. Semia. Did you sleep well? Sandra asked. She was not sure if Semia did or could. She knew well enough from Ma'alik the pains and horrors that sleep brought back. She could imagine what agonies Semia might relive after suffering in hell for over 1,000 years. Sandra shuddered. She couldn't bear to think about it, yet she knew she was going to hear firsthand what hell is like. It was the place people only dreamed in their worst nightmares. Semia looked as beautiful as ever. Her honey skin looked more alive today, as if sleep had healed some sickness. She seemed to glow almost like Ma'alik, but not as bright. Semia smiled beautifully. It was a smile that made Sandra's heart flutter. She could see why Ma'alik lusted for her, for Semia was truly beautiful. Sandra had never seen such a woman. If women of 2,000 years ago resembled Semia, then women have evolved into something plainer, something that was a shadow of true beauty. The only flaw, the only blemish in this Egyptian goddess was the horror and the pain that reflected in her beautiful dark eyes. But even that held a beauty all of its own. I slept well enough. Are you ready to begin again? Semia replied, eager to get started. Sandra studied her a moment. As beautiful and as dark as she was, Sandra could see the fire in her. It was the same dark fire that tortured her. It lingered behind her pain-filled eyes, behind her smile, and Sandra truly didn't trust her. Sandra smiled as she clicked on her tape. Though she enjoyed hearing Semia's story, she couldn't help wanting to run far away from this woman. As you might remember, beautiful one, a soft, mocking smile spread over Semia's face as she spoke. For Ma'alik's account that night, I hung myself. So distraught I was. My young heart was torn and ravaged. I felt as though I had been raped by this brute already, but mostly the pain in my love's face. I will not repeat again the story of that night, just how it felt to die. Have you ever wondered at that, Sandra? My neck snapped, and I could barely breathe. My body trembled, yet I could not feel it. Blood curdled in my throat, but all the while I grew cold. Sandra, I could feel my heart begin to slow. I could see Ma'alik's beautiful face so close to mine as he held my body that shook violently in death. I could not hear the words that he spoke, only the hollow echo of my neck breaking. I remember the darkness coming, the world beginning to fade, the fear my body felt as it knew it had only moments left. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. I wanted to take back my death, to rewind time, for I knew I had done wrong. Dying was like waking from a long dream of warmth and life to cold and dark shadows. Without realizing it, I stood next to my body. It was a body I longed for, that I craved to be back in. Yet I could not recognize it. The face was my face, so swollen and blue, It looked like someone else's body. I saw Ma'alik holding my flesh, weeping and begging for forgiveness. Then he turned and set his beautiful eyes on me. I could feel the pain in them, the love this creature had for me. I knew something was wrong. You know already of this part, so let me skip to the hellfire. I remember the Dark One, the guardians of the fire. They were beautiful in the way that death can make one's body seem at peace, at calm. But darkness lurked behind their peaceful, emotionless faces. Their flesh was flawless and as pale as ivory. They had the same glow as Ma'alik. To me, they seemed evil, but they just served their purpose that the Creator made them for, to punish those who have earned the hellfire. The Dark One that came to me mocked me. His smile twisted in deathly pleasure as if he enjoyed the pain, the suffering. I screamed for Ma'alik as the Dark One pulled me by my hair, pulled me from this world. My last memory was of Ma'alik's anguished face begging for forgiveness. "You are beyond his reach, mortal," the Dark One said. His voice was like the wail of the dying. He continued to drag me through the darkness. What do you mean? Where are you taking me?" I asked. My head ached as he dragged me by my hair like I was a doll. I could feel my scalp rip. My eyes watered and blood trickled down my face. I was shocked, for I was dead, yet I still bled. I could not understand. The Dark One laughed. His laughter was the hollow sound of a dying man's last wheeze. "You are pathetic, mortal. Those like you I despise the most. You who everything was placed at your feet, who all the heavens bowed before. You who possess the greatest gift, the greatest envy of all the Great One's creations, and you throw it away for some perception of suffering. But hear me, mortal. You have not yet known suffering. Where I take you into the deepest parts of the fire, you will truly suffer. Ungrateful mortal." The Dark One spat at me. I shuddered, for barely did I begin to understand. The Great One was displeased with me, for I had taken his gift and spat in his face. "But, Ma'alik," I began. The Dark One's cruel eyes held me. "Fool, you are far beyond the Guardian's reach. You might as well place blame equally on him, for he has failed you just as much as you have doomed yourself." There was no mercy in his voice, no pity. There was just a calm, unfretted anger towards me. It was an anger that, at that moment, I could not comprehend. The first screams of the tortured reached me. My heart seemed to stop, seemed to freeze in terror. I felt it like a grip squeezed my heart. But somehow I knew this mock life and whatever torture and pain I was to suffer would last for all eternity. For I was dead, but I could still feel. My heart still beat. My lungs still drew in breath. It was all part of my punishment. It was the torture I must endure. The screams got louder. I have never heard such sounds of pain and horror in my life. I did not know humans were capable of making such sounds. Then the smell of burning flesh hit me. I gagged. The smell was so thick it was like trying to breathe in water. It made me think of horrible images coupled by the screams. The Dark One did not seem to hear the screams nor smell the suffocating odor of burning flesh. I began to feel the heat as we drew closer. I could see the radiant glow of the fire in the distance. The Dark One seemed to notice my discomfort. My terror grew as the screams and the smell got stronger, as the heat got more intense. He smiled his beautiful but dreadful smile. "You would have been in a better standing, mortal, if you would have burned a house full of orphans." For at least then you could call upon the mercy Allah has granted his beloved humans and seek forgiveness, the Dark One said calmly. I could feel his disgust with me. He gripped my hair tighter and yanked harder. But just like the rebellious jinn Iblis, you are weak, unworthy of the gift given you. He shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't understand it, as if to betray such a gift was unknown to him. Suddenly, the Dark One stopped. He looked around, studying the fires before him. My flesh was already beginning to burn. So close was I to it. I screamed. My fingers began to blacken. My hair began to wither. I could smell my own flesh cooking. Oh, I wanted to pass out. I wanted to flee. This is only but a taste of what is to come, mortal, the Dark One hissed. He pulled savagely at my hair, yanking me to my feet. Look over those who suffer. See what is in store for you. I did not want to see. I just wanted to keep screaming. For now I could see the whites of my bones beneath blackened, burned flesh that once covered my fingers, but I couldn't help it. I peered out over the vastness of the lower hells. My eyes seemed to melt. Everyone seemed to have their own personal torture walled off by fire that was unnaturally hot. The fire had come from the Creator's hand. There was a man in the hell before me, standing in a desert. His armor was bloody. The corpses of men, women, and children littered the sand around his feet. Their bodies were hacked almost to nothing. His sword still dripped with fresh blood. The terror in his eyes as he stared at what he did destroyed me. He took out his blade as the fire began to consume the bodies of those he murdered. He stabbed himself to the hilt. I heard his grunt and then his soft cry of pain as the blade came out of his back. He fell to his knees, breathing hard and ragged. He looked toward the heavens as the fires drew near. Forgive me, he wept as he breathed his last breath. He fell forward on the hilt of the sword. The blade protruding from his back gleamed in the hungry fire. Then suddenly he stood and screamed. That man's scream still haunts my dreams to this day. He ran around the fiery prison trying to avoid the flames that slowly consumed him. The Dark One pointed to another prison where the moon was high and the wind blew fiercely. A girl, a young one, stood on some ancient battlements. A dark castle looked like a ghastly apparition looming behind her. The waves of the ocean crashed fiercely on the rocks below, splashing the lowest part of the battlements. Rocks lied far below, jagged and sharp as if they were huge stone daggers. Her tear-stained face glistened in the pale moonlight, her hair whipping in the wind behind her like a banner and herald of her death. The ocean's water began to boil as the flames touched them. The girl began to sing. Her soft song of love reached my ears above the screams and tortured wails of the damned. Her song wrenched my gut. I began to weep for her, but my tears evaporated in the heat just as they escaped my singed eyes. She suffers because of love, just as I suffer. The one she loved betrayed her, and her young heart can't bear the pain. Her sad song comes to an end. She leans forward and gracefully falls from the battlements, her arms outstretched as if she would fly. She seemed to take her time falling to the rocks. She seemed trapped in a moment of freedom before the rocks impaled her. She did not scream. I don't think she had time to scream. She died so quickly. But then suddenly she rose and looked around. You could see the fear in her young eyes as she knew what was to come next. I placed my charred hands over my ears. I didn't want to hear this girl scream, but I couldn't block it out. The fire consumed the girl. I fell to my knees, tortured already before my torture had actually begun. The Dark One pointed again to another prison. I didn't want to see another person suffer. I couldn't bear it. Yet my eyes followed the Dark One's finger. I saw my father's beautiful garden, the tree where my rope still waited. Carved deeply into the trunk were the words, "Forgive me." I blinked and realized my torment was about to begin. "No," I pleaded. The Dark One just nodded, picked me up by the hair, and flung me into my prison. "Please," I screamed, as the fires began to touch me. I had never felt such agony in my short life. All I could do was scream like the rest of the damned. "Forgive me, Sandra. I must take a moment." Semia gasped and leaned forward, sobbing into her hands. Sandra had paled listening to Semia speak of hell and suicide. How many times had she herself thought of it? How close had she been to that horrible fate that Semia had suffered? Sandra shuddered. She had often wondered what it would be like to be timeless, to live forever. But after hearing Ma'alik's story and just the beginning of Semia's, she saw how much these immortal creatures suffered. She saw life was a curse, and the only joy you could get was the reward for how you have lived after you have passed. Sandra sighed and clicked off her tape recorder and the video. 2 years ago, heaven and hell were all a myth to her, something to scare people into doing right. Now she had befriended creatures who had been to both places. "What will you do once you find Ma'alik?" Sandra asked. Semia looked up at Sandra, her beautiful eyes red with tears. Her face was so alluring. "Make him feel the pain he forced me to feel. Make him suffer for his failure to me," Semia responded with malice. Sandra was defensive. She loved Ma'alik. Although she may have sympathized with Semia's story and how she had suffered, she had made her own choice to end her life. "Don't you think he has suffered enough? He has longed for all these centuries to try and save you, to make things right with you. Is that not enough for you?" Sandra responded. Semia thought for a moment, with what looked like black fires smoldering in her eyes. "No, Sandra, he has not suffered enough yet," was all Semia said. Her voice held no emotion. Her face was calm, as if she had gone over in her mind what she would do to him for centuries. In her mind, Ma'alik killed her. Sandra could say nothing else. She knew she would never tell her where Ma'alik was, even if she knew. Sandra sighed deeply. She was disturbed. She felt dirty just by listening to Semia's story of hell. Not only was it terrifying, but it chilled her to her core. The words and the way she told her story covered Sandra like filth. "Feel free to explore my home, Semia. There is a garden by the south wall that you might enjoy," Sandra said as she stood up. She wanted to shower. She needed time to think. How could one digest to be alive and know what hell was like? To make it worse, Semia wasn't even done telling her about hell. Sandra she needed to write Semia's story. But she had to take it in doses. "As you wish, Sandra. Thank you," Semia replied as Sandra started to leave. Semia grabbed Sandra's arm tightly and locked eyes with her. Semia's gaze seemed to sear Sandra's soul, much like the fires that plagued her. Semia's touch was warm, but not the normal warmth of something who was living. It was the warmth of something that only dreamt of life and was plagued by the lack of it. "I know you love Ma'alik, but I will have my revenge," Semia said, in a voice cold as death. Her grip was also like iron. Sandra thought Semia could rip her apart without a second thought. Sandra just nodded and left the room. Semia found herself wandering through Sandra's garden. Her house was truly a beautiful one. She wasn't even sure if she could call it a house. To her, it was like a small palace. Since the years she had been free of the fire tracking Ma'alik, she had learned much of the world. Though she hated her life, if you could deem it one, She loved being in the world. She loved the things she had done and seen. She watched man evolve from sword-wielding brutes to the mechanical masters they are today. She loved the wickedness in men, the greed. She loved their fire and their lust. She remembered shortly after the fires released her how she walked around confused and afraid. Everything was new. The feel of the wind was finally upon her flesh. The earth was beneath her feet. She looked around for the fire and would run thinking it was some cruel trick. She killed her first mortal that night. She remembered his smell, the odor of sweat and alcohol. She remembered the feel of his touch as he grabbed and threw her to the ground. The feel as his rough hands ripped her nightgown and forced her legs open. She shuddered. Most of all, she loved the feel of his warm blood as it covered her after she ripped his throat out. Its coppery taste was the taste of life, the life she craved. She loved to kill. It made her momentarily feel alive once again. She went and sat on a stone bench that overlooked a huge fountain. The memory of blood made her dizzy. The garden was beautiful and huge. Lush green vines grew over the walls and hung from the canopies. Perfectly trimmed bushes added to its elegance. Flowers and trees of every kind could be seen, touched, and smelled. A small lake sat beautiful and placid. The water was amazingly clear. She wondered how it tasted, whether water as clear as this could quench her thirst. How had Sandra come by this beautiful Eden? She recognized some flowers from Egypt, her beloved home. Often when she thought of home, she thought of Isa. His life had gotten hard after her death. At least that was what had been inscribed in his tomb. He blamed Semia's father. He cursed him and his bloodline. That was something her brother did not forget. For shortly after her father's death at the hands of his Nubian fiancée Lita, her brother sent his elite to capture Isa. The things her brother did to her beloved were unspeakable in that culture. He cut out his eyes, his ears, and his tongue. He cut off all his limbs and left him with no coin to pay the ferryman to take his blind, mute, deaf, and crippled soul to the afterlife. It is said that Isa's spirit walks in his tomb, still unable to move and sobbing from sightless sockets. He tries to shout Semia's name in the darkness every year on the night that she died. It is said that you can hear his grunts as he tries to call out to her. She had never tried to investigate this claim. After reading the story on his tomb, she never returned. Her heart just could not bear it. Semia sighed. So lost was she in her memories. She did not at first notice the woman who stared at her from across the garden. She seemed odd. She was a young black woman. She was pretty in her own way. The way she stared at Semia unnerved her, as if she could see her for what she was, the being that craved to be fully alive. It was as if somehow she understood. Once the black woman was aware that Semia saw her, she quickly walked towards her. Her eyes seemed to dart around nervously. She is scared, Semia thought. She could smell it on her. Her hands trembled slightly. She had probably snuck past the guards. Still, this black woman intrigued her. Semia? The woman asked. She crossed her arms over her small breasts. Her eyes were deep and piercing, as if she saw everything. Her lips were full. She had a natural earthly beauty to her. She didn't wear any makeup, which only enhanced her allure. "Who are you?" Semia answered with another question. Taking control of the conversation, the woman smiled and stated, "I am a watcher, Semia, and I believe we can help each other." Semia eyed the woman, for she had heard of the Watchers. She didn't know much about them, just that they tracked creatures and things they thought to be supernatural. They were an ancient cult. Semia instantly didn't trust this woman. "I seek Ma'alik, the same as you. Here is my card, Princess Semia. If you wish to speak with me, just call the number listed." The woman bowed slightly to Semia and backed away, back the way she came. Semia watched her as she climbed back over the wall and vanished from sight. Semia examined the plain card. It just said Watchers in big, bold lettering. On the opposite side was a phone number. Who wanted Ma'alik and why, she wondered. For Ma'alik was hers and hers alone. She couldn't help the rage that enveloped her. "I will pay these noisy watchers a visit," she whispered. She shuddered as she fantasized about being covered in their blood. Then she smiled. Sandra sighed and examined her face in the mirror. She had turned on the shower water to the hot temperature she liked. Her bathroom was huge, with his and hers showers. Her and her husband's names were inscribed on the wall just below each shower head. However, she hadn't showered with her husband in over a year. She worried about the message she had waiting for her at her office. Was it divorce? She thought. She let her long red hair fall over her bare shoulders. She wasn't an ugly woman. Her eyes were soft and submissive. Her pale face still glowed with a youthful beauty that never left her, and she hoped it never would. She had bags under her doe-like eyes from stress and lack of sleep. Her lips were full. She hadn't bothered to wear makeup at all lately. She barely left her home, and when she did, she was heavily disguised. Her breasts were beginning to sag, but she still kept her shape. She had a flat stomach, shapely hips, and a butt that still turned heads. She had no trouble attracting men, but it wasn't easy keeping one who could deal with her need for seclusion, her need to be free of this world and live in one more suited to her needs, the world of her books. It was a problem finding a man that would accept her for her and let her be herself. She gently took off her pants and black lace panties and walked to her part of the shower. She closed the clear glass door behind her and gasped as the hot water hit her. She closed her eyes and let the water relax her muscles. She inhaled the steam and it calmed her. She let her mind wander. She pulled a strand of long, thick red hair from her face and thought of Semia. There was no question that she was beautiful, but Semia scared her. There was something evil, something cruel that lurked behind her beauty. Or was it just what happened to someone who had spent the last 1,000 years in the unspeakable torment of hell? Whenever Sandra would speak Ma'alik's name, she could see the black fire of hate burning in Semia's eyes. Sandra thought, what was in store for me? What other horrible memories would she tell me? Could I bear to hear it? She knew the only reason why Semia wanted to tell her story was to lure Ma'alik to her. Gentle, kind Ma'alik, whose heart was too big for humanity. His heart was too big to walk the earth next to such evil and selfish greed. Ma'alik would do anything to save Semia. But what did Semia think she could do or gain from trying to hurt Ma'alik? He can't die. What Sandra wouldn't give to see Ma'alik again. He used to call her from time to time just to ask how she was and share with her what he was doing. She needed Ma'alik, if just the sound of his voice. It calmed the storm in her soul, and she would cry after hanging up. The light he brought would vanish, and the world's darkness would suddenly seem darker to her. Ma'alik reminded her of Melissa. How she missed her dearly. She knew Melissa walked in Ma'alik's home, danced in the gardens he had danced in. How she envied her lost friend. She longed to leave this world behind. She wondered what defined suicide, if paying someone to kill her was considered suicide in God's book. What if you were drowning, and instead of fighting as hard as you could to live, you just simply gave up and let yourself drown? Was that suicide, or just accepting you were doomed and letting God's will be done? She knew suicide was giving up on life. It seemed she was dead already, for she gave up a long time ago. She was just living and going through the motions. Maybe she and Semia weren't that much different. Semia's very existence mocked life. Am I mocking life as well? She thought. Sandra sighed as she was exhausted, but would wait until her time came. She didn't want to lose her husband. The thought of another divorce terrified her. She would rather him have an affair than divorce her. She would rather share her husband with someone who would give him the attention he deserved than lose him completely. The water from the shower had begun to wrinkle her skin. Her back was almost as red as her hair when she finally turned the water off. She had to prepare herself to hear what Semia's story had in store for her. Then she had to relive it over and over again as she wrote it. She took a deep breath and steeled herself. She grabbed her towel and began to dry off, ready to relive Semia's tortures and pain with her. The only difference between writing this story and her fantasy worlds was that here she wasn't God. Kurt. Was it her? Did you talk to her? Kurt asked Shorna as she passed in front of him. Kurt was a big man, 6 feet tall and pushing 280 pounds. Kurt was so excited he was sweating. His face was unshaven, and he had been waiting for Shorna to get back. He wanted to hear what had happened. Shorna was a psychic, one of great talent. The government was so afraid of her talent, they wanted to lock her up and force her to work for them or just kill her. When the Watchers heard of her, they took her in and nurtured her gift. They also protected her. As far as the government knew, she was dead. Kurt wanted to know what Shorna had seen in this creature that had been to hell. He wanted to know what she looked like. He wanted to know everything about her and all about their encounter. Shorna smiled patiently. She liked Kurt and looked up to him. Unlike most people in the Watchers, he didn't shy away from her. He didn't try to mask his thoughts. He accepted her and her gift. There was no romantic connection between them, nor would there ever be. She wasn't attracted to him at all. He was more of a protector and mentor. She once asked Kurt how come he never hid his thoughts from her. Why did he leave his mind open to her? She never forgot what he had told her. You would have to be nuts to want to be stuck in my head, girl, he laughed. And besides, it feels good to be able to share my madness with someone else. She remembered peering once into his mind as he slept. What she saw horrified her. Never again would she trespass there. She shuddered. Well? Kurt asked impatiently. It was indeed Semia. She was beautiful. I couldn't read her thoughts. Every time I tried, there was like a wall of fire that terrified me. I could feel the heat of that fire like it was real. Shorna winced, remembering it. Kurt smiled. So it really was her, he thought. Did she seem dangerous? Like she would fight or even kill if we tried to capture her? Kurt asked. Shorna frowned while thinking of Semia's eyes and her calm demeanor. She seemed to carry destruction with her. She loved pain almost as if she were addicted to it, like it fed her and gave her nourishment she lacked elsewhere. Shorna looked up at Kurt. She is extremely violent, Kurt. I think if the book is true, she's the exact opposite of Ma'alik. To attempt to apprehend her would be useless, and we would fail. I have no doubt many of us would die painfully. Kurt frowned. It wasn't the answer he wanted. He wanted to act. He hated having to wait. He wanted to interrogate her, touch her, smell her. He wanted to know this woman badly. It would be the highlight of his career. For Kurt had been soul-searching for years. His family life was a disgusting mess. His mother was a whore jumping into different men's cars for $5. She was addicted to every drug known to man and some unknown, it seemed. Yet she professed to be a Christian. She would orally please a man for $5 an hour, then later try and tell him about Jesus. His father was no better. He was a pastor of a church. As one from the outside looking in, he was a model man, a saint who glowed on the pulpit and guided people with his morals. But if you knew him on the inside, you knew a man without a moral bone in his body. His mother was one of the many prostitutes his father visited. Kurt sometimes wondered what price his mother put on his conception. $5, $10. That seemed to be his worth. He was disgusted with religion. To him, they were all a bunch of hypocrites, killing each other in God's name, molesting boys in confession booths, convincing others to commit mass suicide in jungles. No one who was religious could say anything to Kurt. He wouldn't take them seriously. But then came Semia and Ma'alik. Proof that heaven and hell existed. By Kurt's logic, if heaven and hell existed, then God existed, and ultimately so did a devil. They could answer things for him that he longed to know. They could ease the rising storm in his soul, the battle to separate truth from reality. His yearning to speak with them went beyond his profession, beyond his job as a watcher. It was something he needed, something he couldn't live without. He remembered the day, all those years ago after his mother died. He had found her one morning when he woke. She was hungry. His mother was a deathly thin white woman. She was sitting at the kitchen table staring at the wall. Her wispy blonde hair remained matted and uncombed. She was pale, almost transparent. Her body looked more like a skeleton that seemed to have a thin layer of skin stretched over bone. "Mama," he remembered saying. Even then, he could feel a sense of dread in his young gut, as if he already knew that he would never see his mother again. He touched her shoulder and felt her cold flesh. He could feel every curve and angle of her shoulder blade. "Mama," he cried again. His fear was rising. Tears were brimming his child eyes. He walked in front of her and gasped. Her mouth was open and dry. Her tongue hung out like a dry sponge. Her lips blue and thin, while blood had drained and crusted on them. Her once deep blue eyes bulged from her sockets and stared lifelessly into nothing. In her arm, there was a needle. It seemed like she didn't even finish the shot. "Mama," he sobbed. He didn't know what to do, so he sat and prayed while crying in his hands. "Where are you, Jesus?" he sobbed. "Mama needs you. Help her, please." He remembered calling for his mother and father's God all night. He didn't remember the sun rising or someone watching him. He just cried and stared at his mother's corpse. He remembered a man touching his shoulder gently. The man never spoke. His eyes were sad and gentle. The man picked him up and carried him away silently into the day. Even after all these years, his mother's image still burned the back of his eyelids every time he closed his eyes. Of all the things he had seen, his mother's dead visage hunted him the most. Kurt sighed. "I guess we wait then, Shorna," he said, disappointed. Shorna smiled at his disappointment. Shorna craved to ask them things as well. She wanted so desperately to know why God cursed her so. She didn't think Semia could answer her, but Ma'alik could. Her longing was different from Kurt's. Her life was different, but just as painful. Shorna was an orphan, and still is one. It seems that title doesn't wear off with age. She remembered always being alone. She would watch from a distance as families came and interacted with other orphans. She would see them laugh and talk. She would watch the prospective parents smile as they appraised the orphan like he was a dog. She watched as they pondered whether or not the child would be a worthy investment. She would wish it was her that they smiled at and played with. It was hard for her being the only African-American child at the orphanage. She found out painfully that no families wanted to adopt a black child. She used to think that she was ugly, that something was wrong with her, and that was the reason that no one wanted to be her parents. She found herself alone most of her life. Not only did her gift curse her, it drove her near insanity when she was a child. Her constant rejection by families and people seemed to carry over into her adult life. She had been in and out of relationships ever since she could remember. There was a void in her that needed to be filled. She was a child that love had forgotten. She was a child who yearned for love, even if it was fake or artificial love. She clung to anyone or anything that made her feel like she was wanted, or that she was family. Relationships were hard for her as an adult, just as they were in her childhood. Her gift let her see everything. She knew everything about everyone she came in contact with. No one could lie to her or hide anything from her. She would frighten people sometimes, especially when she would see something about a person's life and ask them about it in detail, almost as if she was there. She had to be content with men who only wanted her for sex. Knowing the person's intentions and if their relationship would last, she had no choice but to accept the temporary pleasures. She accepted being alone just as she had been her whole life. She hated her gift. She just wanted to be normal. She wanted to be ignorant, like the majority of the world, and be happy in blissful ignorance. She remembered when the military became aware of her. They had tracked her down, although she had avoided them for years. They tried to employ other psychics against her, but they were all too weak. She could feel them probing for her. They were merely several weak minds looking for a strong one. But the military was smart. They had her so exhausted and spent with blocking the other psychics and their weak mental attacks that she never saw them employ an idiot. They used a retard to poison her. She felt like a fool. She had always been so cautious and alert. She felt above humanity. But the military brought her back down to their level. The only pleasure she had gotten through their torture, their beatings, even their rapes, was haunting their dreams. That was how she clung to sanity. Even though it beckoned her fiercely, she made them relive their most dramatic life experiences, their worst fears over and over again until they begged for insanity. Many would come to her, eyes swollen and black from lack of sleep, half crazed, and beg her to stop. But she wouldn't relent. Her vengeance had no end. They had violated her in every way possible. There was no mercy left in her. She had never used her gift to hurt people, let alone kill them. She let loose a fury she never knew she had on the weaker psychics. She destroyed their minds. They were all found dead a few hours later. The military wanted to kill her. They couldn't control her. They couldn't break her down. Everyone was terrified to torture her or touch her again. She was too dangerous. But then the Watchers came and saved her. They faked her death, documenting it as an accident during interrogation. The Watchers made her feel comfortable. They didn't imprison her. They finally gave her a home, a family, a place where she was loved. She didn't feel so alone. All of the Watchers had some type of gift that made them an outcast. She loved working for them. They paid her well and gave her a good life. They let her live in peace. She had been assigned to track Ma'alik and had been tracking him for almost a year now. She knew he was someplace in Africa, and they were sending her to find him, to let him know they found Semia. With that information, they would try and lure him out. Shorna could get him to answer their questions. She didn't see how they could hurt an angel. If the book of his life held true, there was nothing anyone could do to hurt or capture him. There was no weapon known to man that could kill him. Even if the whole world was nuked, he and any others like him and Semia would wander the barren and destroyed earth alone. The knowledge that Semia was alive could be enough of a weapon to use against him. What would happen if Ma'alik finally found her? Would he be redeemed? Would his suffering come to an end? And could he once more dance in his father's garden? Would he bow before God's throne again? Shorna shuddered, but she couldn't read Semia or any other non-human creature. Some creatures started off as human, but whatever they are now is far from human. She didn't want to hurt Ma'alik. She would have to convince him to come with her. The only way she could think of making that happen was to use Semia. The Watchers chose her to track him because her gift was so strong. She had exhausted herself for months searching millions of African minds for anything that offered any hint of him. She had found several. She marked their minds and planned to fly soon to Zaire and pinpoint him. We have what he wants most, Shorna. Now all we have to do is make him aware of it, Kurt said. Shorna smiled. Kurt made it seem so much easier than it actually was. Semia. Another click sounded as Sandra turned on her tape recorder and webcam. Semia smiled sadly as if she was thinking of skipping this part of her story. What do you know of these people? Semia asked, as she withdrew the watcher's card from her pant pocket and handed it to Sandra. Sandra frowned as she read the name on the card. Where did you get this? Sandra asked with concern. Remembering her attempted kidnapping a while ago, Semia's dark, beautiful eyes studied Sandra intently, as if she was suspicious of her. A lady came to me in your garden. She said she seeks Ma'alik and knows of me, Semia replied. Sandra's frown deepened. Those psychopaths just won't let up. They are just crazy fans. Ignore them, Sandra said with a sigh. She would beef up her security. But something nagged at her. Maybe they could find Ma'alik, obsessed as they were. There is no limit to what they could do. Semia shrugged as if she couldn't care less. Shall we begin then? Semia asked. Sandra nodded. Whenever you are ready. Semia took a deep breath and began. The fire seemed to have a life of its own. It just consumes without pause. I have never felt such pain. My flesh would char before my melting eyes. The white of my bones blackened as burnt flesh fell off in great chunks. My hair shriveled and disappeared. I gagged on hot, fiery air that smelled of my own burnt flesh. When I should have died or passed out from the pain, I did not. I would just stand there, a blackened skeleton. My heart beat between charred ribs suspended by invisible hands. Each beat was an agony stealing more moments of unwanted life. I would scream. I would cry to every god I have ever heard of. I would beg them to save me from this fire. But they were all silent, or they just didn't care about me. I was lost in the flames and forgotten. The fire was unrelenting. After your flesh is gone, it burns your very soul. I remember feeling my eyes melt and drip down my charred face, only to sizzle and evaporate. I screamed for Ma'alik. You said you loved me! I begged him to save me, the angel who wept for me and the only witness to my death, but even he would not answer me. I would curse them all. I would curse the gods for their cruelness, curse Ma'alik for his weakness. I would scream and scream alone, lost in the fires of hell. My only company was the fire and the pain. Then, as suddenly as the pain began, it would end. My charred flesh would be restored as if I had imagined everything. I would find myself laying on cool, damp grass, gasping for breath, my throat ragged and raw from screaming. My body smoked as it cooled. I couldn't stop trembling. I could see a beautiful full pale moon. Its pale light illuminated my father's garden. I could see his palace and hear the sounds of the guards as they walked on patrol. I blinked at the flickering torches. The big, gnarled tree that I had spent so much of my childhood in loomed over me. I stood up slowly, believing for a moment that I was free and that it was all a cruel dream that I had finally woken up from and the horror was over. I stood slowly, my body weak and drenched in sweat. It made my thin nightgown stick to me like a layer of skin. It did almost nothing for modesty. I started to walk, taking one shaky step at a time. My heart was racing. My father's palace had never seemed so inviting. Before, it was like a beautiful cage, a prison of luxury, but a prison nonetheless, with no privacy. I could feel the cool, crisp grass beneath my bare feet. I struggled to the gravel walkway. eager to leave the garden and find my father. I wanted to hug him, to beg him not to marry me off. But as I started down the gravel walkway to leave the garden behind me, a wall of flames seared up before me, scorching my face and hands. I jumped back terrified. For it hit me that it had all been real. I wept again. The hot flames dancing in the moonlight. I screamed at the flames. "Let me go, damn you!" But the flames stayed. Their very presence mocked me. "I am the princess, please," I sobbed, hoping my title would gain me something. I felt defeated. A sense of dread came over me, for I knew what I must do. I had to hang myself again. I shivered. "Was I not a good princess?" I shouted. "I served the people, fed the poor, tended the sick myself. Why do I deserve such a fate?" I screamed to the heavens, too weak to do anything but sit there. The wall of flames bright before me. I don't know how long I sat there pondering my life, picturing every face of every person I had ever met. I kept going over my 17 years and searching for every bad deed I had done and weighing them against the good. The good far outweighed the bad. Yet it didn't seem enough to save me from my fate, to save me from these foul fires and dreadful torment. As if my body knew what to do, I stood up. I didn't want to stand, but I couldn't fight it. I was too weak. It almost seemed like I was a puppet whose master decided to play with me again. My head turned towards the tree while a grim smile crossed my face. I wanted to scream again and cry out, but I couldn't. All I could control was my thoughts. Slowly, I walked over to the tree and began to climb. I knew what was about to happen. I wanted to stop it, but I couldn't. I reached a strong limb and put the black rope around my neck. I looked at the bright, full moon. I heard my own voice speak, but my thoughts raced too much for me to pay attention. I felt my body move. I was falling. Suddenly my body jerked as the rope came to an end. I heard the hollow echo of my neck snap. My body trembled as my bowels released. But death never came. The darkness never came. Instead, there came the fire. The grass burned to nothingness, replaced by molten flames. The fire popped and crackled hungrily. I couldn't move. I had lost control of everything from my neck down, but strangely, I could still feel. The flames began to consume my feet. I watched the dark flesh blacken and peel back. I screamed in pain. I couldn't stop screaming as the flesh melted and fell off my bones. Then it crept up to my legs and continued to eat my flesh. I could hear it sizzle. I could smell the sweetness of human flesh as it cooked. I gagged as it burnt. My white bones blackened as they burned to ash. It went up to my stomach, to my chest. It devoured my hands and arms. Soon all that was left was my screaming head. I could feel my eyes melt again and drip down my burnt cheeks. Then my head would fall from the burning rope while I was still screaming, falling deep into the flames that consumed me when there was nothing left to consume. I found myself once again on the cold, wet grass, shivering and gasping for air. Steam emitted from my body as I cooled on the grass. I knew this wouldn't be the end. This was only the beginning of my pain. I would suffer this for all eternity. I didn't know what was worse, the fire or waiting to hang myself and slowly let the fire consume me. I thought that I could adjust to the pain. Maybe over the years the fire's pain wouldn't be so bad. But the fire had no such mercy. It knew no such kindness. Every time it touched me, it was like for the first time. I can recall every cycle of torture I went through. Every image of that place is so clear. It won't fade no matter how hard I try to make it. While I was there, years drifted by. There was no sense of time, no sense of anything but pain. I remember after what seemed like an eternity, a dark one came to me. He walked through the fires untouched. The flames parted for him in homage. He was beautiful, like a statue sculpted by God's hands. His flesh the palest of ivory. It seemed almost transparent. His hair, long and jet black, hung down to his waist. His features were flawless. His eyes, as black as his hair, seemed soulless. He watched me as I burnt, as I went through the never-ending cycle of pain. He would smile as I screamed, a simple turn of his perfect lips. That changed his otherwise emotionless face. He never seemed to move. The fire seemed a silhouette that encircled him. Its light danced on his pale flesh. And he didn't sweat. He seemed unaffected by his surroundings. I don't remember how long he watched, but it seemed like forever. He haunts my dreams still. How could one watch someone suffer so and enjoy it? This dark one, being an angel, how could he be so evil? Or maybe evil was different. Maybe it was a thing we mortals thought about as a way to label things we didn't understand. It seemed as though he became part of my torture. Then out of nowhere he spoke, his voice deep as if it came from the very flames itself. "I have something for you, damned one," he said, his mouth barely moving. I was hanging and screaming as the fire slowly ate me, but I heard him clearly. He waited until I was once again on the wet grass. I looked up at him as I gasped for air. I don't want anything you have to offer me." I managed to choke out those words, but he just smiled at me. "You will enjoy this," he said, pointing into the fire. The fire cleared. I could see a woman in the distance screaming and running around in agony, trying to avoid the flames. She looked familiar. I couldn't recognize her as she burned and her flesh melted off of her. She seemed to be getting closer. Her screams grew louder. Did I sound as agonized and horrified as her when my torture commenced? Her screams were inhuman, sounding almost as if she was some other-world monster. Something from someone's worst nightmare. Her flesh began to heal, and her hair sprouted out again from her head. Her skin was dark brown, and her eyes the color of honey. I couldn't breathe. Why would this bastard show this to me? And how long had she been here burning like this? I didn't think I had any more tears left in me, but I was wrong. The woman saw me and her eyes bulged. I couldn't take it. The woman tried to speak, but all she could do was scream. She mouthed my name. I didn't think I could take any more. I looked at the dark one whose cold smile remained on his pale face. He met my gaze. "Make it stop," I begged the dark one. He just continued to smile. It seemed like he couldn't hear me. I turned again to the woman whose flesh began to cook and fall off again. Her screams pierced me. "Mother," I gasped. As if the dark one was waiting for just that, he closed my view of her. "Where is she, you bastard?" I shouted at him, finding strength in my anger to stand. I wanted to kill him, to knock that mocking smile off of his face. "She is in another part of hell, for she did not kill herself. You must be a disappointment to her." His deep voice boomed from everywhere. Pure rage burnt through me. I ran at him, just wanting to hurt him. When I got to where he was standing, he was gone, and again the fire started. My screams then mixed with my mother's as I burned. The Dark One didn't come back to me again for a long time. I thought a lot about my mother as I burned. I wondered why she would be there. She wasn't the kindest woman, but she was strong. She held the kingdom together. She was the brains behind my father's might. She was beautiful. They say I have my father's heart and my mother's beauty. My mother was a sorceress, a devoted servant of Ra, and was feared by many. It was rumored that she had birthed demons to do Ra's bidding. My mother had her own side of the palace. All of her servants were handpicked by her. Those she did not like seemed to strangely die without cause. Her eyes were a honey hazel and seemed deep, as if you looked into the eyes of a goddess, one that knew she had power and held the world in her palm. She was short and slender. Many wanted her hand in marriage until they got close to her and felt her power. She only married my father because it was the will of Ra, as she would say. But like most men, my father feared her. He would come to her bed on occasion. Besides that, he stayed on the opposite side of the palace and avoided her as much as possible. It was whispered that she had discovered one of my father's mistresses and had called upon Ra to kill her. Her body was found shattered and destroyed in a way no mortal could have done. She was found hanging from the battlements like some grisly decoration. So my mother was cruel, but no more cruel than any woman who loved a man that couldn't stand her presence. But for her to be here with me, I just couldn't see it. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe it was part of the torment. I doubted it. It made me wonder if my father was here too. If everybody I had ever known or loved had come here. I had so many unanswered questions. Most of all about the Dark One that came to watch. Who was this creature? He was beautiful, but I guess all angels had to be if they danced in paradise or sat here amongst the tormented and watched them with a smile. Even a corpse could be beautiful if you paint it right. The Dark One finally came back. I had forgotten how many centuries had passed, if any. Time had no meaning here. It was just something that passed unnoticed. He stood in the same place as before. His black eyes just stared at me, watching me burn and watching me suffer. His emotionless face, a mask of beauty that hid the cadaver beneath. This time, he did not smile. His long black hair curled around his ivory flesh and blew in some strange wind that I couldn't feel. He seemed different, as if he came with some other purpose than to watch me. His black eyes seemed to have a question in them. He walked forward through the flames and stopped next to my hanging body. He reached out a flawless ivory hand and brushed his fingers on my cheek. Surprisingly, his touch was soft. He smelled like decayed flowers. His flesh was cold, as if the heat around him didn't register to him. His touch was the coldness of stone. "Leave me," I gasped out as my burning head fell into the flames. I was whole again. I found myself groveling at his feet. I pushed away from him weakly. He stared at me still. There was a pity in his eyes that only enraged me. "What do you want? Leave me to my torment," I shouted at him. Again, he ignored my shouts. I struggled to my feet. I did not want to be on my knees before him. "I can see why the Guardian was so taken by you, damned one." His voice filling all of hell, it seemed. I shivered and couldn't answer. What did this Dark One want with me? "Would you like to be free of your torment? To be a dark queen of hell?" he asked softly. He stroked my hair, which seemed an endless deep black against his ivory flesh. Could I be free of this pain, yet cold enough to watch others suffer? Could I go without feeling the sun upon my flesh? To hear the laughter of a child I never got to have? I sighed. "I could give you freedom and power, damned one. Your beauty would rival that of death herself, he said. I was not sure if this was some trick, some torment that would cause me more pain. He ran his cold finger down my cheek and traced my lips. Strangely, I wanted to say yes and give in to him. I would have, but then I remembered my mother and her bulging eyes as she saw me. I remembered her screams and this dark one's mocking voice. I spit in his face. It seemed not to bother him. It was as unnoticeable to him as the flames. He withdrew his hand and sighed, disappointed. A soft laughter echoed around me. The laughter was beautiful, yet it chilled me to my core. Imagine the sorrowful song one sings at a funeral. It sounded beautiful, but the purpose of the song was something else. You have lost your touch, Andrid. Her voice sounded as the flames parted beside the dark one. Andrid and a black shadow stood beside him. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to this new being that stood before me. But when I saw her, I saw clearly she was beautiful. She was a goddess who I wanted to kneel before and worship. Anything this beautiful would not turn from me and leave me with just the memory of her. Her skin was ebony and flawless. It glowed darkly. It held the beauty of all the earth. She smelled of dust. Never would I have thought that smell so pleasing. Her hair long, the same color as her flesh. Her eyes were so beautifully shaped and full, I wondered if God did not fall for her. It seemed like she saw all things wither and begin before her. Her lips allured me. I watched them as she spoke. They were so full and so soft, I just wanted to feel them, to kiss them. I have never felt this way for another woman. The title woman was not right for her because she was so much beyond that. Andrid turned to her. He was so much different in contrast to her that it was startling. Amut, he said softly, acknowledging her with respect. It wasn't till much later that I discovered what Amut meant. It meant death. So this is her? Amut asked, unimpressed. She raised a perfectly shaped black eyebrow. The one your favored guardian loves, Andrid answered mockingly. Beautiful Death flinched, as if he struck her a blow. It pained my heart to see Amut pained. So it seems, was all Amut said. She walked up to me. I am forced to do something I loathe to do. But as do all things serve the Creator and must do his will, Amut said to me. I was so entranced by her that I really didn't comprehend what she was saying, or that her and Ma'alik were lovers. No, that is not the word to describe them. They were companions that danced together in Ma'alik's beloved garden of paradise. They were two creatures who stole lone moments together to enjoy each other's company. Andrid turned to her, confused. What is amiss, Amut? He asked, his tone somewhat darker and almost threatening. I am to put her damned soul back into her body. She is to wander lost like Ma'alik, Amut responded. Her voice softened when she spoke Ma'alik's name. What nonsense is this? Who commanded this? Michael? Jerbil? Or have you fallen to the tricks of Iblis? Andrid roared. His anger was frightening. All of hell trembled while the flames roared everywhere. I started to burn as I stood before them screaming. Your Creator, Dark One, your Father and Lord as well as mine. The flames calmed and I stopped screaming as the flames receded from me. But Andrid's rage still wasn't spent. The fire still roared in his eyes. I was confused. Was I to be free? Was I to be spared? It seems the Father has not forgotten the fallen one, Andrid growled to himself. Amut smiled fondly, as if she was remembering some moment she had spent with Ma'alik. So it seems, Dark One. Andred shook his head and caressed my face. You shall be back, Damned One, and I shall have you. I am very patient, he said in a calm voice. I hoped I would never return. I prayed to not be once again subject to Andred. I would never embrace him nor be his queen. Amut took my hand and the fires vanished. I stood in blackness. Andred is taken by you, Amut said. I was still too enchanted to speak. I was too awed by her beauty, her mere presence, her touch. You were born of the earth, Semia, so I shall restore your body that was returned to it. But you shall not be fully alive, and I shall see you again, Amut said, her voice emotionless. She pulled me close and put her soft lips to mine. I melted in her arms. I am not the creator. I cannot give you real life, but I can give you what I can through his will. She blew into me, her breath sweet. It filled me, and then my body trembled violently, as if I was once again dying. I started to feel warm, to feel whole. I had been in the fire for 1,200 years. I had suffered torment that was unspeakable, and for some reason that was unknown to me. I was once again in the world. I was an imitation of life, but alive nonetheless. You will begin where you ended, Damned One, Amut said as she let go of me. All I remember. Shorna. The airplane buzzed with excited chatter as people boarded. People were going on vacation and also going on business trips. Shorna thought about reading their minds to count how many were going away to have affairs on their spouses. She smiled at the thought. How she longed to be like them, to live a normal life stuck in the mundane labors of a normal job. She wished she had kids and a husband to enjoy. She wished she could go on a vacation. For her, a good vacation was checking into a mental ward for a month and just enjoying a peaceful, medicated sleep, without having people's thoughts sneak into her mind. She would enjoy the chance to be able to sleep dreamless and blissfully gone in the medication. She sighed and hated her life. She wished she could change it. Wished there was some way to be rid of her gift. Perhaps with a surgery or something. They could just cut her open and take out whatever part of her brain gave her this accursed ability. She loved just to people watch and fantasize about being them and living their lives. But the reality was, she could never be them. She could never be a normal person. The fact that she was on this plane heading to Zaire to find an angel and tell him that his crush from 2,000 years ago had returned from hell and is looking for him was a reason normal was way out of her league. Even if she did find a way to be rid of her gift, she would still be plagued by the memory of it and all the things she had known and had seen. She sighed. Gift or no gift, normal would never be her life. She looked around as a white woman in her mid-30s sat down next to her. She had to be going on some type of business trip, wearing an expensive two-piece dress suit. Man, what I wouldn't give for a strong drink, if not for those damn terrorists, she started. Then she looked over at Shorna and the black scarf that covered her hair. The woman's eyes widened. Shorna couldn't help but smile at how uncomfortable this woman was. Hi. Now that I've made an ass of myself, I don't think you're all bad, you know. The woman's face reddened with embarrassment. Shorna didn't answer. She was enjoying this woman's discomfort way too much to help bail her out. Sadly, most white folks thought the same way about Muslim people as this woman did. Shorna wasn't Muslim, but she did enjoy covering her hair. She liked the look. It made her seem exotic, like she was from a different country or something. Shorna only believed in God, that there was only one. She didn't believe in the Christian concept that God had a son. She thought that was foolish. She just knew that there was a God, and she was happy with that. The woman seemed very uncomfortable with Shorna's silence. She turned to her once again. "I'm Katie," she said, holding out her hand. Shorna took it quickly, not wanting to see anything about this woman's life. She hated the flashes she would get when she touched someone. "I'm Shorna," Shorna replied and smiled. The woman seemed relieved that her embarrassment was past, almost as if introducing herself made up for her rude comment. "Where are you traveling to, Shorna, if I may ask?" Shorna knew the game this woman was playing. Katie still wasn't sure if she was a Muslim or not, or if she was friendly. She hoped that by starting a conversation, she could figure it out in some inadvertent way. "I'm traveling to Zaire. And you?" Shorna responded. She kept it short while enjoying how uncomfortable this situation made the woman. "Oh, I'm going to Egypt. I'm an archaeologist. We've been trying to figure out the lineage of one of the pharaohs. It is a very strange story." The woman paused as she thought for a moment. "Do you have family in Zaire or something?" Katie asked. Shorna laughed. She couldn't hold it back any longer. This woman amused her. She assumed that because Shorna was clearly black and was covering her head while traveling to Africa, that she was visiting a relative or returning home. "Maybe the next time I go to Europe, I should ask the nearest white person if they're visiting family," Shorna thought to herself. Katie looked at Shorna, wondering what was funny. "I'm an American, Katie. I have no family in Zaire. I'm an investigator, and my current investigation takes me to Zaire." Katie frowned, realizing she had made an ass out of herself again. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume." Shorna interrupted her. "It's okay. I'm used to it. Tell me about the pharaoh you're researching. I investigate paranormal things and have been to Egypt many times." Katie's face lit up. The plane began its takeoff. The hostesses did their final walkthrough before sitting down and strapping themselves in. "Really? Wow, I've never met a real paranormal investigator." "We have a long flight, and you must tell me about your investigation in Zaire. I've always wondered about some of the myths that surround African tribes, but let me tell you about this pharaoh." Katie cleared her throat, took out her back pillow, and placed it behind her long, pale neck. Katie smiled. She wasn't ugly, yet she wasn't pretty either. She was normal-looking. Shorna decided to like her despite her assumptions. Katie was excited. She loved her work. You didn't have to have Shorna's curse to know that. "Have you heard of Pharaoh Taman? Don't worry if you haven't, very few have," Katie began, not giving Shorna a chance to answer. "We took interest in his bloodline simply because it all seemed to vanish shortly after it became known. But strangely, so many things happened during his reign. So many strange things. Like Pharaoh Taman's wife was said to be a powerful sorceress, who was said to be employed by Ra. In his tomb, it is inscribed that Taman found a demon at his daughter's place of death. A demon that claimed not to be. But that demon fought with him in a war against the Emperor Nodus of the North, a white man who traveled across the seas. His time was just strange. But the events surrounding his daughter were even stranger. They talk of her like she was some curse. They've scrubbed her name from all records. Even on her tomb, her name is scrubbed off. Her story is she hung herself. She was young and did not want to marry the Emperor Nodus. She was afraid of him and was in love with Pharaoh Faharik's son Isa. They placed her body in the family tomb and mummified her. But they left all of her organs in her body to rot because she had shamed her family. They entombed her with gold rings and everything that told of her royal bloodline. They wrote all of her good deeds on the wall outside of her tomb. But here's where it gets strange. The Egyptians employed commoners to clean her tomb, to dust it and change the torches and so on. But people started to complain about hearing horrible screams and cries of pain coming from the princess's tomb. Screams of young women in agony. So they wrote on her wall that Ra had cursed her and rapes her for all eternity in his dungeons. It's quite gruesome. So people stayed away from her tomb until about 1,000 or so years ago. 2 commoners came down to clean the tomb again and noticed the princess's tomb was open. Her body wrapping was ripped apart and her body gone. The commoners were afraid and wanted to tell the current pharaoh that the cursed one's body was stolen. As they ran out, they saw a beautiful young woman wearing the golden ring of Tamen. She was naked and staring, lost at the inscriptions on the tomb door. Katie sighed and went on. It seems that this is all we know so far of this princess, for they have yet to recover any more of the writings on the tomb. It is rumored that she wrote something on the wall, but the locals have tried their damnedest to erase it. Could she be speaking of Semia? It sure sounded like Semia, Shorna thought. She would have to chronicle this story in the Watcher's histories if it was not already there. But Shorna wanted to probe more. I have heard of that princess, Shorna said after a moment of silence. Really? Katie responded with surprise. I thought it was a thing that we discovered. What investigation company do you work for? How much should Shorna tell her? How much was safe? She had made civilian contact before to work with on certain projects. From what Shorna had read already of Katie, she was a professional one, and was surprised she was not already contracted with the Watchers. I am a Watcher, Katie. Have you by chance heard of us? Katie looked thoughtful. I have, but I thought they were a myth. You know, a fantasy someone made up from a comic book or something. One of my colleagues swears they exist, though, and that they have been around for thousands of years. Katie finished unconvinced and spoke again before Shorna could reply. I heard also that they were strange. You know, paranormal people to investigate and monitor other paranormal beings or something like that. Shorna smiled, glad that the Watchers still seemed too much of a fairy tale for most people to believe. I assure you, Katie, I am a Watcher, and your colleague is correct. The Watchers are very old. We could use a contact such as yourself if you come across anything strange. Give me a call. Shorna pulled out her card that only said Watchers on it in bold letters. Okay, Katie said a little confused. But what do you know about the princess I told you about? Shorna thought whether or not revealing Semea's name and what she knew would be out of line. Some of the Watchers are currently investigating her. Her name is Semia, daughter of Pharaoh Tamen and secretly betrothed to Prince Isa. She is linked to my current investigation of a being that knew her, Shorna replied. Katie looked perplexed. I knew it started with an S, but couldn't figure the rest out. Semia makes perfect sense. Katie took out a notebook and wrote it down. What link are you investigating in Zaire? Shorna frowned. She couldn't go into detail about Malik at all. She knew that. But what could she tell her? I can't go into the details, but I am investigating an immortal, if that is accurate to call him, Shorna finally said. Katie shook her head as if she thought Shorna was joking. Wait, you said an immortal in Zaire that knew the Princess Semia. Right. How could you tell if someone was immortal? Forgive me, Shorna, but all this is a little hard to believe, Katie responded. Shorna smiled. She was glad that Katie didn't believe it. It showed that Katie was not a sucker, someone that believes anything just to bring meaning to their own thoughtless life. I understand your doubts. Perhaps I can prove to you that I am being truthful. See, Katie, I am a psychic, so I can track and read most paranormal beings as I have tracked this immortal. Shorna seemed somewhat excited to scare the shit out of Katie with her gift. Okay, so should I ask to switch seats? Being the scientist that I am, I will explore the possibility. Make me a believer, Shorna, Katie mocked. Well, when you first sat next to me, you thought I was a Muslim from Zaire, Shorna replied, teasing Katie. For now, Katie had slipped into Shorna's world, and Shorna would toy with her like a cat toys with its prey before consuming it. Katie raised an eyebrow and laughed. Really, that is a basic observation. You could fool some grade schooler or just a fool with that. But not me. Can you do better? Katie mocked again. Shorna eyed her while probing her mind. Katie readjusted herself to hide that she was unnerved by the way Shorna stared at her. You are going through a difficult divorce, where you will lose custody of your son due to the fact that after you caught your husband with a 20-year-old in your bed, you became an alcoholic and engrossed yourself in your work to prevent yourself from killing yourself because of the stress. This trip to Egypt is a way for you to lose yourself in this case and forget about your own life." Katie paled, and Shorna knew she had struck home, and that this archaeologist would begin to believe her. Katie turned away from Shorna, her breath a little ragged, almost as if someone had punched her in the gut. She didn't expect this. She had convinced herself that Shorna was crazy. Shorna was impressed at how quick Katie pulled herself together. Katie took a deep breath. "Okay. Say I believe you are part of this secret old organization, the Watchers. Well, you would be able to know who you would sit next to by researching the flight seating log, and thus research me." "I must admit it was quite unnerving," Katie said, clearly shaken. Shorna decided to go for the knockout. "I'll give you that, Katie. You're a hard one to convince. So I'll tell you something that is not public information. Your mother died when you were 4. It was a car accident. You were in your car seat in the back. Your mother was crushed and pinned. The metal of the car smashed so from the impact that all your mother could do was move her head. She was covered in blood. You were thrown from the car seat that wasn't buckled right into the back of the passenger's seat. You called for your mother. You could hear her trying to breathe. You remember as your mother turned to you, her last words were, 'Don't blame your father for this. It wasn't his fault.' Even to this day, you don't know what your mother meant, or if it was just some crazed illusion of the dying. In fact, you thought of it last night in your hotel as you threw up holding the toilet seat because you were too drunk to do anything else." Shorna could have kept going, but Katie's face went from painful memory to pure horror. Katie's chest heaved, and she blinked her eyes repeatedly, trying to fight back the tears that stung her eyes. She got up from the seat, gasping for breath, and jetted for one of the vacant bathrooms. Shorna smiled and thought, "I guess I made her a believer." Sandra. Sandra sat and waited for Semia to continue. She couldn't imagine going to hell, let alone the deepest, darkest part of hell. She wanted to know more about Andred and the angel of death that Ma'alik longed for. She always thought Ma'alik used her as a metaphor, but it seemed that he and death really had a thing going. The thought chilled her. Semia stared out into nothing, and Sandra was worried about her. Had she shut down because it was too much for her to bear? Sandra had heard of soldiers acting catatonic after coming home from a war being shell-shocked. Nowadays, they call it PTSD. She reached out and touched Semia's shoulder. Semia jerked back so quickly, Sandra screamed as if terrified. "It's okay, Sandra. I did not mean to startle you. I was lost in a memory," Semia said softly, as if she was far away. Sandra took a deep breath and clutched her chest. "It's okay. I was worried for you, that was all," Sandra said. Her breathing began to slow. "Do you need a break?" Sandra asked. Semia shook her head, eager to continue. Sandra flipped her tape over and saved the video she had taken so far and started a new recording. She nodded back to Semia, who sighed and began again. The night was cold as they walked. They were tired, for they had cleaned out several tombs today and dreaded going to this last one. Fatima sighed, exhausted, and squeezed her daughter's hand tightly. Poor thing. She was only 9, but wanted to spend the day with her in the tombs. She probably regretted it now. If not, she would after they cleaned the Tommen family tomb. They all knew that family's dreadful story, and could hear the cursed princess's screams as Ra raped her. Fatima shuddered as they stood before the entrance. The pyramid was huge and dark before them. Torches covered the walls and flickered in the wind. "I'm scared, Mama," her daughter said. She could feel it too. Of all the tombs, this one was the worst. You could feel the evil pain at your soul. "It is okay, baby. This is the last one. Fatima said soothingly as she patted her daughter on the head. She grabbed the hem of her mother's robe as if to hide behind it, to shield her from any evil that might lurk within. Her huge brown eyes were liquidy and afraid. Fatima walked in slowly, bracing herself to hear the wails and screams of the cursed princess whose very name was erased from all the histories and replaced with Cursed One. To speak her name was to invite the wrath of Ra. Fatima gagged on the thick smell of decay and rotted flowers. They placed roses in all the tombs to try and mask the smell. But in the end, it only made the smell worse. Fatima decided to do the cursed princess tomb last. It was best to avoid that place for as long as you could. She started off with Tommen's tomb, taking her time with it and trying to drag out the moments before she would enter the Cursed One's tomb. If Fatima was a dishonest woman, she would just skip over the tomb and say that she cleaned it. No one would go check, but she feared the spirit's wrath within, and she would feel too guilty to lie. She was half done with Tommen's tomb when she heard a small cry. "Mama!" her daughter cried in a terrified voice. She began to cry. Fatima shuddered, and all she could do was hurry. I remember opening up my eyes to blackness. For a moment, I thought I had only imagined opening them. I blinked, and still blackness. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My whole body seemed restrained by something. I pushed hard and heard cloth rip. Then my hand came free. I realized I was wrapped. They had prepared me for death. I tore at the cloth that wrapped me until I could move. I felt it around me. I felt the old, cracked wood that I rested in. This was my tomb, my sarcophagus. I pushed forward, hoping to lift the heavy lid that held me. My image was carved in gold upon it. My limbs felt numb. I screamed, frustrated, and gagged on the dank, decayed air. I waited a moment to catch my breath and felt for my body, hoping I was intact and whole. I was naked. Otherwise, everything was there. I felt a heavy ring on my right index finger and some other unknown metals. I started to wonder what my father had entombed me with. What things did he think I would need in my afterlife? My limbs felt a little stronger, so I pushed again, and the lid to my sarcophagus moved slightly. More old, rotten air poured in. I grunted in frustration. I was alive again. They had given me back my life, and I didn't want to spend it in this tomb. I wondered how much time had passed, how long I had burned in that fire. I hoped my father was still alive, but I doubted it. I knew my mother was gone. I pushed again harder, and the lid slid back far enough for me to pull myself out. I felt weak as I tried to stand. I had to lean against my sarcophagus. It was dark. There was no light, and it smelled foul. It felt good to feel the thick air upon my naked flesh. I took a deep breath of the sour air and smiled. It felt good to breathe. I ran my hand over the engraved carvings of myself on the lid of my sarcophagus. I wondered what I looked like. It felt good to touch. I heard voices coming. Real voices, not deep, beautiful, angelic voices. I shuddered just thinking of them. "Shh, baby, it's okay. We just have to clean this last tomb, then we can go home," a gentle female voice sounded. I heard the sobbing of a child and could hear the fear in the woman's voice. The child sniffled, still scared. I heard the door to my tomb scrape open. My heart raced. I saw a faint orange glow and my newly beating heart stopped. I wanted to scream, but my lungs seemed to refuse. I backed into the corner and cowered, waiting for the fire to consume me. No, you said I was free," I pleaded as the woman and the child entered my tomb with a torch in hand. I didn't see their faces and couldn't watch their expressions. All I saw was the flames. I screamed in horror. I didn't want to go. I could not bear to go back again. By the gods, the terrified woman prayed. The child clutched her mother's old black robe and sobbed into it, her little heart near to bursting with fear. The old woman didn't run. She lowered her torch so she could see me better. As I cowered naked in the corner, she looked at the open sarcophagus, the ripped-up body wrappings. She then looked back at me. Her face was pale, for she, along with most of Egypt, knew the story of the cursed one, or at least their version of it. Who are you, child? The woman asked slowly. Her words seemed thick. It wasn't the rich, beautiful language of my people. Her words seemed strange, altered in some cruel way. Please take the fire away, I said. The woman's eyes widened, as if she couldn't understand me. I repeated my plea. She nodded and gave the torch to the sobbing child and walked her to the entrance of the tomb. Just enough light shone so we could barely see. The woman walked up to me and I could smell her fear. I could almost taste her sweat. I imagined biting into her. I could feel her blood dripping off my chin. I didn't understand these thoughts. They disgusted me. I guessed I was just hungry. The woman touched my naked shoulder. It's okay, girl. I will not harm you. Her touch was soothing and warm. It had felt like an eternity since I had felt another human's touch. I wept then, thanking all the gods, even the gods of those who tortured me in the fire. It was over. It was truly over. It is okay, child, the woman said in her thick accent. She then wrapped me in her arms. I felt her warmth. I felt her heartbeat as I laid my head on her chest. Her heart felt so inviting. She patted my back and stroked my hair. Nira, the woman called. The little girl poked her head out from around the corner. She was scared, but more curious now, to see her mother holding a strange, weeping, naked girl. Bring me your cloak, the woman said. Nira did as she was told. I buried my head deeper into the woman's chest as the girl approached. She still held the torch. The girl overcame her fear of me and wrapped her cloak around my shoulders, covering my nakedness. Is she okay, Mama? Nira asked, concerned for me. The woman squeezed her daughter's hand. She has very pretty hair, Mama, Nira said, touching my hair longingly. I raised my head from the woman's warm chest and wiped my eyes. Can you take the fire away? I asked, softly. The girl ran excitedly and placed the torch on the sarcophagus, so it still lit the room, and then ran back. What is your name, child? The woman asked. Did I dare tell her I was the princess? Would she recognize me? How much time had passed since I had died? I am Semia, I answered. The woman frowned as if she was displeased with her thoughts. How did you get in here, Semia? The woman asked, remembering that the cursed one's tomb was locked from the outside. I had no ready answer, so I pointed to the sarcophagus. The woman gasped and withdrew for a moment. She was terrified. She studied my face, then the image on the sarcophagus. Truly, by Ra, it is you, the woman breathed. The little girl seemed confused. Please don't leave me here. I'm scared, I pleaded. The woman frowned again. Of course not, Princess. Can you stand? She asked, holding out her hand. Princess, she had called me. So she knew me. Maybe my family was still alive. But the woman was terrified. I could smell it on her as clearly as I could taste the sour air around me. I took her hand. I still felt weak, but she helped me stand. I am Fatima, Princess. It is a miracle the great Ra has brought you back to us in Egypt's time of need, Fatima said. I did not understand what she meant by Egypt's time of need. How long have I been gone? I asked softly, afraid of the answer. Fatima looked at me sadly, as if confused that I did not know. Her look implied that it pained her to let me know that everyone and everything I have ever known had died centuries ago. How long? I asked again, almost desperate to know. Very, very long, Princess. Over 1,000 years, Fatima said. She clung to me as my knees buckled. 1,000 years? I wanted to faint, to curl up and go back into my sarcophagus and forget the world. Is she really a princess, Mommy? Nira asked. Fatima smiled at her daughter. Yes, my heart, she replied. Nira's eyes widened with wonder. Fatima led me from my tomb and into the night air. I inhaled deeply the fresh air. I wrapped the cloak tightly around my naked body so the wind wouldn't bite too deeply or billow the cloak too much. I stared at the night sky and wept. It had been over 1,000 years since I had seen such beauty. The stars shined so bright. The crescent of the moon was so pale and glorious. I could do nothing but stare in wonder. Go wake the priest, child, and bring him to our house. Tell him Ra has answered us, Fatima told her daughter. Nira seemed hesitant. She didn't want to leave Semia. She still seemed held in wonder at being so close to a princess. Nira finally sighed and ran off into the night. Fatima's house was small, no more than an abandoned shack. She gave me one of her old robes to wear. She started to light a fire but stopped as I screamed in terror. She gave me some cold tea and dried bread to eat. Both seemed tasteless and did nothing for me. I still was hungry. I still felt extremely thirsty. I didn't complain, for I thought this was all this poor woman had. I thanked her for it. I could tell she had a million questions on her mind, but she politely held her tongue. She busied herself with cleaning her tiny home. It wasn't long until Nira came running back inside. She was out of breath and smiling. Her old robe was tattered and in sour need of replacement. A richly dressed man in blood-red robes entered shortly behind her. He grumbled about being woken and dragged to the poor end of town amongst the lesser people. This better be good, Fatima, the old priest growled as he sat in an old dusty chair that seemed like it would give under the priest's considerable weight. I assure you it is, Priest Raphael. I would not disturb you otherwise. The priest made a face as if he did not believe her. Nira ran over to me and sat next to me smiling while her mother fixed the priest some tea. Nira looked at my hair and sighed. I smiled at her. She was a cute child. I wondered if I was like her at that age. Probably not, though. I imagined I was spoiled rotten. There is something to be said for the humbleness and kind-heartedness of the poor. Can I comb your hair? Nira asked shyly. I figured this child didn't have many friends. She seemed alone. I felt sad for her. I nodded, and she ran off giggling to grab her comb. After Fatima had given the priest his tea, she sat across from him. The priest took a sip and spit it back out. By Ra, it's cold, Fatima, he cursed. Fatima frowned apologetically. She is fearful of fire, Fatima replied, pointing at me. The priest turned his fat head towards me and studied me for a long moment. I found her naked in the cursed princess's tomb. Her sarcophagus was open and her body wrapping ripped, Fatima said. The priest turned back to her quickly, his eyes probing hers. Fatima felt uneasy. Did she say her name? Maybe she's a tomb robber. Raphael didn't believe it almost as soon as he spoke it. He regretted saying it, realizing how foolish it sounded. Fatima looked down at her cold tea. She said her name was Semia. The priest gasped, for only the priesthood over the centuries knew the name of the cursed one. Has Ra indeed answered their prayers? For the priesthood hated the current pharaoh and badly wanted him dead. They wanted to keep the old religion alive, but Pharaoh Makanan had been talking a lot with his Muslim advisors, and the Arabs from the desert influencing the pharaoh. The priesthood wanted to bring back the old blood, the blood of the beloved warrior Pharaoh Taman, who would alter all of Egypt. Egypt would now have a queen, an immortal queen to forever rule and uphold the old ways. Raphael wiped a fat ringed hand across his sweaty brow and walked over to me. He breathed hard, for it was an effort for him to carry his weight around. Nira combed my hair. Her soft, small hands ran through my hair gently. She treated it like it was strands of silk. She sighed. "You could be my sister, you know," Nira began as Raphael studied my face and the ring on my finger. Nira ignored him. "I always wanted a sister. We could have so much fun." It pained me to listen to the longing and sorrow in this child's voice. Had she no friends? "Who are you, girl?" the priest asked. His fat face was so close to mine. He smelled horrible, like he bathed with pigs. I did not like this man. "I am Semia, daughter of Pharaoh Taman." "Do you know what has happened to my family?" To Isa?" I replied. The priest smiled. "In time, Your Highness, in time. I will come for you tomorrow after I speak to the council," Raphael said, then walked back to Fatima, who sat patiently watching Nira comb my hair. He handed her a bag of coins with a smile that cracked his fat face. Fatima sighed as she weighed the heavy bag. She could finally move on with her life, a life she had deserved and longed for. The priest seemed to recognize her relief. "There will be much more rewards, good Fatima. You have done us a great service." Raphael patted her soft hand and disappeared through the door, lost to the night. Fatima watched her daughter talk and comb Semea's hair. Semia, the princess who had died over 1,000 years ago, now walks Egypt once again. She shuddered. Something just didn't feel right. Fatima sighed deeply again and stood. "Let us go to bed, Nira. Give the princess some time to rest." Nira frowned as she watched her mother disappear into the back room. Nira was disappointed. She kissed me on the cheek. "Good night," she giggled and ran back to her mother's room. I wrapped the cloak tighter around me and laid on the floor. I was surprised at how fast sleep came. I'm not sure how long I slept, but it was still dark out and I could hear Fatima snoring. I was starved. My body craved to be fed. Strangely, I could smell Fatima and her daughter. I could smell their sweat, the faint beat of their hearts pumping blood through their bodies. It was maddening. I got up and searched the kitchen for food, for anything. All I found was old cheese. But it did nothing for me. I was frantic. I couldn't appease this craving. I must have been making some noise, for Fatima slowly walked into the kitchen, wiping sleep from her old eyes. I felt dizzy with hunger. My body craved to be fulfilled. "Are you okay, Semia?" Fatima asked. Forgetting my title in her sleepiness, I turned to her. I could see her old flesh clearly. I could see the veins that hid beneath her brown skin. My mouth began to water as I looked at her. I was confused by this. This was a kind old woman who had labored and worked hard caring for the dead deep in the tombs. She walked closer to me. Time seemed to slow. I watched her chest heave slowly, each breath seeming to take her minutes. Her voice sounded. She was saying something to me, but my heart beat so hard I couldn't hear above its roar. Before I could stop myself, I struck her. Poor Fatima's eyes widened in surprise. I struck her again, fiercely. her head twisted on her short, slender neck. I heard her last breath come out in a strangled wheeze. The look in her eyes was that of pain. Pain not for herself, but the pain of betrayal. I grabbed her before she fell. She smelled so good. Her flesh was so soft and inviting. I kissed her arms as her body twitched in death. She tasted good, but old. I bit deep into her upper arms. Her blood exploded into my mouth. I was in heaven as I swallowed it. I felt my thirst begin to fade, but I still hungered. Her blood dripped down my chin. I yanked hard, pulling meat from bones and tendons. It tasted so sweet. I chewed slowly, savoring each moment. Finally, I swallowed. My body trembled where I stood. I felt strong and powerful, like I could rip the world apart. I took another bite from her arm and swallowed. I couldn't take any more. I threw her body against the wall and watched it crumble to the floor. I heard several of her bones crack as she slid to the floor. I laid my head in my hands, which were still covered in Fatima's blood. My head spun while my body spasmed. I had never felt such pleasure, such satisfaction. But still, my hunger wasn't satiated. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't. I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, but all I could do was crawl to her. I crawled with a speed not normal to my mortal body. I saw her sleep, sweet Nira. I heard each breath she took. I brushed a strand of black hair from her dirty face. The blood of her mother on my fingers smeared her cheek. She would have made a good sister, sweet Nira. My hand crept to her throat. She stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. "Semia?" she said tiredly and smiled. She did not yet see the blood that still dripped from my mouth, her mother's blood. Nor could she see the murderous hunger in my eyes. "Sweet Nira, I am sorry," I whispered as I ripped out her throat. I kissed her tiny fingers and bit deeply into her thigh. Her blood tasted sweeter, fresher, younger. I chewed her flesh and swallowed. I couldn't breathe. I gasped. This girl, sweet dead Nira, ended my hunger, my need. For once in 1,200 years, I felt alive. I stood slowly. I took one of Fatima's robes and stared at Nira. My sweet little sister, the one who combed my hair. I wept. "I shall never forget you," I whispered. I didn't linger there. I left their bloody shack. Poor Fatima would never go explore this new place that used to be my home. I had to discover Egypt all over again. I walked in the night, lost and confused. I just ate human flesh. Human blood still stained my lips. Have I become a monster? I had been given my freedom from the fire only to have to eat humans to sustain it. I wanted to throw up, to rid myself of the human flesh that sat in my stomach digesting. But I couldn't. It tasted so sweet. I felt so alive, so strong. But my body was exhausted. My mind even more so. The streets of Egypt's improvised side of town were horrible and shabby paths of dust that have been walked so long they have become roads. Shack after crumbling shack barely stood side by side. Was it this bad when my father was pharaoh? Surely I would have known and helped. Or maybe I, like everyone else born into wealth and rank, never really saw the poor. So often they were thought of as a disease that we must avoid before they infect us and we end up like them. I wanted to lay down. I wanted to close my eyes for only a moment. I could see no place safe for me, Nowhere I could not be easily discovered. The tiny alleyways were barely big enough to separate one shack from another. Some shacks had no alley between them. They were one big shack, divided into two. I kept walking. The high that the human flesh gave me left me exhausted. I still felt incredibly strong, but my body had been dormant for so long that finally eating something filling left me weary. I heard horses not far off. I could smell them too. Their smell was unmistakable. I wept as I followed the noise of the horses, remembering the moments I had spent with my beloved Isa over 1,000 years dead. The horse stables were small, big enough for only a couple of horses. But the shack connected to the stables looked bigger and better taken care of than the majority of the shacks in the poor district. I walked to the stables slowly, not wanting to startle the horses there. My head spun with exhaustion. The foul smell of horse shit was everywhere. Undoubtedly, wherever I lay, I would be in or next to horse shit. But I didn't care. I already was a monster. I had killed and eaten raw human flesh, and I had enjoyed every moment of it. So horse shit wouldn't make me feel worse than I already did. I searched quietly for a decent spot that wasn't as dirty as the rest. When I found one, I laid down and sighed. I was a princess born in luxury and burned in the deepest part of hell, all just to come back and lay in some horse shit. I laughed at myself. I laughed, but I wanted to weep. I am not sure when I fell asleep, but without knowing it, I did. I didn't even know how long I slept, but it was much needed. I remember dreaming of the fire, dreaming of its hunger as it consumed me. I wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. Then, suddenly I was cold. Icy water covered my body. I jerked surprised and sat up. My heart raced and I gasped. The water was so cold. I wiped sleep from my eyes as the water that dripped from my face was mixed with old dry blood. "Are you mad, girl?" a grizzled voice accused. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust. An old man stood over me holding an old rusty bucket in his hands. He was well muscled for an old man. He might have been a soldier in his younger days. But if so, why was he in the poorest district of Alexandria? Unless so much has changed. Soldiers lived decent lives once they retired from the pharaoh's service. This man did not fear me. I guess he had no reason to. At first glance, I was just a dirty, thin girl who was trespassing on his property. After a couple moments of me not answering, his hard glare softened a bit. He studied me a bit. "You were screaming like Thoth himself was after you. Damn near scared me and the missus half to death, girl," the old man said. I shivered. The icy water he dumped on me bit deep. "I'm sorry," I stammered through chattering teeth. The man sighed and shook his head. "No harm done, girl. Strange happenings about lately, and even stranger folk. Just this morning, poor Fatima and her daughter were found dead in their hut. A horrible, bloody mess." I grew pale. Would they be searching for me? Had anyone seen me with them? The priest, I remembered. I didn't want anybody to know what I was. It was something I wanted to suffer with alone. A short old woman snuck out behind the big old man. Her hair was gray and wispy. She wiped sleep from her eyes. I looked up and just noticed the dawn sky. "Did you get him, Ramen?" the woman's squeaky voice asked excitedly, as if they were searching for some monster. Her eyes softened when they fell on me. "Who is this poor thing?" she asked. Ramen shook his head. "This is the cause of all the noise," Ramen replied. The old woman pursed her lips. "Well, stop being so rude, you old ox, and help her inside," the old woman scolded. Ramen sighed deeply and helped me to my feet. He placed a huge arm around my back and let me lean on his massive shoulder. "She looks dreadful dead. Just dreadful. You let her lay out here in the cold? You were a cruel old man sometimes. I wonder why I married you," the old woman said as they walked into the huge shack. "I ask myself the same question every morning I wake up and I see this old wench beside me. Damn near gives me a heart attack," Brahman said, smiling at me as we walked into his shack. It was a lot nicer inside than it seemed it should be. He sat me down at an old dirty table and patted me gently on my shoulder. "This is me and Mira's pride and joy. It ain't much, but it's the only tavern in this part of town," Rahman said proudly. Dishes clattered somewhere behind closed doors. Rahman disappeared a moment, then returned with some clean towels and a bucket of steaming water. "Clean yourself up a bit while the wench makes breakfast." He smiled and thought a moment. "I believe we have some of our daughter's old clothes. She was about your size and age." He stopped suddenly and left the room before I could thank him. It felt good to dip my hands in the hot water and wash away the dirt, shit, and blood. It felt good to feel my long hair clean again. I sighed. It seemed that there was still some good people in Egypt, and you find them most often among the poor. Rahman returned 20 minutes later with some clothes. They were clean and smelled good. He gave me some cotton pants and a silk red shirt. Rahman turned his back while I dressed. When I finished, I turned around, as did he. He looked at me fondly, sadly as if it pained him. "You look just like her," he said, slowly. I thanked him. I felt uncomfortable as Rahman stared at me. I may look like his daughter, but I was sure if he knew the monster I was, he would regret comparing her to me. I sat back down. The old man seemed lost in memory. Mira suddenly appeared from the kitchen with hot food steaming on a big metal plate. She stopped when she saw me. I have never forgotten the look in her old eyes. It was that of a dream, a deep wish that you thought had died out long ago, only to be reborn before your eyes. I would never know the pains of a mother nor the heartache of a father who longs to once again hear his child's laughter. The old woman recovered quickly. "By Ra, child, you shine like the sun," she said, as she set the plates down. She looked sadly at her husband, which only made me feel even more uncomfortable. I smiled at her in return. The food smelled good, but strangely, I wasn't very hungry. "Thank you both so much for your kindness. I have no coin to repay you. Maybe I can clean your stables or something," I said, embarrassed. I just wanted to leave. Rahman frowned. He was about to say something, but Mira beat him to it. "Don't be foolish, child. We haven't sat here like this since Amina was taken," Mira replied. She covered her mouth. It pained her just to say their daughter's name. I knew I should have felt something, pity or sorrow. Strangely, I couldn't. Where my heart had been seemed to be void. Now only anger beat in my chest, pushing hot rage through my veins. I was hollow. I shivered. I knew then I had lost everything that had made me human. Everything that was Princess Semia. What was left for me? What purpose was my existence? They disgusted me. "What happened to her?" I asked. Mira handed each of us a plate as if to avoid the question. She poured us a dark drink that at first I couldn't tell what it was, but it tasted good and so did the food. Rahman cleared his throat. I looked up into his sad old brown eyes. "The priest took her. They needed a beautiful young virgin to give to Ra, and Amina was. I don't know where she got it from. Definitely not from Mira. The old wench would scare away the dead if she smiles," Rahman said, shaking his head. Mira smiled at him. I drank deeply and they refilled my cup. "See, every 5 years they come here. The priest chooses a young girl to give to Ra. Then Ra blesses us for the offering. Amina was so dear to us that Ra blessed us greatly," Rahman said. My head hurt a little. I began to feel dizzy. "See, we live in this old big wooden shack. We never want for food, for money, for anything. For Ra has taken us as his slaves, and that is our great reward for giving him such a treasure in our dear Amina. It has been 5 years, and a beauty like you will please Ra just as Amina did." Ramen finished. I didn't understand what he meant, but I foolishly drank more of their drink. It was delicious. I couldn't help myself. They just watched me with a smile on their old, tired faces that chilled me. "So you traded your daughter for a shack?" I asked, clutching my throbbing head. The world swam before me. Mira laughed. I fell from my chair. The ground seemed to move. Everything moved and wouldn't stop moving. I closed my eyes, hoping to slow everything. It didn't work. I couldn't move and fell again into blackness. I awoke dizzy and weak. My head throbbed and my body felt numb. It was hard to move, hard to breathe, and even harder to remember what had happened. I felt a short sting on my face. My eyes fluttered open and I gasped in horror. Ramen's old, wrinkled face loomed barely inches above me. He slapped me hard. I wanted to cry out and ask him to stop, but my lungs couldn't draw breath. I tried to touch my face, to feel if it was swollen because it stung, but I couldn't move my arms. It took all the strength I had just to turn my head slightly. My head felt like a huge weight. My neck felt like a wet noodle that wouldn't move. My wrists were tied to the bedpost tightly. I could see my hands turning purple where the circulation was cut. "Is she awake? Or did you kill her with those clumsy frying pans you call hands?" Mira's shrill voice mocked. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was close. I felt Ramen's hot breath on my neck. I felt his dry lips kiss my neck. I shivered from disgust. He ran his tongue across my cheek. His breath was foul. It smelled of rotting fish. I wanted to scream at him and tell him to stop. I wanted to remind him that I looked like their daughter, like Amina. But then a thought hit me. Did they do this to Amina? Did they drug her with the same drug? "Take your time, Ramen. Enjoy her," Mira cooed. I saw her now. Her hand rested on Ramen's huge shoulder. Ramen's breathing was fast as his chest heaved with excitement. It took me a moment to realize I was naked, since my mind had slowed from the drug. I was horrified. What was this old man about to do to me? He was naked as well. I couldn't see much of him, for I couldn't move my head, but I felt him, hot and throbbing near my inner thigh. His hands were like vice grips on my legs as he ripped them apart. I felt so helpless. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight, but all I could manage was a cry. Then I felt him pierce me. I felt the pain rip through me. His face was that of ecstasy as he plunged into me again. Mira was encouraging him and moaning softly in his ear as he raped me. I could hear him grunt as he kept thrusting in me. I burned deeply. I felt as if my insides were being torn. I wanted it to stop, but I was powerless. I wanted it to stop, to rip out his throat and erase the foul look of pleasure off his face. I wanted to kill Mira. I wanted to feel her foul, old blood drip off my fingers. Then I smelled blood. It felt hot and thick on my butt and inner thighs. It was my blood. Did this evil man and his wife rape his daughter as they raped me? "She is stronger than our dear Amina," Mira called out. Ramen thrust deeper and more excited. "But I bet she feels better, sweeter than her. Does she, my husband?" Mira asked as she caressed the back of his neck and kissed his shoulders. I felt him spasm. His body stiffened and jerked. I felt his seed, hot and foul, spill into me. I wept. He lingered in me a few moments more, enjoying the horror and pain in my eyes. He finally pulled out and eyed his bloody appendage with disgust. Mira was quick to clean him off. She knelt before him and took his nearly limp, bloody member in her mouth and moaned when she tasted my blood. I closed my eyes to help fight the bowel that crept up in my throat. I would kill them, I promised myself. When the drug or poison or whatever it was wore off, I would kill them slowly. I then felt several hard punches in my face. "Watch this, girl," Raman growled. I welcomed the blackness that came over me. The smell of blood brought me back. I was afraid to open my eyes, afraid to see Raman's old face twisted in pleasure. I was afraid to once again know I was helpless to do anything but lay there and get raped and beaten. The only defiance I could muster was hot, angry tears. I felt different. I was still weak and dizzy, but I was no longer in the soft bed. I didn't want to open my eyes. I was laying on something hard and rough. It seemed to be a stone slab. My legs were bound at the ankles. I was actually bound in a cross. I could hear the rustling of robes, several of them. I could also hear the soft murmuring of voices. The smell of blood was stronger now. I felt something warm and thick coat my body. Someone painted it on me. The blood smelled awkward, different somehow. It was almost as if the blood was not human blood. I couldn't help it. I opened my eyes slowly. It was dark everywhere except for the low glow of several burning torches. I could hear them hiss and crackle as the fires breathed. I shuddered. "She has awakened," a soft female voice spoke, full of authority and religious zeal. An eerie hush came over the room. I couldn't see how many people were there. The glow of the torches were too low to see clearly. "Priestess, this is the cursed one. I beg you, please don't sacrifice her to Ra. It would bode ill to return the gift that Ra has given us." A familiar voice spoke pleadingly. They were going to sacrifice me? I trembled. I had just came back into this world and did not want to return to the fires at all, especially not so soon. What had I returned to? Could this really be my Egypt? So evil and so twisted my beloved land of my birth had become. It was no longer worth fighting for or saving. The priestess eyed me intently, studying me as if I were some rare find. The priestess was surprisingly young-looking. Her eyes were a hazel brown, cold and cruel. Her face was covered in blood. Like a mask, it caked her. Her hair was long and ran down her back in a single braid with golden hairpins stuck in it. Her arms and legs were also covered with blood. She moved gracefully and touched my lips with one of her long, slender fingers. The blood on them left an imprint behind as she withdrew her finger. I gagged. This blood horrified me. What was it? I licked my lips and screamed. It tasted horrible. The blood of some diseased beast. "Who are you, slave?" the priestess asked, her voice compelling me to answer. "Semia," I replied, catching my breath and trying to get the taste of that foul blood out of my mouth. The priestess frowned. She turned and glared at Raphael. The fat priest moved uncomfortably under the priestess's powerful stare. She, like everyone, knew that only the priesthood of Ra knew the cursed one's true name. It was a name that had been banned from their language. Any child given that name was executed as soon as the priesthood discovered them. She turned her blood-painted face back to me. Her eyes bored deep into me. "Has Ra set you free, princess?" the priestess asked. I did not at the time know the myth about me. I had never seen Ra. "Amut has set me free of the flames. Please don't send me back," I pleaded, truly afraid. I would bear any punishment but the flames. A hushed murmur went through the priests that watched. The priestess looked perplexed. It wasn't until much later that I realized that the priesthood and all of Egypt didn't speak Arabic. "So you escaped Ra, then?" the princess asked with religious fury. The voices of the priests shouted excitedly. All but Raphael paled. He alone seemed to feel that sacrificing me would be wrong. But he knew once the priestess was set and rallied the bloodlust of the priesthood, there was nothing he could do. "Raman, if Ra accepts her faithful one, you and your foul wife will be rewarded greatly," the priestess declared. The priests began to chant, slowly. I couldn't understand their words, but they chilled me. The chanting became louder and more excited. The fires in the torches flared brightly. The priestess walked to a table close by and picked up a golden dagger that glowed in the light of the torches. The emblem of a rising sun was inscribed in its hilt. The blade was long, and it curved inward wickedly. The blade seemed odd. It didn't shine in their firelight. The priestess returned back to my side. I could see the blade clearly now. It was pale and polished to a glow. It was bone. My chest heaved with fear as the priestess ran the blade down my naked chest to my stomach while chanting. My flesh chilled and every hair stood on end where the blade touched. The priests began to moan softly, following the tone of the priestess's chant. "Please don't send me back," I pleaded, as I tried to move and rip my arms free. Yet again, I was weak. I was helpless to save myself, just like when Raman defiled me. All I could do was weep like a weak child. The priestess ran the bone blade around my left breast, pressing down harder and cutting me slightly. A thin red line appeared in the blade's wake. My blood softly bubbled up from the wound. She teased my nipple with the blade, relishing my fear and my gasps of pain. The priest's moans rose shrilly, as if in climax. Raphael left his seat to stand next to the door, prepared to run in case things went wrong. He alone of the priesthood saw the ravaged and broken bodies of Fatima and her precious daughter. He knew there was much more to me than he understood. The priestess raised her dagger above her head, a look of religious ecstasy in her blood-caked face. "Accept our offering, Great One," the priestess shouted. Her voice sounded as if it belonged to a madwoman. "We return to you the one that has escaped." I tried again to break free of my bonds. I thrashed wildly to no avail. My heart beat like it wanted to burst. The priestess screamed a horrible scream that lusted for blood. She brought her hands down as hard as she could, and the bone blade pierced my flesh just above my left breast. I gasped for breath. My heart felt tight as the blade pierced it. I stared blankly up at the darkness while my heart gripped in death's cold, beautiful hand. I could hear Andred's cold laughter as he mocked me. My heart beat slowly, too slow. My body jerked. I took a deep, shuddering breath and then screamed as loudly as I could. The priestess backed away slightly, confused. I ripped my hands free of the ropes that tied them to the slab. I was enraged. I didn't know why, but I was alive. I ripped clumps of dried blood flakes off my body as I moved. I heard a door slam and bolt. I smiled a smile that would even give death a pause. I could hear the priest's shouts and banging on the door. I could smell their fear, their desperation. The priestess stared at me with defiant eyes. "Ra, curse you," she said as she spat at me. With a kind of speed that dazed me, I rammed the bone blade through her skull. She could only stare at me, eyes wide. She didn't yet know she was dead. "Someone beat Ra to it, priestess," I hissed, and yanked the blade free. Blood and brain matter sprayed me as the blade came free of her. The priestess stood still for a moment, her hand outstretched as if to grab to me. Then she toppled, finally dead. The priests were frantically screaming for the guard and trying desperately to break down the door. I cut through them. I ripped their bodies apart. I felt like a god, untouchable and powerful, as I slew priest after priest with my bare hands while laughing as their blood splattered the walls. Their limbs were hacked and strewn all over the room. Their screams of pain thrilled me. When all were dead, I looked around excitedly. Fresh blood and gore commingled with my sweat as it dripped off my naked body. The chamber looked like butchery. I turned suddenly as I heard a whimpering. I laughed with pleasure as I saw Raman and Mira huddled together in the corner. I walked over to them slowly. They sobbed openly as they saw me approaching. I saw a sudden flash of Raman's face filled with horrid pleasure as he raped me. That was accompanied by Mira moaning in his ear. I screamed again, louder, showing my anger toward them. Mira clutched her chest. She gasped for breath. "Please, please, mercy," Raman begged. I was disgusted. I grabbed a handful of Mira's gray, thinning hair and yanked her to me. She clawed desperately for her husband, screaming. "Take her, please just spare me," Raman begged, ignoring the screams of his wife. I held Mira's tiny old form by her hair above my head. I locked eyes with her and broke her legs. She clawed at my arms, leaving dark, deep scratches that healed as soon as she made them. "I want you to watch this, Mira," I said softly in her ear as I sat her down. Blood trickled down her face where her scalp had ripped from me holding her up by her hair. She stared at her husband in horror as I stood above him. He tried to back away from me, but the wall stopped him. I grabbed the bone dagger once again. "Please," he begged. He tried to breathe as fear gripped him. I smiled at him. He paled. Before he could react, I thrust my bare hand between his legs and grasped his tiny penis and balls which he had used to rape me. I squeezed and laughed as I heard 2 loud pops. Raman screamed in agony. I yanked hard and ripped his manhood from his body. Blood dripped from the mass of flesh I gripped in my hand. I turned to Mira and placed her husband's member in her old and terrified hands. "Moan for him, Mira, like you moaned when he raped me," I commanded, coolly. Mira looked shocked and dumbfounded. Raman writhed on the floor in pain before her. "Moan, Mira, or die," I told her. She moaned and sobbed at the same time. She held her husband's bloody, destroyed manhood in her hands. "Louder," I shouted. She moaned louder. I picked up Raman's whimpering form and bent him over a priest's body in front of Mira. I put the blade of the bone dagger to his anus. "You watching, Mira?" I shouted. Mira kept moaning, her eyes wide with fear as I shoved the blade deep in Raman's anus. His screams curdled my blood, but I enjoyed it. I rammed the blade in him several times, ripping his insides apart. He died long before I had realized he did. Finally, I threw the blade away from me. Mira stopped moaning but still clutched her now-dead husband's manhood in her hands. "Clean it off, Mira, like you did before," I commanded. Mira shook her head. "Please forgive me. It was Raman. He would beat me if I didn't do as he wished," she pleaded. I repeated my command, ignoring her words. Slowly, she placed Raman's manhood in her mouth and gagged. I smiled at her and rammed it down her throat. I watched her claw at her neck and gasp for air as she choked. I watched her die. Then, I just sat amongst my work, amongst the carnage, and laughed. I loved killing. No longer will I be weak. No longer will I be helpless. I was a goddess, and I would make the world bow at my feet. Ma'alik would suffer. He, a fallen angel, would meet a demon queen set loose upon this world. I screamed his name. I vowed then to hunt for him around the world until I found him. I heard a noise by the door. I rose quickly and yanked it from its hinges. Raphael looked at me in horror. I must have looked like a nightmare covered in blood and gore and crazed out of my mind. Serve me, Raphael, and you live, I said. Without hesitating, Raphael knelt at my feet with his forehead touching the ground. As you command, goddess, he said solemnly. Sandra changed out the tape. She couldn't help but feel disgusted. Hearing more of Semia's story only confirmed what she already felt. Semia was a vile being. She may have been kind and innocent once, but all of that was long ago. Whatever good that she had in her burned in the fires of hell. But unlike her, the good never got a second chance. She never gave it one. Then again, how would she react if she had been tricked and raped? Even though it horrified Sandra to think of it, she could feel a little sympathy for a woman who ate people and even kids. She felt a cold chill go up her spine as she thought of little Nira. How she longed to have a sister, to be held in awe by someone and have her love. Isn't that something she has felt several times? Her last husband made her feel that way. She yearned for his love and for his acceptance, but never got it. He ripped out her heart just as Semia tore out Nira's throat. Sandra shyly looked at Semia, who seemed lost in thought. Did she eat people still? Did she steal their life's most precious essence just to add some reality to their damned existence? Sandra needed some air. She needed to be away from this monster for a while. She didn't want to think about Semia eating someone. Semia sighed as she remembered something. This creature was beautiful, if beautiful could describe something like her. If you couldn't see beyond her flesh, you would find yourself staring at her, admiring her and wanting to touch her. You would want to be in her presence and try to make her smile. All the while, you would be blind to the evil that lurked behind her hazel eyes. Was it the Bible that said the devil would come in the form of an angel of light? If Semia wasn't the devil, then she was his mistress. She was a great illusion of humanity. The most beautiful things in this world are often the most deadly. Forgive me, Sandra, but my head aches and I must rest. Can we continue later? Semia asked, with her voice pained. Sandra looked up at her. Of course. I need a break myself. Your story is rather unnerving, Sandra replied. Semia smiled weakly, as if her discomfort pleased her. There is much more to come, Sandra, Semia said as she rose a little unsteadily. She seemed ill, pale as if she was sick. Are you okay? Sandra asked with concern and fear in her voice. Again, Semia flashed her smile. I am fine. The memories drain me, that is all. Sandra couldn't help but suppress a chill. A sudden thought disturbed her as Semia left the room. When was the last time she ate someone? Sandra felt relieved to be out of the house, to be away from Semia. Most of all, she had retrieved Ralph's message. He had just wanted to meet her for dinner and spend some time with her. She hadn't been out to eat for a long time. She hadn't even ventured out in public. She hated the flashing cameras and the rude fans who always wanted something autographed while she was trying to enjoy her meal. But today, she didn't mind all the attention. She just wanted her husband. There was so much she wanted to tell him. So much to share with him. She inhaled the night air deeply and smiled. I needed this, she thought, as the limo pulled up. She thought for a moment of Semia, if she would be okay by herself here for a while. Then she laughed. Semia had been alone for over 1,000 years, and she was stressing over her like she was a child. The driver stepped out of the limo and approached her wearing a smile. He seemed kind. He was an older white man who had been hired to be her driver almost a year ago. Sandra hardly ever got out, so she hardly ever saw him. "How are you this evening, Mrs. Landell?" the driver asked, smiling as he opened the door for her. She smiled back at him. "I'm fine, thank you for asking," she replied. His smile broadened. He seemed thoroughly pleased to be able to take her somewhere. He gently closed the door behind her as she sat in the expensive limo. She took a deep breath and just relaxed. She hadn't realized how tense she was. She knew what restaurant they were going to. It was Ralph's favorite. It was called Home of the Sea. It was purely seafood and the best in all of New York. It was a very expensive place to eat, so she did not need to worry about being swarmed by fans. The wealthy seemed to think themselves too good to ask for the autograph of someone that was their equal. Her heart raced as the limo sped away, leaving her gated, huge home behind. Sadly, she wanted to sell her house, the whole property. It was just too big for her and Ralph. She just couldn't figure out what to do with 22 rooms and 12 bathrooms. It was exhausting just thinking about it. She had so many things she wanted to say to Ralph, and now would finally get the chance to tell him how much she loved him, how much she needed him. She had a plan that involved him. Well, the plan was for him. After this book, she would take the next 2 years off and just focus on them. Travel the world, spend time together. Rekindle the same fire that led them to get married. It would be a chance for them to really bond and get to know each other. Every 2 years, she would put out another book. But would he accept that? Sandra was suddenly anxious as she thought about him and how this night would go. She wanted to apologize to him, to tell him how sorry she was for neglecting him. She sighed deeply as they pulled up to the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't expecting her. She liked it that way. There would be no time for someone to leak her arrival to the media. Sandra's 4-man security detail opened the door for her and escorted her to the entrance of the restaurant. The smell of delicious seafood was strong. The restaurant was immaculate and beautiful. Crystal chandeliers were everywhere. Beautiful oak-stained chairs and tables glowed in the candlelight. Flawless white tablecloths draped every table. Sandra loved coming here almost as much as Ralph did. Sandra inhaled deeply the scent of seafood and smiled at a young hostess who waited to seat her. "Table for 5? And do you have a reservation?" she asked Sandra. Sandra was glad to see that she didn't recognize her. Sandra didn't like all the media attention. Like most writers, she liked her solitude and her time to herself. "No, just 2, Sandra said, looking around for Ralph. She couldn't see him. Her heart started to race. She was afraid that he had stood her up. She took another deep breath. "He wouldn't do that to you, Sandra. Get it together," she told herself. "Reservation?" the hostess asked. "Yes, Sandra Landell for 2, she replied. Ralph liked to put reservations under her name. Since she was a somebody, people normally treated her better and went out of their way to get things done for her. He was an unknown, and people normally forget about the unknown. The hostess smiled. "There you are," the hostess said happily. She then raised her eyebrow at the 4 men around Sandra. "These are my security. They'll be standing off somewhere out of the way," Sandra said. The hostess's eyes sparkled for a moment. "1 second, ma'am. Let me run this by management," the hostess said. Sandra sighed, a little frustrated. Sandra looked around the restaurant, at least where she could see beyond the booth. She hoped to catch a glimpse of Ralph and ease the growing panic in her stomach. Sandra recognized the manager that came to greet her personally. "Mrs. Landell, how have you been?" the manager said, grabbing her hand and kissing it. The man was kind and old, but still charming. Sandra couldn't tell if he was Middle Eastern or from somewhere else in that area. She didn't want to offend him by asking. The manager scowled at the young hostess. "Go seat Mrs. Landell. You never keep her waiting," he scolded. The hostess's pretty face reddened, but she managed to smile. Sandra sighed. She knew it wouldn't be long before everyone knew who she was here. "Is my husband here by chance?" Sandra asked, doing what she could to hide the anxiety in her voice. The manager scowled again at the hostess, like it was her fault that Ralph wasn't there. The manager quickly shooed the hostess away and personally escorted Sandra to her seat, cooing in her ear the whole way. Sandra hated the stares, and she was slightly annoyed with the manager. She didn't mind being sucked up to, but too much was just annoying. He was like a wedgie that she couldn't pick. Sandra sighed in relief after the manager kissed her hand several times and finally left. Her seat was in the MVP section, almost right in the middle of the restaurant where privacy was non-existent. She drank some wine, ordered some food, and waited. Every second, she grew more and more anxious. The raw feeling in her gut was like a balled-up fist. It almost hurt. "Mrs. Landell?" someone asked. The voice seemed far, so far that she almost thought she imagined it. "Mrs. Landell?" the voice came again. Sandra jumped, so startled she almost spilled her wine. Her security was by her side instantly as if they materialized out of thin air. "Oh, yes," Sandra said, pulling herself together. "I am so sorry, Mrs. Landell. I didn't mean to startle you. My name is Jeffrey. I heard you were here. I'm a big fan." Jeffrey was a middle-aged white man. He was smiling and seemed to be in awe. Sandra waved her security away and smiled back at Jeffrey. "If my wife was here, she would die. She has all your work, and when she heard about your new book..." Jeffrey whistled. "I'm glad you enjoyed my work. Can I do something for you?" Sandra asked, still smiling. Jeffrey pulled a crumbled piece of paper out of his pocket and smoothed it out on the table. "Can you sign this and write to my biggest fan, Stacy?" Jeffrey asked, beaming. Sandra's hand shook a little, but she took a deep breath and pulled it together. She pulled a pen from her purse and signed the crumpled paper. "Where are you, Ralph?" she thought. Jeffrey sighed while beaming at the signed paper like it was gold. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Landell. You might have saved my marriage with just your signature," he said in a shaky voice. Sandra stared at his watery eyes as he left. His head was now held high in hope. Sandra looked for that love, to search so desperately for something to cling to, something to hold the two halves of a broken heart together. If only she could fix hers so easily. The word started to buzz around the restaurant that she was there. She sighed, knowing all eyes would be on her. All hope of having a nice private dinner with her husband were gone. One of her security tapped her on the shoulder. Sandra turned to him somewhat frustrated. She liked having her security at a distance, not only so she could have her privacy, but also so she wouldn't draw attention. Her guard looked solemn. "What is it?" she asked. The guard looked at her, then sighed. He placed Ralph's ring on the table in front of her. "He came and told me to give you this," the guard said. Sandra was shocked. She could not move or breathe. She wanted to tear her eyes from the ring, but couldn't. Her soul bled. "This can't be happening," Sandra whispered in a voice that cracked. The guard placed his hand on her shoulder. Sandra recoiled in rage. The guard jumped back, alarmed, and returned to his post. Sandra ordered some wine and sipped it with hands that shook. The tears she tried to fight fell freely down her pale cheeks. "Are you okay, Mrs. Landell?" a waitress asked as she refilled Sandra's glass. "I'm fine, thank you," Sandra replied as more tears fell silently down her face. She was alone again. "What is it about me that drives people away?" she wondered. She had failed yet again at love. Her selfish need to be lost in some other world besides her own had cost her another marriage. She wanted to die, but she was too afraid to take her own life. She shuddered thinking about Semia's torment and knew she wasn't strong enough. But that didn't seem to matter. You will live through it. They will kill you and give you life again. She knew she had lost Ralph long ago. All the nights he went to bed alone. She couldn't remember the last time they made love. Her chest hurt like it was being squeezed by a cruel fist. "Ma'alik, where are you?" she cried softly. "I am dying slowly and I need you." She laid her head on the table. She no longer fought her pain, her tears. She didn't care who saw her or if it would be all over the news. Kurt. Kurt knew he was going against the laws of the Watchers, but he had to talk to Semia. Since he heard of her, he was consumed by her. He wanted to touch her, to smell her, to sit and just listen to her. He would worship her. She had the answers he sought, the answers he needed. Isn't that why man searched for God? To find answers unknown to them, and to discover the meaning of why they existed. Kurt sighed. His whole body shook just thinking about her. The demoness that held the key to his soul thrilled him to his core. He watched her now as she walked. He held his breath. Her every move was a dark beauty to him, a dance that drew him ever closer to the brink. The way the wind blew her perfect ebony hair. Why would a demon be so beautiful and so alluring? The grace in which she walked was as if she floated above the ground. Who could not worship such a creature? He got out of his car and followed her on foot. His thoughts were lost on what he would ask her. He thought of the sound of her voice and how he longed to hear it. He wondered if he had the strength to be in her presence. He laughed at how erect his penis was just at the thought of talking to her. He smelled danger. He could feel it in the air as he drew closer to her. What was it about dangerous women that drew him so? His ex-wife was evil. He could have sworn she was Satan himself disguised as a woman. He even went so far as to have the Watchers look into it. Now, here he was, stalking a demoness he knew for sure was from hell, and his penis was hard as a rock. His whole body was turned on by that fact. She stopped at a crosswalk and looked around. It was late, and not many people were out. Those that were seemed insignificant in her presence. Like ants, she could crush them beneath her feet. She seemed regal and powerful. People stared but gave her a wide berth, for they were confused and scared at this beautiful, horrible woman. She crossed the street slowly, as if time was shaped and molded around her. She was then lost in the darkness of the park. What was she doing? He wondered. Was she hunting like vampires did and using herself as bait? Kurt's heart hammered as he followed her, letting the darkness engulf him. The pale lights of the street lamps did little to illuminate the park, almost as if they intentionally made it so. It was like a heaven for thieves and thugs. He could smell a drunk and hear the grunts of the homeless as they slept. If she was a vampire, this would be a heaven for her. It was a feeding ground of easy prey. He saw her stop in the darkest part of the park and sit on an old bench. Kurt stepped behind a tree. He wanted to talk to her, but he wanted to calm his heart first. He took some deep breaths, trying to prepare himself. How does one get ready to hear the answers that his soul has longed for? "Why would you follow me, mortal?" he heard a dark, beautiful voice say. Her voice sounded to him like a funeral song. He shivered and thought, she knew I was here. How long had she known I was following her? Had she lured me here to this dark spot? You're scared. I can smell fear's stink on you. You should fear me, mortal, she said, her tone playfully mocking. Kurt was unsure what to do. He was so terrified his throat felt dry. He ran his tongue over his lips nervously. Pull yourself together, he told himself. He came out from behind the tree and met the gaze of his dark beauty. What air he had left in his lungs left in a sigh of longing. How could anything possess such eyes and not be worshipped? Her hazel eyes that glistened deeply with an earthly beauty. He shivered, for he never knew darkness could look so alluring. Many people had it backwards. The devil was the good guy that God turned against. Well, don't just stand there, mortal. What have you followed me for? Semia asked. Her tone was seductive. Everything in Kurt screamed for him to run. All his years and dealing with the supernatural and non-human beings demanded him to flee. But he couldn't. His heart was struck and entranced and wouldn't let him budge. Kurt finally took a deep breath. I simply want to talk to you, Semia, and maybe just worship you a while, Kurt said, his strength returning. Semia smiled. The darkness in the park seemed to vanish. He couldn't help but fall to his knees. Semia seemed pleased with him, and that made Kurt happy. What have you come to discuss with me? Semia asked, still holding him with her dark gaze. Kurt seemed to sink deeper into the ground. I am a watcher, Semia. Goddess. My name is Kurt. Semia walked over to him and grabbed his hand, gently helping him off his knees. Her touch made him wince, as if her soft skin pained him. He felt unworthy to be touched by her. She walked him to the bench where he sat with her. She waited patiently for him to recover from her closeness. He swallowed hard. I know of you watchers, mortal. Again, what do you seek of me? Semia asked. Kurt dropped his gaze. What is hell, goddess, and are you its queen? Kurt asked. He wished he had his alcohol. He cursed himself for leaving it in the car. Semia sighed as if disappointed. It pained Kurt's heart to hear such a sigh escape this creature. Hell is pain. It is torment beyond your pitiful comprehension. I am not its goddess. I am its victim, the result of its cruelty. Semia responded, her tone darkening. Kurt frowned. Mortal, I have seen those like you who seek me to answer their life's questions. I will say to you as I say to them. I seek the same answers. I pray for death every moment of my existence. There is no devil, mortal, just a God who is cruel to those he chooses. I happen to be one of those unfortunates, Semia said softly. Kurt didn't know what to say. He felt crushed. This was an answer he did not expect. Do I still seem like a goddess, mortal? Do you still wish to worship me? She asked. Kurt had to admit that she had lost her hold on him. She seemed more like a wretch to him now, a poor, cursed soul. She was beautiful like the vampires he had encountered, but wretched and miserable. There was a dark sadness about these immortals, a romance with them that he could not explain. He did not want to worship her. He felt foolish for trying before. I thought not, mortal, Semia said sadly. Kurt stood up. He once again was himself. Do you know where we can find Ma'alik? He asked. He once again was the watcher. Semia winced at his name and smiled coldly. Kurt, you are an old, drunk fool, he told himself. He knew he couldn't escape her. Sad and wretched she may be, but she still was not mortal and was not held to the rules of being immortal. She probably was stronger than the eldest vampire, for she did not possess demonic blood to make her what she is. She was something beyond anything that had ever lived or died. She, who died immortal, was reborn into the world after being forged through the pain and torment in hell. There was nothing like her in all the Watcher chronicles. Kurt shivered. "Ma'alik you will meet soon enough, mortal," Semia said darkly, and grabbed Kurt by his neck. She moved faster than he could think. "You brought this on yourself, you old fool," he told himself. Strangely, his thoughts went to his ex-wife. How she cried as he beat her in his drunken stupor. He felt guilty suddenly, a guilt he had never before felt. "Forgive me, Lacey," he whispered, as Semia bit a huge chunk of flesh out of his shoulder. Blood splashed her beautiful face as she chewed. Blood dripped down her honey-colored flesh. Kurt couldn't scream. He had no breath to. How could something so evil, so dark, be so beautiful? He saw something, a beautiful ebony shadow that made Semia look like a hag next to it. It shook its head sadly at Kurt. Its eyes were soft and feminine. It held out a soft, slender ebony hand to Kurt. He reached for it. "Is she here, mortal? That bitch that made me what I am?" Semia cursed angrily and took another bite from Kurt's shoulder. Kurt's body shuddered. He couldn't answer, for he had already left his body. He stared at Semia sadly. For now, he had gotten his answers in death. He discovered the meaning of his life, and he was at peace. Semia. "Where are you?" Semia screamed, searching for death. "Look what you have made of me! Look what you have done to me!" Semia was enraged. She wanted to tear down every tree in the park and reduce it to rubble. She threw Kurt's bloody body to the ground and looked at his crumpled corpse with pity and jealousy. "The old fool came to serve and saw me for the wretch I truly am. The wretch that I try to hide so dearly," she blared. "For I truly am damned in an existence that I long to be rid of. Ma'alik was the key. He made me this wretched creature, and he would free me." Semia stood and calmed herself. She took a deep breath, wiped Kurt's blood from her lips, and began her walk back to Sandra's house in silence. Shorna. Shorna stood in the blistering African sun as she watched people go by in this small Zaire village. The village was so small and so far off the map that there was no name for it. It took her a whole day to get there. She had gone through 3 different guides and all seemed to want to avoid this place. She could read their fear. Something powerful and strong lived here. They called it a demon. It had lived there for centuries, and now that she arrived, she could feel it. To Shorna, it wasn't evil, for Shorna understood the fear of what the unknown can bring. It is easier to assume something is evil than to know that it is good. People were strange like that. The presence filled her with hope. "Ma'alik, is that you?" she thought, reaching out with her mind. He was close, and she knew it, but she just couldn't pinpoint him. He was so much stronger than Semia. Shorna shuddered as she remembered looking into Semia's hate-filled eyes. Shorna's soul shriveled and recoiled just from the memory. That encounter had scarred her soul forever. She could feel the heat of Semia's fire, her torment. It had seared Shorna for only a moment, but that was all it took to change her forever. Shorna closed her eyes and let her mind wander, searching for where Ma'alik's presence was strongest. She found it quickly. She smiled to herself as she looked around. The people looked sickly and underfed. Many of the women were barely clothed. They had huge rings around their necks and ears. Some even had rings in their lips. They looked at her like Shorna was an alien, an imposter. She was a woman who was the same color as them, but wasn't them. The men seemed cruel and haggard, barely hanging on. They were paranoid and always on the watch for the next tribal attack. Many of these men had mutilated and raped women. She could see their memories. It disgusted her. Why would Ma'alik come here? A place so evil, so filled with pain. Being a creature of good, how could he stand it? She could barely stand it herself. She became lost in her thoughts. She lost track of where her mind led her. She stood before a hut, if it could even be called that. It looked like a ruin of a hut that reeked of death and shit. Shorna gagged, but felt his presence strongest here. Shorna stilled herself, took a deep breath, and ducked into the hut. She could feel the presence of sickness, the fever burning off of a woman that laid in the corner. Her body was just skin stretched over bone. Her breath was a soft wheeze. It was a wonder she still lived. "Is that you, Angel?" The woman's voice was barely a whisper. This woman was a good woman. She lived her life to serve others, and look where that had gotten her. The sadness this woman felt and of this place overwhelmed her. Shorna wept. She couldn't help it. It pained her so to see a heart so pure reduced to this barely living cadaver. "No," the woman said, her voice barely audible. Shorna wasn't sure if she heard it with her mind or her ears. "What can an old dying woman do for you, child?" Shorna felt drawn to her. She knelt beside her and took her hand. The woman smiled. Most would have been terrified to see such a thing. "You are a kind child, truly," the woman wheezed. Shorna could feel her goodness. "Don't weep for these old bones. Death is a mercy for me, for life is cruel, child. A cruel test of your faith and strength. Only when you die do you truly live." The woman then began to cough. Her tiny body heaved with it. Shorna wept harder. The woman's hand felt like a crumbling stick. She was afraid it would break in her hand and turn to dust. The woman was patient and waited for Shorna to regain herself. Shorna sighed, took a deep breath, and calmed herself. She tried to strengthen herself through the sadness. "I am looking for your angel, grandmother," Shorna finally said. Giving her the title grandmother was a sign of respect of her age and wisdom to her people. The woman smiled that horrifying smile again. "Yes, you just missed him, child. He is so beautiful and so kind. He helps ease my pain, for my time is near," the woman said, as a fit of coughing racked her fragile old body. Shorna sighed in disappointment. "He will come back, child. He spends a lot of time with me. We just talk. He tells me of heaven. I long to see his garden where he danced and sang to the Creator. He comes every day and we talk for hours," the woman said. Shorna smiled. She longed to talk with Ma'alik. She longed to listen to him, to learn from him. Shorna stiffened suddenly. She thought of Kurt. She heard him scream. Shorna's shoulders slumped and she hung her head sadly. She knew Kurt had died, and she knew Semia had killed him. Shorna sighed sadly for her old friend. She hoped he had found peace. "Stay with me a while, child, and talk, and Ma'alik will come again soon." Shorna nodded. The old woman smiled again and began to tell Shorna what Ma'alik had told her about Sandra. Sandra sat in her office, her eyes red and puffy. The food Bradley had brought her was untouched and cold. She had been sipping on the same cup of coffee for almost 6 hours now, still trying to wrap her mind around losing yet another husband. She could just imagine what the papers would say about her. The media already thought she was mad. Now they would have a field day with her second divorce. She wanted to weep again, but found she had no more tears. Her soul hurt. She felt weak and needed to be lost once again in her work. It was the only place that was predictable and safe for her. It was a place where no one could hurt her. She needed to lose herself in it like an addict needed a hit. Was I cursed? She thought, plagued to wander the world alone. Her only real company was her fantasy world. She was more a part of that world than the one she actually lived in. How could he do such a thing to me? She thought. It's not him. It's me, she told herself after a long moment and a deep, shaky breath. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. She wanted to get lost again in Semia's darkness and listen to this creature talk about Andred or the fire. Something about hearing about someone else's pain made your heart hurt a little bit less. It was cruel to want people to hurt with you, just so your pain wasn't so intense. It's selfish, but I guess misery loves company. Sandra sighed and wiped her eyes. She knew she would never date again unless she could find a hermit just like her. Someone who, like her, needed to be lost someplace else besides reality. Schizophrenics and writers came to her mind. She smiled sadly. It was a sad smile that one might find on a corpse, for truly she was dead inside. Is this how Semia felt? Dead, yet somehow alive. She would get over it, and most likely write about it in one of her stories. She'd get her pain out through a character that was actually her in disguise. She thought about Ralph and wondered where he was. She knew he would never come home again. She would never feel him next to her as she slept. She remembered how she used to watch him sleep. It was him in his most vulnerable state. She'd listen to his breath as he breathed. She'd watch his chest rise and fall. Sandra truly did love him, but she sucked at relationships. She couldn't understand that people need attention. They craved it. All she needed was her books, and every now and then some passionate sex. But only when she wanted it. She deserved this pain. Even more so, she deserved to be neglected the way she had neglected Ralph. It was a wonder he lasted this long. He must have truly loved Sandra. Sandra wiped her nose and jumped up as she was startled, for Semia sat in front of her staring at Sandra. She was a beautiful demoness. Dark red blood drenched her like a dress. Her dark eyes always chilled Sandra. They made her soul cower. It seemed like the fire that tortured Semia burned deep in her soul. How long had Semia been there staring? Why was she drenched in blood? If there ever was such a thing as Satan's bride, Semia surely was it. Her beauty seemed as though God sculpted her with care, like an artist working on his masterpiece. Yet she was dark, deadly. Something about her was beyond evil. For a moment there, Sandra, I recognized you. Recognized the sorrow and despair. A pit where your soul cries for extinction. For the briefest of moments, I truly knew you, Semia said, never taking her eyes off Sandra. Sandra was so horrified she wanted to scream. Sandra shuddered and quickly recovered. Why are you covered in blood, Semia? Sandra asked. Semia smiled her cold, beautiful smile. It was a smile that made everything human in Sandra want to worship Semia and run in horror at the same time. I was hungry, Sandra, Semia replied coolly. Sandra's hands shook as she grabbed her old tape recorder. She decided not to care if Semia just ate somebody or worry over this demon who sat before her smelling of gore and drenched in blood. Sandra needed her. It was her fix. She didn't care that the sun was rising. She needed to lose herself in Semia's story. It was her drug of choice. Are you eager, mortal, to hear more of my pain? Semia asked. Sandra couldn't look her in the eyes. Yes, princess. I love your story, Sandra replied. Semia smiled again and nodded. Sandra sighed and turned her old tape recorder to face Semia and pressed record on her webcam. Well, Sandra, things got dark for me after my taste of power. I knew then what I was. A monster, a goddess, who fed on the essence of humanity to sustain my own. I craved death. I loved darkness and carnage. Poor Raphael. I slaughtered him as he bowed before me. I couldn't resist it. He was so weak, so fat and fragile. His fear was an intoxicating aroma, and he was drenched in it. I made him squeal like the foul swine he was. I delighted in every moment of it. His blood smelled foul like rotted garbage. You can tell a lot about a person by the smell of their blood. Raphael was a fiend of a man. If any deserved death, it was he. I couldn't stay in Egypt. It just wasn't the same. My Egypt had disappeared, replaced by something that mocked my once beautiful home. My memory dulled from the last 1,000 years of torment. Everywhere I looked, I was reminded of the pain that started here. But I did not know where to go, where to start my new life as the goddess I was. Most people dream of power all their lives. When they finally get it, they have no idea what to do with it. I just wanted someplace dark, someplace where evil dwelled the strongest. I will tell you, I have been around. Been amongst bandits and thieves, rapists and murderers, and still couldn't find the darkness I sought. It was until 500 years later I lay in an alley covered in blood and filth, for I had just feasted on a family's children. I was dizzy as their childhood essence filled me, made me half alive and somewhat whole. I remembered their screams and smiled. It was a shame I had to slaughter their parents, but they interfered. I loved how they would beg me, how they would call upon whatever god they worshipped. I am God, I would tell them before I killed them. The shock and fear in their eyes gave me amusement for weeks on end. I loved to toy with my victims. These mortals were truly pathetic, lost in their useless lives, not having a clue about the reality of the world. It was hard to believe that once, long ago, I was one of them. I had no idea, no clue where I was, no clue as to what town or country I was in. I was so lost that I was in my own world. All I knew was that I lay in some alley like I have so many nights before. Blood of the children I just ate covered me and matted my clothes. I was dizzy and weak. I did not look like a goddess. I looked like some beggar. By God, are you okay, madam? I heard a voice say. A man. Was he talking to me? I truly couldn't tell, so intoxicated was I off my recent meal. I felt warm hands upon me. "She's still living. Help me take her to the church," the voice said. I was grabbed roughly and carried. "Can you tell where this blood is coming from?" the soft voice said. "No, Father," a deep voice boomed. I laughed. I couldn't help it. These fools with their kindness. I was thinking of how I would kill them, of what their flesh would taste like. I can't recall how long I was carried, only that it seemed like forever. It was fitting for a goddess to be carried by mortals, protected by them. When my dizziness wore off, I came to in a soft bed. I was clean. The blood of the children I had eaten had been washed away. I lay in a white gown. I felt awkward to be clean and to lay in a bed. How long had it been since I had been without blood on me? The blood of some child or some family. So long I had lost count. I fancied myself the goddess of death, for that is what I was, a monster who fed upon others. "Call the Reverend Mother. She wakes," a woman's voice said. I opened my eyes and beheld this tender, comely thing. She was young, not pretty, but yet not ugly either. Her green eyes shone with a light that disgusted me. She smiled at me when she noticed I was looking at her. Her mouth was slightly crooked. Her smile made it even more so. I wished she would stop smiling. It was not very pleasant to look upon. "I wish I was as beautiful as you," the comely woman said shyly. I did not reply. I just studied her until she squirmed under my gaze. An old woman walked into the room. I could feel her before I saw her. There is something different about mortals who are devoted to serving something higher than themselves. There was a power that radiated from them. "Reverend Mother?" the comely woman asked, and backed away from me. The Reverend Mother had a strong, stern face. Her eyes were gray and cold, her nose sharp like a hawk's. Time had not been pleasant to her. The corners of her eyes seemed as if a crow had tread there many times over. The Reverend Mother turned her gaze to the comely woman. "Did I startle you, Sister Phi?" the Reverend Mother asked gently. "Forgive me, Reverend Mother," Phi began. The Reverend Mother held up her hand, silencing Phi. "Hush, child. Caring for others is what we are called to do," the Reverend Mother said with a smile. Several other sisters entered the room and stood by Phi, who eyed the ground and nodded humbly at the Reverend Mother. I wasn't sure what to make of this woman. She turned her cold glare towards me. I wanted to laugh at her. She had no idea what coldness was. Try looking into the eyes of a dark one as he watches you burn. "So, child, tell me where you are from, for truly you don't look to be from around here," the Reverend Mother said softly. "Child? This old hag calls me child when I have lived longer than her bloodline has existed. But I did look the same age as when I passed beyond mortality. What a price I paid just for the curse of being an immortal monster." When I did not answer, the Reverend Mother sighed. She placed her gnarled hand on me. "Forgive me, child, for even one as old as me can forget my manners." She patted my hand, and she smelled like death. Her time left in this world was short. "Let's start with your name, child," the Reverend Mother said. I smiled at the old woman. "I am Semia, old one," I replied. The sisters gasped as if surprised. Did I do something wrong? The Reverend Mother laughed softly. "Indeed, Semia, I am old," the Reverend Mother replied. The sisters sighed in relief. "So where are you from, Semia?" the old woman asked. I am from Egypt. My father is Pharaoh Taman of Alexandria. The sisters and Reverend Mother looked at me with pity. Sometimes trauma plays with our minds, child, the Reverend Mother said, trying to soothe me. Since you do not know who you are, I will assume you are mad, and therefore guilty of the crimes you have been charged with. Armed men stepped into the room. What crime do you charge me with, old one? I asked calmly. My tone seemed to chill the sisters. You were found covered in blood, with no visible wounds of your own. You were behind the home of a family who was brutally slaughtered. The children were half-eaten and ripped to shreds. The most damning of everything, child, was the flesh that was found in your mouth, the Reverend Mother said, condemning me. The sisters looked pale and terrified. But God is merciful, child. Repent to me here. Beg God's Son Jesus for forgiveness, and be granted a clean death and avoid the fires of hell, the Reverend Mother said gently. I flinched at the mention of the fires. Then I started to laugh. Let me kill this mad woman now, a guard said, unsheathing his sword. The Reverend Mother touched the guard's arm. Even the ones who have damned themselves deserve the chance to repent, the Reverend Mother reminded the guard. The guard sheathed his sword and nodded unhappily. So, child, the mother began. Old one, you know nothing of the hellfire. I can tell by your eyes that you have never felt it kiss you. So your threats of hell mean nothing. Why should I bow to some fool who claims to be a son of God when I know no such thing exists? I will not beg a creator for forgiveness when that creator has abandoned me to hell. I am a goddess. I bow to no one. The world should bow to me. Let me give you a taste of hell, mortal. The Reverend Mother seemed taken aback. I screamed like I did when the fires touched me, a scream that spoke of unspeakable pain. It was a scream no mortal could make. The sisters lay on the floor sobbing in fear. I could smell it on them, thick and suffocating. They will never forget my scream. I knew it would haunt them forever. The guard was a coward. All that stood was the Reverend Mother. She reeked of fear, but she would not succumb to it. A tear fell from her old eyes. Demon, may God have mercy upon you, for the church truly won't, she said, then waved her hand. Several armed men rushed into the room with swords drawn. The Reverend Mother disappeared behind a wall of steel. I stared at the terrified men and laughed at them. Mortals were foolish. I rushed them with a speed that defied mortality and took the head of the nearest armed man. I threw it on the floor before me and laughed at the men. I was about to strike again when I felt a sharp stab in my leg. I looked down to see Phi had stabbed me with something, some poison. I grabbed her by her throat and lifted her in the air. Her screams were cut short as she began to choke. You still wish to be as pretty as me? I mocked. With a flip of my wrist, I broke her neck. I threw her body at the men. I began to feel dizzy and weak. What is this? I thought. It is working. Grab the fiend when she is weak, a man shouted. That whore had poisoned me. My body felt heavy and numb. I could barely move my limbs. I felt a sharp blow to my head. I heard my skull crack. I could feel my hot blood dripping from my wound. Rough hands grabbed me. What they would do to me bothered me not. There was nothing these mortals could do that could even come close to the torture of the fire. The Reverend Mother's gray eyes looked upon me, then at the body of Phi. Prepare yourself, demoness, for you will pay with your flesh for your crimes. Even though you are our Lord's enemy, he is not far if you but call upon him," she said sadly. I tasted blood in my mouth. I spit in her face before darkness took me. I awoke on a cold, hard floor. I was drenched in sweat and cold. The smell was foul. It smelled of rotted flesh and feces. What had happened to me? I was baffled at how I was so weak. I could hardly move my limbs. I felt numb and lifeless. It took all I had just to sit up. I guess I was back to being the goddess of death. It seemed I was always in filth and stench. I looked around the stone cell. It was small. Some thick filth covered the walls and floors. I could smell old blood. This place I was in, this cell, was a place of death. I could hear screams in the distance. Screams that had no sex. Screams of some mortal experiencing agony. Pain so deep it seared the soul. I had a kinship for those who have been through great agony, though they have never been through the hellfire. I could still feel and understand their pain. I heard footsteps. Soft, padded feet echoed throughout the halls. It was dark. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I saw a light in the darkness, a torch flickering. It had been centuries since I had seen the hellfire, but the flickering of a flame still terrified me. A soft, pale face flickered in the torchlight. It was a kind face, his eyes the softest green, almost as if God took the hues of the jungle and painted them upon this man's soul. His face was kind, but lined with stress and worry. He was young. "Is it true, my lady? Are you a demon?" he said in a soft voice. It was the same voice that comforted me when I was vulnerable after I ate that family. A man called him father. An older man called him by that title. What should I tell this man? For I didn't even know what I was. Was I a demoness? A monster? Or something else? All I did know was that I was no longer the innocent Semia, the foolish child who died for love. "I don't know, mortal, what I am or who I am anymore," I replied. The man looked confused. "By God, you are beautiful. Too beautiful to be something other than an angel," the priest said. Semia flinched at the mention of angels. She despised them. Angels were the roots of her agony. "Did I say something wrong?" the priest asked. Semia sighed. Her face was caked with blood and filth, yet this man-child still saw her as beautiful. "I despise angels." The priest looked puzzled. "Forgive me if I have caused you further discomfort. I am Father Gabriel. I found you in the alley. So, in a way, the blood you spilt in the temple is on my hands," the priest said sadly. He seemed to be yearning for something, seeking some answer. "So it is as the good book says. The devil will appear as an angel of light." The priest sighed. "So you believe I am the devil then, Gabriel?" I asked the priest. He sighed and seemed confused. He touched my face with his soft hands. He brushed away some of the blood and dirt. His touch was warm and comforting. "I prayed my whole life for God to use me. I have served faithfully, and today, for the first time, my faith is wavering. They will torture you soon. Angel or demon, The priest was interrupted by my laughter. "These mortals know nothing of torture." Again I laughed. The priest drew back, frightened. "I have suffered the fires of hell, Gabriel. I was once an innocent fool like yourself. I was a princess. Then your angels killed me and tortured me in hell for over 1,000 years. And now I'm cursed to wander amongst you mortals." You know nothing of pain or torture. I spat at the priest. He looked pained. Tears ran down his young face. He placed his head in his hands and began to sob. Now I was confused. What was wrong with this man? After a moment he looked at me, his green eyes pained and his face haggard. God is truly great. You were the answer to my prayer. Please, tell me about hell and about God. The priest pleaded. I wanted to laugh, for I was just as confused as he about God and hell. The look in his eyes stopped me from laughing at him. So, Sandra, I told him about the fire, told him about the dark ones, and most of all, the pain. He listened and wept. He held my hands, and at the end of my story, he told me something I would never forget. God does everything for a reason. Despite your pain, God has a purpose. Ma'alik. Oh, what has my existence become? Am I now a protector of mankind, wandering the earth, healing the sick, and fighting the wars of humanity? It is not so much different from my duty so long ago when I protected humanity from the shadows. My Creator is cruel. He still uses me to clean away some of the darkness of humanity despite his curse upon me. I have been on this world too long. So long I have forgotten the years. The darkness of this world has changed me. Even if I were to be let back home and into the beloved gardens of paradise, it would not be the same. I fear I am more human than angel now. The soul can only take so much pain, so much darkness before it falls to something less than divine. Yet here I stand, in the heart of hell, the place where humanity started and the place of the most suffering. Look how far people have strayed. The evil ones live happy and profit the most. The ones closest to God suffer and starve. Ma'alik shook his long, black, curly hair. It fell gently onto his caramel flesh. Ma'alik was beautiful. A man whose features were so perfect and sharp. You knew he couldn't be human. His eyes were coal black. He seemed to glow slightly. He was tall, elegant, and moved with a grace that was unnatural to mortal beings. When people saw him, they looked hard at him, then turned away after convincing themselves that he was just a good-looking man and nothing more. Why am I so lost? Ma'alik thought, as he walked the streets of the desolate African village, which reeked of death and decay. I have come to terms with the fact that I will never leave here. I will wander earth forever. But what of Semia? I have heard she's been given a second chance and has been reborn. I just hope her blessed soul will be forgiven. At least she will no longer suffer. I wonder if her soul will recognize herself, or if she read Sandra's book. Ma'alik paused as he thought of Sandra fondly. Oh, my beautiful one, I can feel your suffering from here. I miss Sandra so. I had to stop calling her like I used to. I wanted to spare her from me, spare her from the truth, but mostly to spare myself the pain of watching her die. For she will age, get sick, and fade from this world, and I will still be here. She needs me now. I can feel her. I am ashamed for cutting her off. I will contact her soon after I see this beautiful old woman pass. She has lived a life in service to God. Yet, she dies here in hell, in a beat-down shack surrounded by death and barren waste. The right path is always the one most unnoticed. Everywhere Ma'alik looked, he saw death, the same sweet ebony angel that teases him. She still calls to me. I hear her song, I smell her scent as she claims another soul to be judged. Yet still she denies me. Ma'alik took a deep breath as he came to the decaying, worn-down hut where this kind old woman lay miserable in her dying days. A woman like this should be lavished in this life. Yet the Creator rewards the wicked in this life and punishes them in the next. Yet the kind and good-hearted who serve faithfully and sacrificed suffer the most in this life, testing to see if they are worthy. Yet I have served my whole life since the dawn of time. The first I question, I get thrown into a mock hell amongst the mortals. But then man are the Creator's chosen, and the Creator loves them over all, so they have every chance to please Him. I can smell her. The poor woman. My aching heart weeps for her. I could already see my love standing beside her, smiling down at the woman's gentle face. Someone else was here too. She was a young woman with a soul much too old for her. She was special, yet seemed haunted. Ma'alik? She asked. I smiled at her and watched the warmth enter her pained heart. I knelt beside her, the old woman I had been seeing for the past week. I kissed her on the forehead. It was gnarled and tasted of fever. I looked to Death, who smiled at me. I had given up asking her about my time, for I knew her answer would not change. Like all angels, she had a purpose. The Creator made her the collector of souls. She is a kind woman, faithful one. Take her to where I danced in the gardens, my love. Death smiled again and kissed my cheek. Every time she has done so, the pain of homesickness takes my breath from me. The old woman barely squeezed my hand. Thank you, my angel, for being so kind to me. I will pray for you every day, I promise. The old woman said as I wept and kissed her old hand. You should not be dying here like this, I told her. The old woman just smiled. Silent tears of joy escaped her old, tired eyes. She took one last breath. I often wonder what she saw as she looked around the disgusting hovel she spent her final moments inside. Was she sad? Or did she feel joy in hard life that was well lived? Ma'alik sighed as he placed her old hands on her breathless chest. He covered her up with the ragged remains of her old blanket and sighed deeply. He lit a candle in the old woman's shack and turned to the young women who had come seemingly out of nowhere. It was the very last place on earth you would want to be. He turned to her and could tell she was gifted. He could see it in her eyes. She had a timeless look for someone too wise for her age. She trembled. She was terrified. It was not the fear like one fears death, but the fear of one's life's meaning being answered. This child has felt such loneliness only to feel something else in her heart, a heart that pumped pain as well as blood to her body. Please sit, child, and tell me what's on your heart, Ma'alik said. The women all took a deep, shaky breath. They cleared a space in the old shack and sat down. She stared for a moment at the kind old woman, then turned to Ma'alik. Shorna. Finally, I am here before him, the creature I have longed to meet, the very being who has been in heaven, a thing of amazing beauty that was shaped by God's own hands. Shorna shook. She couldn't imagine what heaven looked like, what it would be like to be so close to God. Yet Shorna, who thought she could see everything, who did not fear anything, sat here in complete fear in front of this divine creature. It was not the fear of death she felt, but the fear and awe one feels when they are in the presence of something beyond them. It was almost like a brave man who sees himself in the mirror and discovers that he is truly a coward. It is the fear of seeing yourself laid bare. Nothing was hidden from the eyes that made you what you were. Sure, she had heard about it and listened to people debate about God. People even killed in God's name or did some other horrifying atrocity in the name of God. But to face it, to get the proof that so many begged for, she trembled uncontrollably. Was this the way the Muslim Muhammad felt when the angel Gabriel hugged him and told him to recite? She thought of the awe that Moses felt when God spoke to him through a burning bush. Yet it was not God she sat in front of. It was merely an angel. Shorna dripped sweat. She tried hard to breathe. Ma'alik reached forward and touched her hand. Shorna felt calmed. "It is okay, beautiful one," Ma'alik said softly, then smiled. Shorna remembered Sandra's book. It was a credit to Sandra's writing talent, for Ma'alik was everything that Sandra described. Shorna closed her eyes for a moment. She tried to get control of herself. Then she slowly opened them again. "Why does God hate me? Why has he cursed me so?" Shorna asked calmly, but her heart beat like it was trying to escape from her chest. Ma'alik sighed as he stared off for a moment, as if lost. Only the sound of Shorna's beating heart pierced the eerie silence of the night. This remote African village was as silent as death. It made sense, though, for death did not hide herself here. Everywhere you looked, you could see her in the eyes of these poor people. "Beautiful one, if I knew the answer to that, I would not be so tormented. The Creator is beyond us all, mortal," Ma'alik responded. Shorna hung her head defeated and disappointed. She couldn't even find the strength to cry. Ma'alik struggled to find words to help her, for he had felt the same despair as her. He was lost and cursed as well. He remembered the countless times he had cursed the Creator. "Maybe we can search for the answers together, for it seems the world has rejected you as it has me," Ma'alik said. Shorna smiled. "Ma'alik, forgive me, for I have come here to mislead you. But I just can't," Shorna said. She felt a knife in her heart. Ma'alik smiled at her gently, as if he did not care and had forgiven her before she even agreed to this mission. Shorna sighed and revealed, "Semia is alive." For the first time in centuries, Ma'alik's face looked mortal. If one's face could show the dying of the heart, Ma'alik's expression was like the death of 1,000 hearts. He felt real, mortal fear. This emotion was a mystery he has never really felt. For the first time, the tears that were never far away refused to come. Would this be my time? He wondered. Has my father truly forgiven me? He closed his eyes and saw the fading image of his garden. He heard the faint song of the angels that sang for the Father, the soft touch of death's hand. He sighed. "Semia, can it truly be you?" he wondered. Shorna felt so guilty for the pain she caused this divine creature. "She read your story, Ma'alik. She of all people would recognize it. She found Sandra and is with her." Ma'alik looked up from his hands suddenly. He stared deep in Shorna's eyes. Shorna cringed. She felt her entire being laid bare before him. "She is with Sandra." His face paled and was inhumanly emotionless. He wasn't sure if he should be happy that she was with Sandra or worried. Ma'alik had never seen the hellfire, but he has seen the result of it. What's left of a mortal soul that had crawled up from the fire after its sentence was complete. The frail, tortured thing crawled blindly like a starved man who had crawled free of a cave and into the light for the first time in memory. The sun hurt its flesh. In some, Hate could be seen in their eyes. In others, just lifeless horror as they searched for the well whose waters would restore them and erase their pain and let them see the joy of paradise. What was Semia? Was she one of those pitiful creatures? Was she reborn? Did she look the same? When Ma'alik did not respond, Shorna closed her eyes. I was supposed to use you as bait so the watchers would trap her. Shorna stopped to steel herself. I've read the book, Ma'alik. Whatever Semia was, she is not that now. She is evil and dangerous. Ma'alik heard her, but it seemed like it was from a distance. He sighed deeply as if disappointed. So Semia, the kind, beautiful princess, was one of these pitiful creatures. Yet for her there was no well here. There was nothing to restore her to what she was. Now the tears broke like a breaking of a dam. Oh, my dear Semia, what have I done to you? He wept. He paid the mortal's plan to catch him no mind, for he knew no mortal could harm him. He would destroy an army of mortals in an hour. He wondered if Sandra was in danger. He knew he had to go. He had to see Sandra. But most of all, he had to see Semia. I am not sure when I fell asleep, not sure if it was before or after the priest left. But when I awoke, my face was pressed against the rusty, cold bars. I could see the remains of a fingernail and teeth, as if someone tried to claw and bite their way out. The foolish mortal! Such desperation was beneath me now. I still felt weak. My head still throbbed. Did they drug me again while I slept? I wondered how much longer they would keep me here. It was dark. I could see nothing, not even a faint outline of my hand before my face. I smelled fresh blood. Someone had died here recently. My stomach growled. I needed to feed. I needed someone's flesh. A woman's anguished scream pierced the cold, silent darkness. It was followed by the soft chuckle of a man as he enjoyed this woman's torment. I was reminded of Andred's cold, emotionless face staring at her as she suffered. I shivered at the memory. I ran my tongue across my dry, parched lips while wondering how long I had been out, how long I had been here. It seemed one cold, dark day just ran into the next without pause. I heard a door scraping in the distance, then the heavy footsteps of someone coming closer. I heard the jingle of keys with each step the person took. There was the fire again. The cursed fire that always pierced the darkness in my life. The fire that destroyed me. As the person got closer, I saw their face in the torchlight. It was a woman. She had a delicate, soft face, but her eyes were cold as stone and filled with zeal. She was pretty. Her long red hair smelled of roses. Her icy blue eyes blazed brighter than the torches as she stared down at me. Her blood-red robes hung limp around her feet. She knelt down next to me. She moved like a cat, a predator preparing to kill its prey. She couldn't have been the one who made those heavy, ungraceful footsteps. "Are you ready, demon, to return home?" she asked, her voice soft and seductive. I smiled at her, for she was truly an evil thing, and evil can recognize itself. "Let's see if you still smile after I take your confession," the lady said softly. "Jed, bring her to the confession room." A fat, horrid little man stepped into the light. His fingers were crusted with blood and grit. He smelled of blood and piss. "Yes, Your Holiness," he replied. The woman walked away and disappeared into the darkness. Jed inhaled as if he was holding his breath. I could smell his fear. His hands trembled as he fumbled for the key. Yet he had no fear of me while knowing that I was the monster that ate the children. It made me wonder even more about this woman. The fear of her was so complete that it overruled his fear of me. Jed smelled like a sweating pig. He found my cell key, his torchlight flickering. "You stink of fear," I said to him. He paused and looked at me. He never looked in my eyes. I could hear his heart pounding in his chest. He opened my heavy iron door. It scraped hard against the concrete floor. It was clear he wasn't going to answer me. "You know, Jed, I'm going to kill you after I kill that woman," I said calmly. I could smell his fear growing. I almost felt sorry for this pitiful creature. Almost. He unbound my manacles and picked me up roughly. He slung me over his shoulder like I was some sort of plaything. I still felt so weak. This vile poison kept me from being able to move. I could feel everything. "Do you really think you can kill me, Jed?" I asked him. He smelled of rot and decay again. He ignored me and carried me into a crude room that had all kinds of torture devices. Different spikes and hooks could be seen everywhere. He laid me on the table, which was still wet with fresh blood. He strapped my hands and feet to the table with iron manacles. The thought that they were going to try and torture me was laughable. I imagined their faces as they tried to kill me and failed. Then what would they do? I relished the thought of what I would do to this whole town after I regained my strength. "You can leave now, Jed," the woman said in a seductive voice. Jed nodded and shuffled out, closing the heavy iron door behind him. The lady came and stood over me. She smiled, her perfectly white teeth flashing. She had the beauty of a cadaver. "So, Semia, we can make this quick, painless, and easy for us all. Or we can do this the way the church demands," the woman said, grabbing a rusty, crude-looking sickle. She ran her pale finger over its dull blade. I smiled at her, mocking her pitiful attempt to scare me. She shrugged and put the blade to my neck and cut through the collar of my shirt, tearing it open so my breast and stomach were bare. Still, I smiled. "Shouldn't you tell me your name before the foreplay?" I asked. The woman flashed her smile again, amused. "You have no fear, I see," the woman said. She placed the blade of the dull sickle to my left nipple and pressed slowly until it drew blood. I felt a stab of pain, but still made no sound and did not flinch. This seemed to aggravate the woman. She dug the blade deeper in my flesh and pulled it back quickly, slicing off my left nipple. I laughed at her, mocking her as my wound closed and my nipple grew back. The woman seemed startled. "So you truly are a demon then," the woman stated. "What have you come here for, demoness?" she asked and picked up another crude instrument of torture. She paused a few moments to see if I would respond. When I didn't, she stabbed me several times in my stomach. Pain shot through my whole body. I wouldn't allow myself to react to the pain. The blood splashed her face. She licked her lips, tasting my blood. She was a monster too, it seemed. A mortal one. My wounds healed as quickly as they were made. The woman was breathless. Her blood-red dress served a purpose, it seemed. It hid the blood that splashed on her. "How does my blood taste, mortal?" I asked her as she regained her breath. She looked at me startled. "Like fire," she replied. I sighed. Is that what brought me back to this foul existence? Fire? Did it truly run in my blood? What now, whore of the church? There is nothing you can do to me. You know you can't kill me, I said mockingly. The woman thought for a moment, as if pondering my words. You know what, demoness? You might be right. But death will come to you. I laughed. Your blood tastes of smoke and fire, so I shall return you to hell through smoke and fire, the woman said, and then left. My heart beat harder, just at the thought of the fire. Could this whore of the church truly send me back through the fire? I did not want to return there. I hated that poison they put in me, that cursed poison that made me so weak. I wanted to rip that woman's head from her shoulders, drink her blood, and dine on her flesh. There was something strange about this woman, something not right. I heard the heavy footsteps again. I knew that fat, greasy oaf Jed was coming. His footsteps seemed hurried, urgent, as if he was excited. I smelled him before I saw him, his normal odor of sweat and piss, the smell you would get from laying with pigs. His breath became ragged as he came into the room and saw me laying there, my breast bare. His eyes shined like a pervert about to get his first stolen look upon a woman. This man disgusted me, this foul, horrid Jed. He walked up to me slowly, a foul smile on his face. His hands were fat and dirty. His fingers were stained with blood, and only God knows what else. I shuddered with disgust as he put his hand on my bare stomach. It trembled slightly as he moved it to my breast. His leech-like tongue licked his dirty lips. I will kill you, Jed, I said to him softly. His smile broadened. He shook his head and ran his fat fingers across his throat, telling me I was to die soon. He tried to laugh, but all that came out was a dry, hollow wheeze. He placed his ugly, fat hand on my inner thigh. I bet his heart was as fat as the rest of him. It beat hard and seemed tired like an old man that could barely walk. I could smell his blood as his heart beat and pushed it through the rest of his grotesque body. He moved his fingers closer to my sex. I strained at my bonds. If only I had my strength. If only this poison would run its course. If you touch me there, I will make your death slow and painful, I said, my tone hard. Jed paused for a moment, so his slow, pitiful brain could process my words. After a few moments, he shrugged and removed his hand. He unbound my hands from the stone slab and bound them tightly together. He did the same thing with my feet. He slung me over his shoulder like I was nothing and walked down the long, dark hallway. His stench was overwhelming, and his skin was greasy. It made me shudder. I wondered where he was taking me until I heard the shouts in the distance. It was the shouts of hundreds. I saw sunlight as the hallway ended into a staircase. How long had it been since I had seen the sun? He walked up the stairs. I bounced on his back like a sack of wheat. The sunlight hit me. The light was so bright I could not see. I could hear the shouting still. I could smell the fresh air of an overcrowded town. One voice above them all struck like thunder. Here the demoness comes, the eater of flesh and children. It was the voice of the woman in red. The crowd seemed to hush as they saw me, all ragged and filthy, being carried on Jed's back. They looked at me in awe still. Here I was, defeated and weak. These mortals who were here in the hundreds still feared me. Just the thought of their fear made me smile. The crowd parted as Jed walked me to the gallows. The woman in red, whose name is still a mystery to me, looked down at me. Death was dancing in her zealous eyes. Jed walked me up the old wooden steps. I wondered how many poor souls had walked these worn steps, heard them creak as they ascended to their death. The gallows were old. I could smell the shit and piss stained in the wood. Or maybe it was just Jed that I smelled. The rope was worn but seemed strong. Jed set me roughly on my feet. I was still weak from that foul poison. The woman in red turned to the mob. "Don't fear this hell-spawn whore. The power of God holds her at bay," she said, her voice strong with conviction. The power of God. This woman was a fool. She didn't want them to know it was a poison so strong that it would destroy a mortal in seconds. "See the feared demoness who ate the flesh of your children? Do you see her reduced to nothing?" The crowd roared at the woman's words, reminding them of how monstrous I was. Their fear was replaced with anger. Rocks and rotten food were flung at me. Cries for my head erupted everywhere. I, the feared demoness, was reduced to a pitiful young girl in their eyes. "Now, by the will of Christ the Son, we will send Satan's whore back to the flames where she belongs." The woman's powerful voice hushed the crowd. Soft cries of "Save us!" could be heard as the people turned to her to save them from me. I sighed, disgusted with these weak mortals. If I had my strength, I would destroy them all. Jed moved roughly over the floorboard that would give way when they pulled the lever. Jed stepped back and stood at the front of the crowd smiling at me. The headsman stepped forward and wrapped the noose around my neck. My heart pounded, for I hated to be hung. I knew after the hanging came the fire. With the fire came the pain. Sweat trickled down my dirty forehead and into my eyes, causing them to burn. "See how she trembles before God? Don't fear this demoness any longer, for she is powerless," the woman roared. The crowd roared its praise back to her. Some even mustered up enough courage to spit at me. The noose was rough around my neck. The coarse hairs of the rope dug into my flesh. I swallowed hard. I heard someone weeping. The voice sounded familiar. Then I saw his soft eyes. Father Thomas wept for me. He alone, out of the crowd, wept for me. I could not believe it. Someone cared enough to weep for me. Semia the monster. I laughed slowly at first. The crowd hushed, and I turned my gaze to the woman in red. My eyes were ablaze. She cringed. For the first time, I smelled utter terror in her as she met my gaze. "Foul whore of the church, I will kill you and all who mock me. I am a goddess who is weakened by your foul mortal poison. I'll kill you all this night and feast on your children." My voice sounded like thunder as it escaped my lips. The once brave mob was frozen in fear. "Hang her! Hang her now!" the woman screamed. The control she once had was gone. Someone pulled the lever. The floor beneath me gave way. The rope around my neck tightened as I began to strangle. My face bulged. I knew it wouldn't be long until I blacked out. I smelled oil as they dumped it on my body. I hung there dying, then I felt it as I knew I would. I felt the fire touch me. I couldn't scream. This fire felt different. It felt weak. The pain was hardly felt. "Even the self-proclaimed goddess can die in the fires of Christ," the woman shouted. The rope burned away in the flames and my body fell. I lay still as the pain covered me. My flesh would heal only to burn away again. The woman stood above me with victory in her cold eyes. She enraged me. Slowly I stood. The fire blazed all over my body still. Before the woman could move, I jumped on her. Her screams of pain were like a soothing balm to me. The fire burned her. Without thought, I ripped her head from her shoulders and threw it into the screaming, terrified crowd. Her blood splashed on my face and made the flames hiss. I jumped on Jed and ripped his grotesque body to pieces. I roared loudly, and many froze in terror. I ripped everyone I could find apart. Soon the blood of the crowd put out the flames that burnt me. I destroyed the city that night just as I had promised. I murdered any and everyone I saw. I ate the flesh of countless children. I decided then and there who my enemy was. It was who was stopping me from becoming a goddess. The church. I would destroy them. I did not need an army as long as I could avoid that accursed poison. I would destroy the church and destroy Christianity. For a moment, Sandra did not move. She just sat there, absorbed in the imagery of Semia's story. It's the writer's curse to be able to see things so vividly. Every horrid detail played out in her mind as if she was watching a movie. This story was so different from the others she had written, for in the others she had control. She was the goddess of the world she had created. Most of all, she knew her stories were not real and could never be. Only within the pages she wrote did they exist. Semia's tale, on the other hand, was right here before her. Semia's story, with all of its horrors, was real. It almost made her want to gag. Semia just stared at Sandra like she enjoyed her discomfort. Sandra turned off her webcam after saving the video she took. "Let's take a short break, okay?" Sandra said, and stood. Semia just shrugged and left the room. Sandra felt dizzy. All this seemed to be too much for her. Her second divorce. She had barely made it through the first one. Ralph cheating on her, then listening to Semia's story. How was she supposed to respond in the media? Most already thought her mad. They might lock her away when she tells them a 2,000-year-old princess who burned in hell appeared at her door to tell her story. It was bad enough the mockery she got for Ma'alik the Fallen, though it sold very well. They even decided to make a movie of it. The stigma behind her story made many uneasy. The Christian community seemed to hate her. Well, mostly the right-wingers. They protested at all of her book signings. They called her a false prophet, a servant of Satan. It's always funny how the craziest, most fundamental people like to point fingers and call everyone else crazy. Sandra didn't know the last time she slept, or if she ever really slept well at all. She felt faint and dizzy. "I just need to eat something and lay down for a moment," she thought. She had so much stress in her life, and to top it off, she had a monster in her home. This monster wanted to kill the only person in this world Sandra trusted and felt whole around. Ma'alik. Could she even hurt Ma'alik? Sandra wasn't sure if immortals could hurt other immortals. Semia wasn't like Ma'alik because she wasn't created an immortal. She was a human, something Ma'alik had never been. All this thinking had given Sandra a headache. She just wanted to finish Semia's story and get her out of her life. "I need you more than ever, my angel," Sandra said softly as tears blurred her vision. She sat in the middle of her hallway and did not care if any of her maids or houseworkers saw her. She wished she had Melissa's strength, the will to be a ruthless bitch like her dear friend was. Sandra just didn't have that in her. She sat, weeping. She was rich beyond belief and famous. She was known around the world. Yet she was alone. She had no children, and it seemed like she never would have any, now twice divorced. Maybe after I finish Semia's story, I will just disappear for a while, she thought. Find some place and just forget everything. Just let my agent handle things for me. Sandra wept, her whole body racked with her sobs. I used to be as weak and naive as you, mortal. Sandra heard a dark voice she had learned to hate. But pain burned it all away, mortal. There is no harsher way to change one's soul than pain, Semia said coolly. Sandra did not reply. She just waited for Semia to go someplace else. She didn't have to wait long. Semia didn't come to comfort her. Semia was truly something foul. She felt Sandra's pain, her agony. Like flies come to shit, Semia came to feed off Sandra's torment. Semia relished it. She wanted to watch Sandra suffer. Sandra shuddered. What have I done? She thought, as she wondered why she let this demon in her home. Sandra jumped in fear as she felt a hand on her shoulder. She trembled. Forgive me, Madame Sandra, I did not mean to startle you, one of Sandra's maids said. Sandra sighed in relief. Now that the evil one is gone, I wanted to tend to you, the African maid said as she helped Sandra to her feet. Come, Sandra, let me make you some tea. She was a kind old lady. She had worked for Sandra for nearly a year. Sandra loved black people. They reminded her of Ma'alik. Ma'alik, being the only angel she knew, had dark skin, so she figured God must be the same or favor that complexion. She wondered how many old white religious nuts she had offended when Ma'alik the Fallen had come out. She wondered how many felt their world threatened by her book depicting angels as something other than white. Why are you being so kind? Sandra asked. The woman smiled. I was hoping for a raise. Sandra laughed. There you are, ma'am. I was wondering when I would see that smile again. Sandra wiped her tears and let her maid lead her to the kitchen. Besides, if you break down, I'm out of a job, the maid continued. So taking care of you is job security. Sandra sat down, happy to be around such light-hearted company. The other workers seemed a bit startled to see Sandra walk in and sit with them. It's not every day your boss sits and snacks with you. Don't mind me, Sandra said to her workers. They smiled nervously and sat back down. The kind, loud maid brought Sandra a cup of tea. Sandra thanked her and blew on the tea to cool it. So, boss lady, is Ma'alik truly real? One of Sandra's kitchen help asked. Sandra took a sip of her tea and sighed. The maid saw her discomfort and felt embarrassed. We only ask, madam, because we heard you were writing a sequel. I've read your book several times and love it. The woman staying here, is she the real Semia? Sandra took another sip of her tea. It figured that the help would be uneasy around Semia. She never thought that someone would see the connection. Do you believe me? Sandra asked. Well, if that evil creature in your house really is Semia, then we will have no choice, the maid responded. Sandra took a deep breath. It is the same Semia, Sandra responded. The workers got quiet. Sandra didn't know what to think. She thought she would be happy if people believed her, but the fear in her eyes made her feel like a selfish fool. Their fear shamed her, for this was her burden to bear. How much longer will Semia be staying with you, madam? One of the workers asked. Sandra shook her head, for she truly didn't know. I guess till Ma'alik comes, Sandra said after a long pause. The workers shook their heads. Sandra smiled at them weakly. I will tell you that Semia's story will make you cringe, Sandra said as she stood. Thank you for the tea. The workers smiled back at her. Why thank us? It's your tea. the maid replied. Sandra shook her head and went back to her office. She had needed that break. She needed to be around normal, everyday people. She had to get out more. The immortals she had met were all depressing. She was surprised to see Semia sitting in her office waiting for her. "You're eager to finish your story, I see," Sandra said. Semia didn't smile or respond. She just looked deeply at Sandra. "You have no idea," was all Semia said. Sandra put a new tape in and turned on her webcam. "You ready?" she asked. Semia nodded. Sandra pressed record on the tape player and took a deep breath to still. Ma'alik. Ma'alik stared out the window as the plane roared over the ocean on its way to New York. It never failed. Wherever he went, people would stare at him, smiling like he had just given them the answer to their lives. Shorna snored softly next to him. She was truly exhausted. He liked Shorna. She reminded him of Melissa. She was strong and confident on the outside, but inside, she was a mess and so confused. Those who suffered the most pain seemed to be the best people and the most loved by the Creator. Ma'alik noticed Sandra's book was doing very well. He noticed an old woman reading it as he found his seat on the plane. He missed Sandra so much. He was excited to be able to see her soon, but his heart was pained. He was also shocked to discover Semia was back. After all these centuries, she had finally returned. "Oh, my beloved," Ma'alik said to himself. He closed his eyes and saw her face as it was when he had first met her. So beautiful, so innocent. He longed to touch her, to hold her. Was it happening all over again? Does she hate me? He wondered. It would break his heart if she did. Ma'alik was one of the very few creatures on earth who knew of hell and its pain. It was only a few hours away before he could see her again. How will this end? Will we both go to paradise? Will my torment end? So many questions, and for once he felt like he did not have the time to answer them. He wondered how all of this would play out. He had just assumed for centuries that with Semia's return, he would just be forgiven and be able to return home. The thought of returning home scared him very badly. Besides, how would he get there? Would he have to die? All he remembered was feeling a cold breeze all those centuries ago, and then he was suddenly mortal. It was like his life fled him, and he was replaced by this cold mock one. Could he leave now, even if he was able to go back home? He felt a kinship to these mortals, an obligation to protect them and stand by them. He would not feel right if he were to just abandon them. They were so lost and confused. Their souls were starving, and he had nourishment to give them. He loved them. He loved their life. To be able to see such acts of love and kindness in this hell they lived in amazed Ma'alik. But then the warmth and beauty of his birthplace called to him. He longed for it. He longed to drink from the restoring well, to restore any damage done to him by being here on earth. "Oh, Semia, I have finally found you," Ma'alik said as he laid his head back and closed his eyes. He smiled, despite the turmoil in his heart, and imagined sweet Semia's face as he saw it all those centuries ago. Shorna. Shorna could feel the angel's eyes upon her. She could feel his divinity. She knew she wasn't alone in feeling this by the looks the other passengers gave him. They would just stare at him and smile. The children would reach for him and make excuses to come near him, but they were too shy to come too close. Ma'alik snored softly beside her. She wondered how this creature had gone so long in this world unnoticed. Most of all, how he could wander this earth so long and still be sane. Shorna studied the angel on the outside. He looked something beyond human. If you stared hard enough, you could see his pain. A shadow in the night, that was he. A shadow that had somehow made him mortal, if not in his flesh, but in his heart. What must go through his head? She wondered if he dreamed. She wished her gift worked on him. She wanted to know so badly what went through his head. By the shadow in Ma'alik's eyes, she had a pretty good idea of what she might see. She didn't need her gift to see torment on somebody. How would Ma'alik's heart hold when he met Semia, the cause of his torment, the cause of his pain? She couldn't believe for a moment that Ma'alik's punishment was his fault. She felt a rage in her for Semia. It was a rage for the guilt this innocent and beautiful creature carried with him. It was a burden that pained him more than the centuries he had wandered in darkness on this foul planet. He didn't belong here any more than ice belonged in fire. But Semia, on the other hand, did belong there. Maybe not in the beginning, but now that she is Hell's product, she did more than ever. Semia frightened her. Shorna was reminded of a caged lion when she thought of Semia. She was so powerful, so fierce, so unpredictable and angry. If you walked into her cage, you were at her mercy. Though she felt that Ma'alik couldn't be killed by anything that walked on this earth, she feared for his damaged heart and already wounded soul. The one thing responsible for all this torment was back to torment him further. Shorna would be damned if she would allow that fiend to hurt him. She nodded. She would give her life for Ma'alik. What better reason to risk your life than for a creature from heaven, an angel? She wouldn't let Semia be alone with him. She wasn't sure how she could help. She couldn't take Semia physically. But one thing that Shorna's life as an orphan on the street had taught her was that there were many ways to harm an enemy. Semia's mind wasn't like Ma'alik's. Shorna couldn't get into his thoughts. But Semia, she could. Maybe it was because Semia was once human. Shorna couldn't do much, for Semia was strong. The pain and agony in her was too much for her to bear. She shuddered as she remembered touching the demon's mind in Sandra's garden. Whatever she did to help Ma'alik, it wouldn't last long. She was ready to leave this life and world behind. For she was tired. In Ma'alik, she found something she was searching for her whole life. With him, she found peace. It scared her to be without it. She sighed and looked past Ma'alik and out the plane window, wishing for a glimpse of Ma'alik's beloved garden and hoping he would take her with him. Semia. Semia sat in Sandra's office, drumming her fingers on the table. She enjoyed telling her story. She enjoyed letting it all out and not having to hide it. Most of all, she enjoyed Sandra's fear. But even more so, the life that grew inside Sandra. It was a life that Sandra herself didn't even know she had. She wouldn't have it for long. Semia hungered for that fetus, that congealed clot that held so much life. Semia licked her lips, thinking about it. If she were to defeat Ma'alik and have some chance of destroying this liar, this deceiver, this cause of her torment, she was going to need power. Nothing gave her power like a newly formed life, fresh in a mother's womb. Yes, she would finish telling her story. Then, after Sandra sent it to her publisher, she would take that new life in her and kill Ma'alik. He won't get away with what he has done. No, he won't. She would take him to the fire with her. She would endure centuries more in torment just to hear Ma'alik's screams as the fires touched him. Semia smiled at the thought. Sandra. I can do this. Her story is almost done. I can last a few hours more, Sandra said as she walked into her office, where she knew Semia was waiting for her. She felt dizzy. She had been feeling strange lately. She wasn't quite sure what it was. Maybe it was all the stress finally taking a toll. Sandra wasn't as young as she used to be. Her body was not nearly as strong. She had to start taking it easy. She didn't want to be one of those women who worked so hard that she passed out. Life had its way of beating you up. She lived the dream that many dreamed of living. It was a life that she once dreamed of long ago, until writing stole her soul from her. Now all she dreamed about was living in one of her worlds. Sandra's hands shook as she opened her office door. She felt Semia's cold eyes on her. Her throat felt dry as she sat down quickly. Semia leaned forward. Her every motion seemed deadly, as if it had some hidden purpose. You look pale, Sandra, Semia said, a dark smile on her cold face. It was almost mocking, as if she knew something Sandra did not. You know what gives me the most life, beautiful one, Semia mocked. She felt cold inside. Semia's eyes were cold, dead stone. Sandra swallowed hard. Semia's cold eyes moved to Sandra's stomach. A fetus sustained me for years. Just one fetus, and I am a goddess reborn, Semia said calmly without emotion. It seemed as if she was describing the weather or her furniture. Sandra felt bile rise up in her throat. Her dizziness hit her in a strong wave. Semia still stared at Sandra's stomach, a gesture that horrified Sandra. Are you ready, Sandra, to put my story to an end? Semia asked. Without saying a word, Sandra turned on her webcam and clicked her tape recorder. She picked up a pen and pad and waited for Semia to begin. Semia. My war on the church lasted nearly 400 years. I started in Spain. It was my whole existence after being reborn. I have been hounded by the church. They were pitiful with their ignorance of everything, even of their own religious texts. Spain was beautiful. Not nearly as beautiful as my beloved Egypt, but close enough to earn a soft spot in what humanity was left in my heart. I used to walk upon the beach, barefoot as the sun set, the waves crashing away the traces of my passing as if I wasn't welcome. The air there has a taste to it that you can't find any place else. A freshness of life. A life that I once had. The people so alive and carefree. My heart yearns to be back there. I miss Egypt very much. But most of its beauty has been erased or destroyed by the accursed church and the ones that call themselves Christians. These creatures were an evil I had to destroy. Though I have murdered countless humans over the centuries, I could never come close to the blood that stains the church and all those who follow it. The horrors they have done to people in some man's name who never even claimed to be God. They called me a monster, all the while ignoring the devil they are. I did not care for their bloodshed. I admired it. They made their mistake when they tried to burn me and anything that disputed the lies they sold to the masses. So I came to the city of Valencia and wandered their streets as the people danced in some celebration. I was dressed in only a thin white slip. I loved wearing these slips as I walked the night. I could feel the cool air kiss my flesh. The breeze would blow the cloth, revealing enough of my upper thighs to stop people as I walked by. They would stare in a trance, not knowing I was a monster, a demon that hid in the body of an Egyptian angel. Of all the reason for wearing this thin cotton slip, they all paled to the love I felt in making the slip red with the blood of those I hunted. The cotton soaked up each drop. I smiled as I walked through the streets of Valencia amongst the dancing, singing throngs of Christendom. I wondered how long it would take me to dye my slip red in Christian blood. I wondered how long it would take me to kill every living soul in this town. I had just feasted less than an hour ago on a woman who barely had new life within her. Her fetus made me a goddess. It gave me strength that would not wane within a century's passing. I almost glowed with power. Lustful eyes of these Christian Spanish followed me. I was ready. A child walked in front of me. A boy. He was a handsome child, maybe 4 years into life. His eyes big and a beautiful brown like autumn leaves. His eyes were full of tears still as he looked at me and held out his hands. "I am lost," he said to me in Spanish. I smiled down on him, kissed his soft black hair, and took his little hand. "Mama!" the boy yelled, as he walked me deeper in the midst of the people dancing in the street. "Papa!" the boy yelled again. No one answered, and no one seemed to care. I stopped the boy in front of a water fountain that depicted St. Paul pouring water onto some poor soul's head. The boy looked up at me with those big, brown, tear-stained eyes, his arms outstretched towards me. What innocence this boy possessed. I wondered if his mother was the woman I had killed earlier, or if he was an orphan. Most likely, his parents being good Christians, they were out drunk and partying and had left their child alone to wander the streets alone and unsafe. Only God knows what may happen to him. I am doing these pathetic mortals a favor. I embraced the boy, and he wrapped his small arms around my shoulders and laid his head on my chest. I patted his tiny head. "You will see your parents soon, I promise," I whispered. The boy nodded his head. I lifted his head from my chest and kissed him on the forehead. "This will only hurt for a second." Before the boy could respond, I tore his throat from his neck. His blood splashed on my face. I set this boy in the fountain, where his blood quickly stained the water. St. Paul now blessed the lost fools with the boy's blood. Screams erupted around me. My heart raced with excitement. I looked down at my cotton slip and smiled at its first stains of blood. That night was a blur. I was drunk off of death and blood. The joy and laughter of the night turned to screams and cries of pain, for I did not like to kill them all outright. Some I let suffer and die slowly. Their suffering was like a balm soothing my burnt soul. I went through the town killing everyone I could find. Then, when that was not enough, I went to every house and slaughtered every person living. Some were sound asleep in their beds, feeling safe and secure in their cult of Christianity. I wondered how the church would react to me slaughtering all their believers and almsgivers like cattle. I was almost done with the slaughter. My cotton white slip fully stained red and dripping fresh blood. I loved how the moonlight made the blood look black. At some angles, my dress even seemed black. It was an hour or so before sunrise. The town was dead. The smell of thousands of dead bodies filled the air and would carry in the wind for miles. The flies already buzzed everywhere. It would not be long before the carrion birds showed up. I stood on top of a hill next to their chapel. I looked down on my work and smiled. I turned to the chapel. I was no fool. I knew the survivors, if any, would flock there thinking foolishly that I, the demon, could not enter. And if I did, the white man they call God would come down on a cloud and destroy me. I laughed as I walked up the chapel stairs. I stopped at the door. I could smell fear in there, a lot of it. I heard their hushed cries as the people tried to calm their terrified hearts, thinking I could not hear them. I, the monster they feared, if only they knew who the real monster was. The God they clung to. The God that sends a good innocent girl to burn in hell because his angel failed. I tried the door, and of course it was barred from the inside. I sighed. These mortals were pathetic. I just slaughtered their whole city, and somehow they thought a wooden barricade would stop me. I kicked the door and watched it shatter and splinter before me. Screams filled the hushed air. "Jesus, help us, please!" a woman cried. I stood in the doorway covered in blood and waited for their screams and prayers to stop. Then I walked in amongst them. "Where is your God now?" I asked them. Of course, no one replied. "I am Semia, daughter of Pharaoh Ptolemy of Egypt. I was once like you. I was mortal, foolish, and kind. I tried to do good. Then when I died, your God sent me to hell for over 1,000 years, I said calmly and quietly. I knew they were all listening. They were scattered about the church like rats in the dark. Your God is nothing, and I am your goddess. Any of you that recognize this, I will let live. You will have but one task. You will tell the leaders of the Christian cult that I am coming for them. I can't die. I can't age. Nor am I weak like you pathetic mortals. Now is your only chance. Bow to me, the demon goddess, or die here." The people whimpered. Only 2 came forward, a young man and a woman. They bowed before me and kissed my bloody feet. I smiled at them. "At least you 2 will live. You will guide the church to this town and tell them of me." The 2 couldn't talk. They just nodded. "Now witness real power," I said. Then, with a speed defying any mortal, I murdered every survivor in the church and hung their lifeless bodies from the ceiling and threw their insides around the church. My 2 new disciples shuddered in fear and disgust. When I was finished, I turned to them and gave instructions telling them where they will see me next. As they departed to do my bidding, I laid down in the church among the death and blood. I thought of my father and wept. I am not sure how long I slept, but it must have been some time. I woke to the sound of several hundred boots marching towards the church. I smelled of death, blood, and entrails. The gore covered and stained my body and hair. If this was the church's army, then they would be an easy way for me to get to the Pope. I began to weep quietly, calling out their God's name. I could hear them getting closer, but most of all I could smell them. Their sweat, their fresh blood. I was hungry. My stomach growled. I heard them enter the church. I wept harder and prayed to their God a little bit louder. I heard their whispers as several armed men approached me. I could smell their fear, their disgust, as they looked around and saw the bodies of women and children hung from the ceiling. Their bowels hanging from their corpses, their tongues bloody and lifeless, hanging from their mouths. A man vomited. The stench of his vomit was like a perfume to the carnage that was in this church. I turned to face them like I was startled. "Please, I promise I'll do what you say. Please don't kill me." I wept. A man with an air of command approached me and wrapped his cloak about me. "Take her to the priest and have the poor child washed," he commanded. They led me off like I was a suffering victim. If they only knew the truth. I was the devil disguised as the angel of light. They burnt the church down that night. They let the flames consume all the blood and carnage that was there. The army was weary. They told stories of an ancient princess who was cursed to hell by the church, and now she was back for revenge. I listened to their tales and relished their fears as they told it. The burning church on the hill was like a beacon. Horrified people from all over came to watch it burn and be near the Pope's righteous army. I was cleaned and given fresh garments. The priests questioned me about all I had seen. These men, like most mortals, were foolish and blind when it came to women. I sipped hot soup amongst the women surrounded by the Pope's army, which would take me to the Pope himself. The women fawned over me and combed my hair. I was disgusted by them. Their actions made me think of a child long ago who combed my hair. I don't know why I thought of her, but it saddened me. This was an emotion I had not felt in a long time, an emotion I did not like either. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking of that girl and how she loved my hair. I got up while everyone else slept, except for the night guards. I was starved. My stomach growled. I had vomited up that foul soup I had sipped. I needed blood. Young blood. Slaughtering that town had drained me. The women around me snored softly, ignorant in their blissful sleep. I could kill them and eat the youngest amongst them, but that would make a mess and expose me. Besides, why dirty my own bed? These women were used up, their essence gone and their innocence stolen by these so-called men of God that marched in the Pope's army. What a mockery these people were. I left the women's tent and breathed in deeply. Their stench was foul. It was a stench of women that had been spent by men countless times without washing. The mix of sweat and bodily juices gone untreated was a stench worse than death. The cool night air felt good against my skin, like a cold kiss against fevered flesh. They had given me new clothes. They were way too tight. That might have been on purpose, perhaps. The way the men eyed me was amusing. I could feel their lust. They barely contained it. I could feel their eyes drifting from my long black hair to my caramel-colored skin. They would linger on my small breasts and travel slowly to my tiny stomach and waist. I could smell their blood pulsing and rushing to their manhood. I enjoyed their lust. Not for the obvious reason, but for the scent of their hot blood rampaging through the bodies. It made me hungry. Of course, these fool pigs saw my smile and thought only of my flesh, never stopping to see the death that waited for them in my eyes. Men were foolish, simple creatures, so easy to understand. Women were even simpler. They played right into men's hands and used their cunts like gold coins to fuck themselves to where they wanted to be. This world was ruled by sex. I was the world's flawless Egyptian goddess. These foolish brutes, the soldiers, were not my target. Soldiers were ruled by their desires. They were no challenge. I wanted the priests, the so-called voices of God on this earth. They, the scholarly and the pious, the holy men that could not be broken. The only man that I could not break in my centuries was a Muslim man. These Christian sheep were slightly above the brute fools of the soldiers. Yet the soldier was simple. He did his job and enjoyed it. The priest was more savage, more twisted. They were predators. They drew you in with comfort and promise. They made you trust them with all your secrets, made people give them all they had. Then, when they used you up, they left you stranded and helpless with nothing. Left you as a walking corpse, just barely alive. Where would I find such a priest in this encampment full of them? I walked slowly to the priest quarters, where this really old priest had been staring hard at me. His eyes were devouring me. Yes, he could be the one. All the others respected him. I did not know his name, but I would find out. He would be my mark tonight. A simple meal. The old ones never sustained me much, but this kill tonight was far more than just food. This kill tonight was to make a point and a statement. There were guards at posts all around the priest side of the camp. They separated themselves, as if they were above the average man, gods among men. I walked to the nearest guard, his smile wide across his dirty face. "You looking for some fun? Then you came to the right man," the guard boasted. I smiled at him. "The eldest priest sent for me," I responded shyly. The guard's smile quickly faded. The excitement that was once in his eyes replaced by fear. I was intrigued. Who was this old priest that I would kill tonight? Who was this ancient man that instilled such fear in men? "Sure, my lady. Right this way," the guard said gruffly and marched ahead of me. The sound of his heavy armor filled the air as he walked with the annoying sound of metal scraping against metal. The guard seemed nervous. I could tell we were getting closer by his rapidly beating heart. We stopped in front of a huge tent that had 2 other guards standing in front of it. The guard that was leading me spoke to them briefly. The 2 exchanged knowing looks and beckoned me into the tent. The tent smelled of incense and parchment. It was dark except for a single burning candle on a writing desk. The only sound was the scraping of a quill as the old priest wrote. I approached him. The old priest sighed. "Why am I being bothered at this late hour?" the priest said, with his ancient back to me. His voice, despite his age, was sharp as ever. "Forgive me if I trouble you. I was told you wanted to see me," I lied shyly and innocently. The priest turned around slowly and looked at me. He did not smile. His face showed no emotion. Only his icy blue eyes betrayed his intent. "You know who I am, girl?" he asked, his tone sharp. I shook my head shyly. "I am the cardinal, a close ear to the Pope himself, so I am closer to God than most men will ever get." So this man, the cardinal, would be the one I would kill tonight. I smiled at his old, gnarled face with a look of utter awe in my eyes. The cardinal's smile was like a deep line cut into thick tree bark. His nose long like a hawk's beak. "I bet you have questions of me. They all do," the old cardinal said matter-of-factly. His old eyes were poring over me. The tight rags they gave me to wear barely covered my body. The cardinal hitched up his robes and patted his old pale knee. "Sit here, my child, and I'll answer all of your questions. Through me, I can elevate your status among men in this world and make you more pleasing to God's eyes," the cardinal promised. His tone was inviting, yet threatening. This man disgusted me. He reminded me of the fire that burned away Semia the virgin princess and gave birth to the monster I am now. Shyly, I sat on his old skeletal knee. I heard it creak like a worn floorboard. For a moment, I thought I had broken his leg. His thin hands wrapped my waist. He smelled my neck. I could hear his ancient heart pounding against his rib cage. "Tell me, Cardinal, what is death like?" I asked shyly. The cardinal looked at me strangely. "You are a strange child. You remind me of my daughter. She was just like you, beautiful, young, and thin. Her mind was keen. Unfortunately, too keen." The cardinal sighed for a moment, lost in some memory. "Would you like to be my new daughter, sweet one?" the cardinal asked, his hand on my breast, teasing my nipple. I bit my lip. "Yes," I gasped. He kissed me. His lips were dry and rough like sandpaper. He ran those dry lips across my cheek and behind my ear. "Call me father just like she did," he said. I nodded. "Yes, father," I said weakly. I felt his heart beat faster. I could smell his blood racing through his old body, hot and excited. "Now be a good daughter and do what father asked you to do last time. Father will reward you greatly," he said in between breaths. As he struggled to breathe in his excitement, he gently pushed me from his knee and pointed to the floor in between his legs. I lowered myself to my knees. I pulled his manhood from beneath his soiled undergarments. Not sure if one could classify whatever he had as a manhood. It was old, tiny, and shriveled, almost like a rotted date. "Yes, be a good daughter and obey your father," he said eagerly. I wondered how many girls he had forced this on. Most of all, how many he has killed for refusing. The scent of his blood made my stomach rumble. I smiled at him, to his pleasure, and took his gnarled self in my hand. Then I slowly put my mouth to him. I felt him shudder. He moaned loudly with pleasure, his hands gripping my hair and pulling it roughly. "Anne, why wouldn't you do as father asked?" he moaned. Slowly I bit him. I felt his body jerk in pain. His hot, old blood poured into my mouth. He shrieked in pain and pounded my head with his fist. I did not feel it. I took big, long drinks of his blood. His manhood almost like a straw as I drank, draining him of his life. He began to struggle less. His heartbeat was weaker. His breath was ragged. I pulled myself from him and looked into his dying old eyes. His blood dripped down my chin. I leaned forward and whispered softly into his ear. "Tell Andred Semia sent you." The cardinal looked at me, his death moments away, but he did not see me. "I am so sorry, my sweet Anne. You did not deserve what I did to you. Please forgive me, my Anne." His voice trailed off until he took his last breath. I called his guards in and killed them quickly. I washed myself in his water tray and ran back to my bed in the women's tent, smiling and eager for what the morning would bring. That night, my dreams were of Anne, the cardinal's young daughter. She wept in my dreams, calling for her father like a lost child. Sandra's tape recorder stopped. The tapes were full. Sandra looked at Semia a moment before she turned off the webcam. "There isn't much left, Sandra. My tale will be over soon," Semia said coolly. Sandra forced a smile on her face. "Let's take a short break and I'll grab some tea." Sandra stood and left Semia alone in her office. All Semia could think of was the fetus in Sandra's stomach. Her mouth watered as she relished the thought of the life she would gain from consuming. Ma'alik. Ma'alik sighed deeply as the plane touched down in New York. He was closer to Semia. He could feel her. What he felt of her disturbed him. He wasn't afraid at all, for he stopped fearing centuries ago. He was just disturbed. The excitement he had felt when he heard Semia was back had faded. Was she ill? Or was something else dreadfully wrong with her? The hellfire could not have been a plight easily taken. Was she still in torment? His mind raced. A million questions echoed in his head. He also felt Sandra. Something was wrong with her as well. He watched Shorna grab their bags. Well, mostly just her own bags, for Ma'alik didn't have anything to carry. Everything he owned he had on him. He only carried a book, a beautiful book of poetry that he came to love, a book that was the closest thing to the Creator that he had found. It was written in Arabic. It was simple, and simply called the book. Every time he read it, he wept. Even though he himself was once an angel, he longed to meet the Prophet Muhammad, the one that Gabriel revealed this book to. Long ago, Ma'alik wanted to be a messenger angel, a courier to the Creator's chosen among men. But Ma'alik was not created for that. Ma'alik loved mankind deeply. He thought of them as children and wanted to be close to them. So he was made a guardian, assigned to watch over them and protect them from themselves. Never to be seen by them, but always watching and influencing them. He had watched the birth of mankind, watched them blunder in the dark and make mistakes. He watched them grow as a race of people. He remembered the first man, Adam, a tall, well-built, dark-skinned man. His dark skin shined with the Creator's light. Hawa was the first woman. She was beautiful. Her skin tone was a creamy ebony, slightly darker than Adam. Ma'alik loved them so. He loved their songs, their joy, but most of all their humanity. How truly far mankind has strayed since their birth. Shorna held out her hand to Ma'alik. Such a beautiful young hand, Ma'alik thought as he took it. People walked past and their eyes locked on Ma'alik as if he was a celebrity of some sort. The children couldn't seem to stay away from him. They left the plane and entered the crowded terminal. Shorna held tightly to Ma'alik's hand as they walked, almost like he was her strength, her lifeline. Shorna was silent. She did not say a word as they walked. Her thoughts were far away from where she currently was. Ma'alik stopped her for a moment, bringing her back to this world. He looked at her exhausted and jet-lagged face and kissed her forehead. Shorna seemed to relax instantly. Sit a moment, beautiful child, Ma'alik said. Shorna yawned deeply and found an empty bench in the airport and sat down. Do you have a phone, child? Ma'alik asked her. Shorna nodded and handed him her phone and disappeared again into her thoughts. Ma'alik thanked her and dialed Sandra's number. He felt something horribly wrong with her. He almost wanted to run there on foot to get to her. He, not being mortal, could run there much faster than a car could drive, but he hated to draw attention to himself. People tend to overreact and become frightened whenever he had been seen doing something outside of the human realm of things. There was even a cult made to follow him. Humanity always wants something in the flesh to follow and worship. They, like children, seem to follow anything. It saddened Ma'alik to think of humanity. But soon he would no longer be among them, and that saddened him as well. The phone rang several times until finally someone picked up. Hello? A tired and stressed voice spoke. Ma'alik smiled. Beautiful one, is that you? Ma'alik replied. There was a gasp and silence on the other end of the line, then a soft sobbing. Ma'alik's heart sank. It is okay, beautiful one. I am coming to you. I'm at the airport. The sobbing became stronger but changed to relief and joy. "Where have you been, my angel? My life has been hell without you," Sandra said. Ma'alik fought back his tears. "Forgive me, Sandra, for my absence. I am here now and we have much to discuss." Ma'alik could almost see the smile cross Sandra's pale face. "I'm sending a car for you. You have no idea how much I have missed you." Sandra paused for a moment. "Semia is here, Ma'alik. She's in my office telling me her story. She is not the same girl you remember. She is evil and she hates you," Sandra said reluctantly. Ma'alik could not speak for a moment. So she hates me, he thought. So he had never been forgiven by her. How could she forgive him? She had wasted away in the fires of hell for so long because he had failed her and because he had lusted over her. One does not just forget the fire. "Ma'alik," Sandra said. "Is she evil?" How could the innocent child who loved everyone be evil? Had the fire changed her so much? "Ma'alik," Sandra called out again. "What am I supposed to do? How am I to redeem myself and be able to go back home? She is home. She has returned and had been given her second chance. She had tasted the fire. She knows what awaits her should she fail again. Poor beloved Semia. What have I done to you that you still suffer so, even free of the hellfire?" "I am here, beautiful one. I'll wait for your car and see you soon." He did not wait for her reply. He just hung up and sat next to Shorna. "You okay, Ma'alik?" Shorna asked, with concern written all over her young, tired face. Ma'alik smiled weakly. "Do not worry about me, child. I'll always be fine," he responded, and gently kissed her hand. "Semia will never hurt you, my angel," Shorna thought to herself. "At least not while I still breathe." There was a child crying, an almost newborn baby crying as if it was in pain. The mother fussed over the baby, trying what she could to make the baby stop crying. "He has a fever," the mother said apologetically to everyone. Ma'alik stood and walked over to her. Shorna didn't follow. She just watched from a distance. The mother looked at Ma'alik, the fear in her eyes apparent. It was not a fear of Ma'alik, but fear for her child. She looked weary and haggard, as if she hadn't slept in days. Ma'alik approached her and touched her shoulder gently. The mother flinched at first, as if she was going to pull away. Suddenly, she relaxed and sighed deeply. The stress from her tired face was gone. The mother gently handed the sobbing child to Ma'alik. As soon as the baby felt Ma'alik's touch, he stopped crying. The noise in the airport seemed to stop as everyone felt something and was drawn to Ma'alik. He cradled the baby to his heart and sang softly to it. He sang in the language of his kind, the language of the angels, of heaven. He softly sang a song that he used to sing with the angel of death, his beloved, as he danced with her in the gardens. Silent tears fell from his angelic, coal-black eyes. The baby smiled up at him, for the baby understood the language all babies do. A soft light emanated from Ma'alik, causing many people to gasp in disbelief. Many began to record Ma'alik on their phones. After a few moments, Ma'alik kissed the smiling baby and returned it to the mother. Without a word, he headed for the exit to await Sandra's car. Sandra. Sandra held the phone for a moment. Her heart was still racing as she listened to the dial tone, hoping Ma'alik was somehow still there. He was coming. She couldn't believe that at long last he would be here again. back in her life just as things used to be. At the worst point in her life, her angel came to fix it. Then, as suddenly as the happiness came, it faded at the thought of the darkness that sat in her office. The foul creature that made her very soul want to go hide in fear. She had never felt such hate in her life, nor dreamed she would be close to one consumed by it. She was concerned for Ma'alik. She knew Semia could not hurt him physically, but the emotional harm she could do this lovely creature, who has suffered so much because of this woman. Granted, he made a mistake that cost Semia her life. It was a life that she was already in the process of throwing away anyway. Ma'alik would endure. He was stronger than any human being. He had already endured nearly 2,000 years of hell, though he never had to face the fire and torture like Semia had. But being here, so far away from the gardens of heaven that he always talked about, had to be hell for him. To be in the presence of other angels, most of all to be so near God, and then to be here, trapped amongst humanity. He must feel like a bird trapped in a cage with pigs. How broken his heart must be. Sandra's thoughts were interrupted by a soft song that nearly stopped her beating heart. It sounded like the soft wail of a dying angel. She found that she couldn't think anymore. She stood as the song got stronger. She felt a deep pain in her stomach that nearly toppled her. She screamed in pain, the song making her weep and drawing her closer to her office. Her body seemed to have a will of its own. The pain in her stomach spasmed again. Sandra cried out. She saw her hand open her office door, and she saw Semia standing, her eyes closed and singing. She looked beautiful. It was a beauty that would take your breath away. It was a beauty that would make one think of fire after nearly freezing to death from wandering lost in the snow. She felt something hot drip down her upper lip. She tasted it and realized it was blood. She wanted to talk, to scream, but she couldn't. Semia walked up to her and pushed her to the floor with no more effort than she would use to swat a fly. She stopped singing as she fell. Still, she couldn't move. She stood above her, looking down on her, smiling like she was some deity. Her stomach felt like it was on fire. What was happening to her? I'm not going to kill you, Sandra, for I need you to write my story, Semia said, smiling and mocking her weakness, mocking her being mortal. The child growing in your stomach, I need. Sandra couldn't breathe. Child in her stomach? What was she talking about? Semia savored Sandra's shock and relished her horror. Sandra wanted to beg her, please, don't take my baby away from me. Ralph's child. Maybe that was why I was so dizzy and throwing up. Tears welled up in her eyes. They blinded her. She wanted to scream at Semia, to kill her to save the baby in her stomach. She had no reason to doubt her. For Semia, this monster, had eaten countless children throughout history. Ma'alik is near, Sandra. I need all the strength I can get to kill him. I am afraid, Sandra. I have killed countless mortals, but never faced one who is not mortal. That foul creature might be stronger than me, Semia said, as she stared at Sandra's tears. She enjoyed this. I have already called an ambulance. After I eat your child, I will dictate the last bit of my story for you. Believe it or not, Sandra, I will make you a great part of this new world I will forge. They say the Creator made this world in 7 days. After I destroy Ma'alik, I'll destroy this world and rebuild it in 5 days. Semia knelt down next to her and rubbed her stomach. She just wanted to die. She wished so badly that Ma'alik was here with her now. You have the honor to watch the rise of a goddess. Semia leaned forward and kissed her on her forehead. Then, before she could blink, she drove her hand like a knife deep into Sandra's womb. Blood gushed around Semia's fingers as she drew the tiny fetus out. She bit the umbilical cord with her teeth and drank the fluid in it. Sandra wanted to scream in pain and anger, but whatever hold she had on her blocked her from doing so. Sandra was going to faint. She knew it. She could feel it. Her eyes rolled back in her head until the whites were all that could be seen. Semia placed the tiny fetus in her mouth. Sandra heard a soft crunch and saw the fluid dripping off her lips. Then the darkness took her. I had a baby. Oh God, I had a baby once. Semia. Semia sat and stared at Sandra's unconscious form. The hole in her stomach still gushed blood. The life of the fetus she just ate still rushing through her. She felt dizzy and strong. She contemplated just letting Sandra die, just another pointless mortal she had no use for. But then she remembered that she still needed Sandra. She needed her story written so the world would know who their new deity was. She picked up Sandra's body. Her heartbeat was very weak. Semia could hear the sirens of an ambulance getting closer. Semia wiped the blood from her mouth and carried Sandra to her servants in the main room. Make sure the ambulance gets to her soon. I need her to live. The servants screamed when they saw Sandra. They thought she was dead. They didn't even stop to ask what happened. Sandra's security surrounded her body and turned to question Semia. But Semia was already gone. She had to find a place to quickly dictate the last of her story onto one of Sandra's tapes before Ma'alik arrived. Besides, she did not have the patience to deal with any mortals right now and their questions. She would just kill them. Even though the prospect seemed entertaining, she had other things on her mind. She hurried back to Sandra's office and grabbed Sandra's tape recorder. Semia then hurried to the attic, a huge place in this huge mansion. She tucked herself in a corner, hoping to avoid the mortal police that she knew would come. She was not afraid of them, by any means, but she did not want to slaughter them all yet. She knew if she killed a couple of them, they would send an army of police against her. If she slaughtered an army of cops, they would send their military, and so on. She did not want to be exposed yet. She wanted to finish dictating her story, then wait for Ma'alik. She knew he was close. She could feel it. Sandra's fetus had her overpowered with energy. Semia smiled and clicked on Sandra's tape recorder. Sandra, beautiful one. When you hear this, you will have recovered enough to leave the hospital. I spared you for the sole purpose of telling my story. For like every great ruler, their legacy must be recorded. My father, Pharaoh Taman, always asked me, how do you want to be remembered? And once you discover that, employ a great scribe so your memory does not fade throughout time. He told me that some men never discover how they want to be remembered until they have already let their lives pass and their legacy is already written. You must decide early on how you want your life to be remembered and strive hard to make it so. I can't say my father would be proud of the monster I have become, but he was a good, wise man. Perhaps his memory is what changed my course. After I had slaughtered the priest and the guards, things started to fall apart. My quest to get to the Pope never came to fruition. I slaughtered and destroyed countless churches, countless priests, and countless Christians. Eventually, the church stopped sending armies to look for me. Their armies would never return. Someone would find them somewhere destroyed and their bodies torn to bits. I would always leave a message amongst the dead for their pope. At first, they would send small armies, maybe a couple hundred elite men. As I killed them, they would send bigger ones, as much as 10,000 men, until finally they just stopped. I'm not sure if they ran out of men to send or if they finally realized they couldn't kill me. They were wasting men's lives and their armies by coming after me. I eventually got bored with killing them. I had a cult, a strong cult of thousands who worshipped me. They did whatever I asked, for I was their goddess. They called themselves the Semians. For a while, I stayed amongst my flock. I protected them, provided for them. In return, they kidnapped children from villages for me to eat. I promised them that I would not eat any of the children of my worshippers. I made a symbol and told them to mark themselves with it, so I would know who they were and who not to kill. Of course, the church would try to invade our lands once they discovered who my people were, but I would destroy them. I had my own army as well. Most of them were soldiers of the church. After seeing me and witnessing my power and immortality, they threw down their weapons and pledged themselves to me. Sometimes whole armies would do so. As always, the church was slow to learn its lesson, so I took my army and destroyed all of the church's strongholds for 100 miles in every direction. Finally, the church left my people alone. I wonder if there are any remnants of the Semians in this day and age. If so, I shall uplift them for their faithfulness. I doubt it, though. I left my people, my worshippers, after a couple of centuries. I had become bored. I told my people I had to leave them for a while and left a high priestess in charge. A century or so later, I heard they had finally been wiped out by the church. I heard that they fought long and hard and made the church pay dearly. The church lost 10 men to every one of mine that fell. They hung my high priestess outside of one of their churches. So I set off to their holy land, Israel. I was going to destroy all of Palestine in revenge for my people. But when I got there, I did not see Christian crosses or white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed devils. Instead, I saw crescent moons and stars, brown faces, Egyptians, Arabs. They were my people, yet different. I walked the city of Jerusalem amazed. I didn't understand the language, but it was like poetry in my ears. The women were all veiled and proud. The men were strong and fierce, yet always kind and smiled. I discovered that they called themselves Muslims. I watched them pray with their whole bodies prostrating themselves on the floor, their foreheads touching the carpet under them. I was truly intrigued. I learned their language in a matter of months. I learned their sciences. I read their holy book, the Quran. I found some humanity again. I found the Princess Semia again. I learned of their prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and wept for the first time in centuries. I stayed with these Muslims. I did not eat any human flesh. I hid who I was. It was not hard to hide the fact that I did not age or change as the years passed, for I was always veiled. I loved these people, and thought as long as they don't find out who I am, I could stay amongst them forever. I was fooling myself. I am a monster and always will be. When the church attacked my beloved Jerusalem, my beloved Muslims, I jumped to its defense. I had forgotten that I had to stay hidden. I threw off my veil and took to the field. I slaughtered and destroyed the Christian army. I had arrows and spears sticking out of me. When I turned to my beloved Muslims, they cursed me. They called me Shaitan and Jinn. They threw stones at me and banished me. In my rage for being ousted by the people I love, the religion that had given me peace, I destroyed them. I killed every last Muslim in Jerusalem. I wept in pain as I did it, and realized once and for all, I am forever a monster. I had changed after what happened in Jerusalem. I had regained a small bit of my humanity back. A heart, if you must. I no longer felt the need to destroy the world to prove a foolish point. I guess you can say my anger had faded. The hate I had for Ma'alik was still there, but I was no longer angry at the world. I no longer wanted to destroy it and watch it burn. I had found a new vision. I wanted to rebuild the world, to make it better than what it was. But that is a different tale altogether. For the next 200 years before I found myself in New York and at your doorstep, I just traveled and explored the world. I could go places you mortals could not, for I could not die or get sick. I explored every inch of this world, from the jungles of Africa to the rainforests of South America, even the lost lands of China. Sometimes I would find a cave and just wander through it until I had found an exit, or just dive in the ocean and explore the mysteries it held. Oh, did the vast ocean hold some mysteries and sights that make you think of heaven? I never returned to Jerusalem or Egypt. I tried to stay far away from places that caused me pain or made me remember who I once was. I learned something about humanity, Sandra. Humans are evil, vile creatures. For every one good soul, there is a million bad ones. They destroy each other and anything different from their belief system. I often thought about how desperately far humanity has strayed since its father and mother, Adam and Eve. I had lost all traces of Ma'alik. I had just about given up looking for him when I had walked by a bookstore and saw a book titled Ma'alik, the Fallen. I almost wrote it off to be just another book written about an angel by some Arab. But the picture on the book's cover was a black man with wings. Angel wings. The picture, of course, was not Ma'alik. But you never see a book with a black angel on its cover in this racist world. Ma'alik would be considered black if he was a mortal. I took a second look at the book, walked into the store, grabbed the book from the shelf, and read the back of it. Still, I didn't know it was about Ma'alik. But I was intrigued. I had nothing else to do, so I started to read it. Not 10 pages into it, I wept. For this was Ma'alik's story, and he loved me. His heart was broken with guilt with what he had done to me. Just as I wept, a rage swept over me. The one I had been searching for throughout all these centuries was within my grasp. Finally, at long last, I would get to confront him and destroy him. I read the whole book in less than an hour. It was a very intriguing read. I must say you are very talented, Sandra. I looked you up, and a day later I was at your doorstep. You know the rest from there. There is more to my story, but it has yet to pass, so cannot be told yet. I can't say my life on this earth was as interesting as Ma'alik's, but still, you now have it. Though I know you hate me, Sandra, for what I have done to you, and you will hate me even more for what I will do to Ma'alik. I know you, Sandra. I know your soul burns with the passion to write and tell stories. I know, despite how you may feel about me, you will tell my story. Before I leave you, Sandra, I will repeat some of my father's words. You must choose how you want to be remembered in this life. For when you pass, your legacy will remain etched in time. For that, my dear Semia, is the only way a man can find immortality. Semia stopped the recording and smiled to herself. It felt good to have gotten her story off her chest. Though she left a lot out, it still felt good. She waited until the house was silent and crept back to Sandra's office and left the tape there. She could feel Ma'alik getting closer. Her immortal heart raced as she walked back up to the attic to wait for him to arrive. Shorna. As they waited for the car that Sandra sent, Shorna called her order, the Watchers, and asked them to be at Sandra's house in force. She bade them to call the big shots and have them be there. After she explained what was about to go down, they were all too eager to come. Shorna had a bad feeling in her heart, a feeling she could not explain. The fact that something was unknown to her scared her. She couldn't see what was about to happen, but she did know Sandra was near death. She wondered if Ma'alik knew about Sandra. Sandra's limo driver arrived with a sign that said Ma'alik. The driver had a look of awe on his dark face as he looked at Ma'alik. "So sorry about the delay, sir. The traffic was tight coming in," he said. Ma'alik just smiled at him and said nothing. He seemed far away. As soon as the driver closed the limo doors, he sped off. Shorna wished she had her gun. She wasn't sure what good her gun would do. She didn't think Semia had ever been shot. She knew it wouldn't kill her. But maybe it might slow her down, enough to give Ma'alik the edge. But still, a bullet to Semia's brain might stop her. Then again, it might just piss Semia off enough that she would come after Shorna. She didn't care about her life. She hated her curse, her ability. She had never had a day of peace in her life. The closest she had ever gotten to peace was with Ma'alik. Her mind seemed to still be around him. She didn't get the constant flashes of people who passed or touched something before she did. Now that she felt this peace, she could not be without it. So in her mind, she had two choices. She could die here today protecting Ma'alik, or she would never leave his side. Ma'alik just stared out the window as they drove. He was such a beautiful creature. How could anyone else not see that he was heavenly? Though he looked like a man, he clearly was not. Before she realized it, they were slowing down. There was a throng of media and police at Sandra's house. Something definitely was wrong. The police moved the crowd and media so the limo could get through. Shorna recognized several of her order's members. The Watchers had people everywhere, in all branches of government. Most of the police there were Watchers. This made things easier. The limo stopped in the driveway. The driver quickly got out and opened the door for Ma'alik. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure what has happened, but I'll find out for you," the driver said as he closed the door for Ma'alik and ran to open mine. Ma'alik stared at the front door of the house. "Semia," he said loudly. I didn't see anyone there, but then the front door opened. Ma'alik. Could this be her at long last? Oh, my sweet Semia, what have you become? Semia walked out of the front door, a beautiful demon surrounded by a burning fire that only Ma'alik could see. Ma'alik stared at her. He wanted to weep, but could not. This was not the Semia he had known. That innocent, precious girl died a long time ago. This creature before him was a betrayer, an impostor who used to be his Semia. To Ma'alik, she was a jinn no different than the rebellious one Iblis. Semia seemed slightly taken aback at the hard look Ma'alik gave her. She walked up to him until she was only a few feet away. "So, Ma'alik, I have finally found you," Semia said. Ma'alik said nothing. He just stared at her, searching for some sign of his Semia in this creature. "What? You don't recognize the girl you damned to hell? 1,000+ years of burning in a fire that never ceases can change you." Semia almost spat at him. Ma'alik's face softened somewhat as she spoke. "Are you truly in there, Semia?" Ma'alik asked. Shorna was frightened. She had never seen Ma'alik like this. He had always been so sad. He always wept. Here, before the girl, he had been damned to his own hell. For he looked strong, like a warrior who could crush the world in one blow. He radiated with a deep, angry glow. "I am here, Ma'alik. Do you still love me, my angel?" Semia asked. Ma'alik sighed, the guardian that he was stepping back. "I have never stopped, beautiful one," he replied. She walked closer to him. "How could you let this happen to me, Ma'alik?" Semia wept. Ma'alik could not help himself. He embraced her tightly. "Please forgive me, Semia. I have been searching for you for nearly 2,000 years. Please let me make this right," Ma'alik begged of her. Semia smiled. "You will definitely make this right, you weak fool," she said, and struck Ma'alik so hard in his chest he flew back nearly 20 feet before he fell to the ground. Before Ma'alik could begin to get up, she was on him, ripping him apart. Shorna had never seen such a thing. It happened so fast. Ma'alik would heal as soon as he was wounded. Semia screamed in frustration. Before she could think, Ma'alik struck Semia hard and sent her crumbling to the ground. He walked over to her as she struggled to get up. "I am a guardian, something a demon like you has never faced. I am one of mankind's protectors, one warrior in the Creator's army of countless others like me. You can't defeat me, demon," Ma'alik said with pity in his voice. Semia struggled to get up, clearly shaken. She wasn't expecting this. She didn't expect him to be so strong. She attacked him again, but this time Ma'alik was ready. He put her on the ground so hard that Semia's body indented the earth beneath her for about a foot. Ma'alik stood over her. "I scoured the world for you, beloved Semia. I turned over every rock it had to offer for one that had died in my arms over 2,000 years ago," Ma'alik said sadly. Semia stood and did not try to attack Ma'alik again. Instead, she grabbed Shorna and held her by her throat. Ma'alik gasped. "I know your weakness, you vile angel. You may be stronger than me, but unlike you, my heart burned away in hell a long time ago." Semia seethed as she held Shorna up in the air, choking her. "Come any closer and I will snap her neck," Semia shouted. Ma'alik froze. "Please let her be," he pleaded. Semia laughed at him. "Save her, Ma'alik, like you failed to save me. She is choking, angel. Tell her you love her like you did me before you let me die," Semia shouted. Shorna felt the blackness coming. Was this the bad feeling earlier she could not explain? The fear that had plagued her soul since she had met Ma'alik. Death was elusive until it was your time. Shorna figured her number had finally been called. Shorna saw a beautiful, ebony-skinned woman coming towards her. Her eyes so deep, so beautiful. Shorna smiled at her. The ebony woman smiled back. Was this Ma'alik's love? Was this death? The angel seemed to know Shorna's thoughts and nodded her beautiful ebony head. Death held out her hand for Shorna. "I am going to miss Ma'alik so much," Shorna thought as she took Death's hand. For once in her life, she was in complete, utter peace. With a twist of Semia's wrist, Shorna's head was taken from her body. Shorna's blood drenched Semia. Ma'alik fell to his knees, weeping. "She was innocent," Ma'alik said. Semia laughed at him. "You are too weak, vile one," Semia mocked. "You failed to save her just like you failed to save me. You know you failed Sandra, too." Ma'alik looked hard at Semia. "Sandra," he said as he stood. His heart sank. Had she killed Sandra? Before he knew what he was doing, he was on Semia. He pounded her head into the ground so hard the earth shook all around them. He did not stop until there was nothing left of Semia. She was dust in his fingers. Ma'alik felt a hand on his shoulder. A soft, familiar hand. Ma'alik screamed loud with pain. It was a scream no mortal could ever make. "Is this your plan for me, Father? You take everything from me until I am nothing," Ma'alik shouted to the heavens as he wept. The hand squeezed his shoulder again. Ma'alik looked up to see Death, his beloved. She wept silently for him. She pointed. Ma'alik followed her beautiful fingers and saw Semia's soul standing there smiling at Ma'alik. Ma'alik's heart leapt. "You came back for me, my angel," Semia's soul said, a beautiful, sad smile crossing her bruised face. "I forgive you, my angel. I have forgiven you long ago. Please let me go." Ma'alik's heart felt like it was about to burst. He couldn't speak. He could barely breathe. Ma'alik nodded at her. Semia smiled the innocent smile Ma'alik had waited and endured over 2,000 years to see again. Death kissed Ma'alik. Ma'alik turned to look at his love. "So has our father forgiven me?" he asked. "Can I come back home at last? Dance with you in the gardens again?" Death nodded in response to Ma'alik. "You have to make a choice, my love. You or her," Death said. Ma'alik sighed heavily. "There is no choice then. Take her home," Ma'alik replied and wept into his hands. Death sighed, disappointed. "Are you sure, Ma'alik?" Semia asked. She looked just as he had remembered, scared and innocent, her soul bruised from pain. "There was never a choice, beautiful one," Ma'alik replied. Death went to take Semia's hand. "You never stopped loving me after all those years, did you, Ma'alik?" Semia asked. "Not even for a moment," Ma'alik replied. Ma'alik's heart was beyond broken. Death took Semia's hand and looked at Ma'alik with love and sadness. The last image Ma'alik had of Semia, as she last went to rest, was her innocent smile. Sandra. Sandra opened her eyes to a gentle touch. "Ma'alik?" she said softly. Ma'alik nodded. "I had a child once, Ma'alik. I had a baby," Sandra said, as fresh tears filled her eyes. Ma'alik kissed them away. "I am here now, beautiful one, and I will never leave you again," Ma'alik promised her. Sandra smiled. "I had a child once. I had a baby," Sandra thought, as she fell back asleep. It took Sandra several months to heal physically. She never recovered mentally, though. The Watchers took care of everything that had happened at her home. They made it seem as though it never happened. Sandra wrote and published Semia the Damned One. It was her best work. It sold all over the world. Movies were made. People flocked to her. They wanted to touch her, to know her story. But Sandra wasn't the same. She had nightmares of Semia every night. She sold her home because it felt like Semia. She left everything so she could travel the world with Ma'alik, her angel. He was the only thing left in this life that made her want to continue living. Every night she would wake from her nightmare and find Ma'alik by her side. He would hold her in his arms and weep with her until she fell back asleep. A human heart can only take so much pain. Less than 5 years had passed when Ma'alik's beloved death stood before Sandra. Sandra's poor, weary heart had finally had enough. Ma'alik knew it was coming. He was prepared. He held her tightly in his arms as she faded from this hell at long last. Her last words stung Ma'alik's heart. I had a child once, Ma'alik. Oh God, I had a baby. As for Ma'alik, he is still around. The tortured angel watches over mankind, helping those that he can, healing those that he can. He will be here forever, as long as humanity exists, and maybe even after humanity is long gone from this earth. He will be alone forever. Semia, Shorna, Sandra, Melissa were always in his heart. He was more human now than any of us mortals could ever be, for pain and suffering defines us as humans. It teaches us how to overcome. No one has suffered more than Ma'alik. Semia had been right about him. He truly was the fallen. None of you is a believer until he loves for his brother, his fellow Muslims, what he loves for himself. A hadith from our beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him and his family and Ummah forever. This has been Semia, the Damned. Written by Jessie MacBeth. Narrated by Tessa Markle. Copyright 2013 by Jessie A. MacBeth. Production copyright by Jessie A. MacBeth.